is Detective Wise of the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, October 17th, 2022, 13:12 hours. We're speaking with a reference to case number 243 involving Matt Perraut. We'll be out at the parties in Paris. Hey, how's it going, Brad? Yeah, if you don't care. Just kick anything that's out of your way there.
You're good. Sorry I was taking longer than I said, 30 minutes.
Oh, you're good, man. I understand how the Deerwood stuff works. You got a place down here in Paris?
Yeah, basically right across from our house. We get a hunt.
Oh, okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's nice.
So, I mean, I live in Rockwood.
I got you. You got anything on the camera you looking for?
Oh, yeah, I got
for a target?
I got a couple good ones, actually.
I got you.
A couple of good 12-pointers.
I ain't got much on camera. I ain't too impressed with this year.
Me and my buddy
be honest with you.
ended up getting a property out on Lexington Road this year, and last year, and we didn't hunt it. We put a food plot in this year. It's right on the edge of a bean field and everything. We've got a couple good bucks on camera there, too.
That's surprising to see out Lexington Road. Of course, I guess there's some wooded areas out there. I haven't really looked at a map to see.
It's few wooded strips, but mainly ag fields. But
yeah,
the deer will be eating in there.
Yeah, they just kind of travel on those little
back and forth.
I got you. Okay. So like I said on the phone, man, this will sound a little weird. You're gonna be kind of out of pocket for a little bit when I'm asking these questions, because you're gonna wonder where I'm going with it. It's just bear with me. I'll get to the end. I'll get to the point, okay?
Alright.
But like I said, I just want to make sure I get what you recollect first before I start giving you information, if that makes sense.
Like I said, I have no idea what.
Okay. So this will be around about the time you were in high school, okay? Were you on the track and field team or anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who was y'all's coaches and stuff on track and field?
I was on the cross country
Or
team.
cross country.
So, the Perrauts was our coach.
The Perraut, so there's more than one?
Yeah, Drew and Matt, the brothers.
Okay.
So, I mean, Matt was the head coach, but Drew was there every day, helped out, so.
Okay. How long were you on cross country?
I started sophomore year, I think it was. Sophomore, so 3 years.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was sophomore year, 100%.
Okay.
I don't think it was freshman year at all. It was sophomore year.
Up until your senior year?
Yeah, I ran all the way until I graduated.
Okay. When you were on the team, did you ever notice anything kind of odd about Matt? Or anything like that?
I mean,
ever to have any kind of odd relationships with any of the other teammates?
Not that I could tell. I mean, Matt was, out of all because I played a lot of sports in high school, so out of all the coaches, I have to say Matt was probably the one that I felt most comfortable with, or was the most friendliest with. He was he wasn't as hard on us as a coach as you would think a coach would be, if that makes sense. So, I mean, he was more relaxed, he was more chill, but, I mean, other than that, not really.
Okay.
I didn't see anything suspicious, crazy like that. So.
Okay. Do you still talk with Matt or see him?
I mean, me and my girlfriend got a membership to his gym last year, because I'm trying to be a firefighter, and I was working out and stuff because I took the CPAT and I knew I'd fail, and I failed, so we were trying to get into a workout habit, but I ain't seen him. I seen him walking down the street the other day, actually, but I ain't talked to him in months.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Like I said, you're not in any trouble. I'm not interviewing you to try to hit me up or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anything that's happened, it's nothing I can arrest you for or anything like that. Okay.
Right.
So there was allegations that were brought to our attention that he may have brought you and some other boys to an older woman's house to have some type of sexual relations or something like that. Is that something that's ever happened?
I mean, we talked about it, but
Explain that to me. What do you mean?
I mean, he's talked about females. Like I said, Matt he was always, to the guys, he would tell us stuff that, I mean, I don't know if really looking back, probably he shouldn't have been telling us some stuff, but.
What kind of stuff would he tell you?
I don't remember specifics for real. I mean, like I said, he was just really close to us, I guess. We felt like all like a family. That's how I
Okay.
think about cross country. We all felt like a family, one big family.
What did he talk about then? Like, did he talk about bringing you all to an older one, or had someone that he could take you all to, or
Just that he'd messed with women before, and that was basically it, you know. Us joking around, be like, "Oh, Matt, you need to get us in there or whatnot." But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But no, he never like did that with us. No.
he's never brought? Okay, so he's never taken you to anyone else's house. Okay.
He did not take me. No.
The only reason why I ask is because I've got a few people that you're kind of close to. You may not know right now, but that are saying otherwise. So I don't want you to think you're trying to protect him, or you're gonna get in any trouble or anything like that. So I mean, if it's something along that lines that's happened.
All right. Yeah, it happened.
Okay.
I honestly didn't say nothing because I love Matt. He's a good coach. I don't want to get him in trouble in any way.
I understand.
So
I understand. And that's what I've gotten from other people that I've talked to. That's what I'm saying. I've already talked to a bunch of people. I already know the truth. You know what I mean?
Like, that's the last thing I want.
So I don't want to, and I don't want you to hem yourself up lying to me or anything like that. You know what I mean? So stay truthful with me. I'll be honest with you. You be honest with me, okay?
Like, yeah.
I get that everybody thinks that he's a nice guy, but to be honest with you, the things that he's done, he's not a nice guy. Okay? He's kind of pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes. Okay?
Damn.
So explain the situation that you're referring to.
Damn. So we was fucking, I'd say we was all camping out, and we was drinking and everything. Obviously, we're all boys and whatnot. We were gonna get it regardless. Matt didn't buy it for us. We'd already bought that. And so I remember we went to go on a beer run. The best I remember it. We went to go on a beer run. He brought up that he might have a woman come out and they do their thing. And he was, I don't remember if he said it or if me and my buddy said it, but it was like, maybe she'll be all right with y'all doing something. And so he was like, all right, okay. That was the last of it. We went and got the beer, everything. We come back, we're continuing on to drink, and he comes up, we're all standing in a group. He comes up, he was like, so that thing that I was talking about might be a go. Y'all decide who wants to go. I ain't even gonna lie. Me at 16, I'm like, of course, I'm gonna go.
I'm right there with you.
So
I'm tracking.
I was like, I'm in there for sure. And then a couple of our other buddies RPS'd for it. We ended up deciding who's gonna go. So he was like, I'll let you know when it happens. So then we go back to partying, don't talk about it. He's like, all right, she's here. So we walk up and go get in the vehicle, and it's her husband driving, this lady's husband driving. And so we was like, okay. And we get in, whatnot, yada yada. We go to their house, and as you know, what happened. It happened.
Did you all have actual, like, physical sex?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it just her? Was the husband involved?
I mean, everybody was in the room, so.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Nah, I have no clue.
Okay. Describe her to me.
Hell, I don't even remember what she looks like, buddy.
Okay.
Honestly.
What house did y'all drive to? Where was that located?
Beats me. It was in the middle of the night. I was fucked up.
Okay.
So.
Somewhere in Paris, possibly?
Yeah.
Was it a very short trip?
Yeah, it was somewhere in Paris, but I have no clue where it was at. No clue.
Okay. So
I've honestly wondered that. I've been driving around saying, is that house?
If you
is
recognize
that house?
Okay. Y'all said you all was camping out. Where do y'all camp out at? Was that like a track or cross country kind of thing?
Yeah, just the end of the year camp out.
Okay. Where do y'all usually do that at?
I don't think they did it since we graduated, but we did it out at the farm at Landworks.
Oh, okay. Is that out Ruddle's Mill?
No, it's out here in Bedford.
Hume Bedford. Okay. I know what you're talking about now. All right. So she pulled up, or her husband and her pulled up, I guess, in a car.
Just the husband.
Oh, and he brought you back
to the house
where she was.
Yes.
Okay. Who was that? Who else was with you?
My buddy.
Okay. What's Lucas' last name? Okay. Take me through as soon as you walk through the front door. Or whatever door you walk through.
Yeah, it was the front. So the best I remember, there was like a couch right there, and they told us we had to be quiet because they had kids and whatnot. And so we walk in, and the husband was like, "Do y'all need to use the bathroom or anything?" And I was like, "No, I'm good. Let's get to it." Yada yada. We walk in the room. I remember we take a left, walk in the room, and she's sitting there naked on the bed, or it might have been in her lingerie on the bed. And that's when I was instantly like, "Oh shit, this is real. This is about to happen." So instantly, obviously, I got nervous. I was like, "All right, I do gotta pee." My buddy was like, "God damn it!" He's like, "All right, I gotta pee too." So he follows me to the bathroom. We both take a piss. The husband was standing outside the bathroom door. Like, we had it closed. He wasn't watching us or nothing, but we had it closed. He's standing there waiting on us. We get done using the bathroom, walk out, go back in the room, and her and Matt is already doing stuff right there on the bed. And from then on out, we just all started doing stuff.
Okay, so Matt was there with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was this upstairs, downstairs, something else?
Downstairs.
Was it all one-story house?
I don't know.
Okay, you all never went up any flight of
I
stairs?
didn't go up anything. No.
Okay. So Matt was already, you said already doing stuff. You mean he was having sex with her, or?
No, they weren't having sex. They were just foreplaying and shit.
Okay. Did Matt stop and then one of you all start, or how did that work out?
Honestly, I don't quite remember if he went on and they had sex and then we did after, or if, like you said, he stopped and one of us started. I don't quite remember after that.
Okay.
The actual step by step how it went down. I just know that we all basically had sex with her. So.
All three of you did?
Yeah.
Husband was there the whole time too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they in any way know like your age? How old were you at this time?
16, 17 maybe. At the youngest 15, but I'm thinking more like I was 16, almost 17.
Okay. Do you know what year it was? Is it your sophomore, junior year, or senior year?
It wasn't
Well,
senior
it wouldn't be
year.
senior year. You'd be.
No. It was sophomore, junior, one of the two. I think Let me think. I can normally figure this out. I think it was sophomore year.
Okay. So would you be 15 then?
I guess, yeah, because I graduated when I was 17, yeah. So, yeah, sophomore year.
Okay. What time of year was it? You said it was after the end of the year camp out, so what does that mean? Like, is that
going into winter, this time of year.
About October then? September, October, November. Cooler outside, leaves changing, I guess.
October, November.
Okay. All right. And when's your date of birth? Is that? So you'd have just turned 15 that year.
I reckon, yeah.
Okay.
Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Be 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it was this time of year, then I would have been 15. Just got done with cross country season, going into wrestling season. Yeah.
Okay.
That is how it was. That's my age. That was my age. That was the time of year.
Okay. Was any other occasions like that one that you partaked in or heard about other people partaking in?
Not with Matt. No. Nothing like that. No.
Okay. When you say not like that or not with Matt, is there?
I've just had like threesomes and shit before, just with people my age, but nothing that with Matt.
I got you. Okay.
Or with any older person like that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of anyone else going with Matt and doing that? I know you said Luke, but you all were together.
That was the same experience. No, I've not heard anything like that. As much as I know, that was a one and done type thing. That's all I knew about.
Okay. So is that a thing Matt would do then, or?
I don't know about it anymore.
Okay. You think there could be more? That it just, like you said you've probably not told anybody about it, I would assume. So, not a lot of people's gonna know about.
I ain't even gonna lie. The whole cross country team knows about that experience. So.
No, well, that makes sense. I get. You gotta tell.
All
tell
the
guys
boys,
after.
yeah, they all knew about it.
So what happened after you left then? Like, were y'all? Let me ask you this: did you all wear any type of protection or anything like that, or?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And then did you all leave the house? Who took you all back to?
The husband.
Okay. Took all three of you back? Okay. What happened after that when y'all got back? You just kind of...
Everybody else, so one of the girls that was at the camp out and one of the dudes on the team, they was messing around. Everybody else was basically asleep by then when we got back. So we all just kind of just crawled in bed and went to bed.
I guess. Was it all guys there? Was there any girls there at the camping? Or any girls show up at some point in time?
Oh yeah, they showed up.
Which of the girls showed up?
I think it was.
What's the last name? Okay. Any other girls?
I can't remember if someone came with her or... I remember we talked about trying to get girls. I don't remember if they actually did or not. Because like I said, I left for that little bit of time, so I don't know if they actually did.
Okay. Anything happened with that you know of?
Not with Matt or anything with, my buddy.
Oh, okay. One of the other guys on the team?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened there?
I think she just gave him head or something.
Okay.
They was laying in bed. Actually, yeah. My buddy and him was laying there and he was supposed to be asleep, laying next to them, and then woke up while she was giving them head. So that's why I was laughing, because it's a big old joke.
Okay. What's the last name? Would you say the last name was?
Steve.
And then
He's a dude.
Oh, okay.
He was a buddy of ours.
Okay. All right. How did Matt say anything about there being a girl there? Was there supposed to be girls there?
I mean, the camp out was the guys' camp out, but
obviously he didn't care that there was girls there.
No.
He took you
he didn't care.
to an older woman's house.
I mean, he wasn't just blatantly like, yeah, try and fuck her boys, but
yeah. He wasn't pissed or anything that she was there or take her home or anything?
I think he took her home eventually. I don't know.
When about was that?
I don't know how she got home. I'm just assuming he took her home, honestly.
Okay. But she was there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. This older woman, how old do you think? How do you guess how old you think she is?
She was in her 30s, 40s at most, young 40s at most.
Upper 30s, lower 40s?
Probably.
Blonde hair, brown hair?
Brunette, brown, not blonde and not brown.
Like a dirty
Yeah,
blonde?
Kinda, I guess.
She gets highlights probably done or something then.
Something, yeah. It wasn't straight brunette and it wasn't straight blonde.
Okay. Alright. What all did she, well, you said you can't remember. I know it's hard to remember all of it, but
that was a long time ago.
Was it just sex, or was there oral or anything else that she performed on you or you performed on her?
I doubt it. I doubt I would have done that with all them dudes there, so
I got you.
probably not. Not with me, at least.
Okay. Alright. Think of anything that I forgot to ask you, or you'd like to tell me? That I didn't.
No, sounds like you know everything already.
You know, like I said, this all was gonna make sense towards the end there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a certain way we gotta ask the question, so I don't like leading you into it too much. All right, I appreciate you being honest with me.
Once I realized you knew everything, there's no point in lying anymore.
I understand, man.
Or lying about it at all.
But I told you the truth. You're not in any trouble about it. I'm not gonna put handcuffs on you now. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it.
You did nothing wrong.
I was gonna say, even could I have been arrested for it?
Exactly. You couldn't have been arrested for anything, so you're good there.
I was a 16-year-old boy just trying to have some fun.
Well, I understand that. I completely understand that.
I don't know if you're allowed to tell me. I know not to go run my mouth about this investigation.
Right, that was my next,
anything. But is Matt gonna get in trouble? Like, is he getting?
I mean, there's a possibility. Yeah. I mean,
I only asked because, like I said, Matt was a good coach to us. He felt like a dad at times to all of us. He was obviously the picture he painted for us. He was a good guy. Obviously, behind the scenes, obviously not so much. But that's the only reason I asked. Cause I actually like.
You ever known him to have any kind of relationship with any of the other girls on the teams?
Not really, no. No, I didn't see anything.
Or heard any rumors of one of the girls sleeping with him?
No. That might have, I mean, I don't doubt that was a rumor, but I didn't hear it, no.
Would you doubt that actually happened then? If you heard that so-and-so was sleeping with Matt, would you doubt it?
No, because who is? She was a hoe in high school. Like, she didn't tell anybody no, it seemed like. So.
Okay. So you think and Matt could have slept together?
I mean, possibility. It's like anybody could have slept together, you know.
Okay.
I mean, it's always obviously a possibility.
Is that just based off of because she rarely said no?
Yeah, honestly, just because she was a hoe in high school.
Okay.
And she flaunted it. That's why I'm saying she was a hoe, because she knew she acted hoish in high school and stuff.
Okay.
She knew what she was doing just as well as anybody else did. So.
Okay. Any other girls that come to mind?
That was flirty with Matt?
Yeah.
No, not with Matt. I mean, all the girls on the team was flirty with all the guys, but not for real, no. Nothing as serious as the situation we just talked about is. So,
Okay.
to where I think he could get in trouble, like where obviously there is something legally he did wrong. I don't know about anything else, just that time we had.
Okay. Can you recall where the bedroom was in that house when you walked in the front door?
Like I said, it was on the bottom floor. We never went up any steps. It was on the left.
Back part of the house, or right on the left when you walk in?
Not right on the left, because that was like the living room and that's where the couch was.
Okay.
Then it turned into a little tiny hallway, and looking in front of me, standing in the hallway, was the kitchen, and then to the left was the bedroom.
Okay. Alright. And then where was the bathroom at?
You went into the kitchen and turned to the right, and it was right there.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it was. Like I said, I never went up any steps. Everything was on that first floor that I seen. So, but I assume they had kids, because I never seen any other, or it had to be in the second story, because I never seen any other rooms down there, and they said they had kids. So I just assumed they was upstairs,
Right,
or downstairs,
upstairs.
or something.
Did the bedroom look like a normal bedroom, or was it?
Looked like a normal bedroom, like they lived there.
There wasn't like.
It didn't look like no sex trafficking house or
Yeah.
anything.
Okay.
Like chains or nothing like that, or it looked, they had decor on the walls and everything.
Okay.
Okay, so
it wasn't like a red room like you see on like 50 Shades of Grey or something.
No.
Okay.
After this happened, apparently the rumor was that the kid, or the mom, was a mom of this kid in my grade, which also is named. I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently that was his mom.
Oh, okay.
If that helps. I think it has an O in it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it's like
Allegedly
TH.
it was his.
Allegedly, yeah, that was the rumor.
What brought that up? Like, why did people think it was his mom?
Honestly, I can't remember, but I never asked the kid.
That's true.
I didn't ask him if it was true, because he was a friend of mine, and I didn't know it was his mom at the time. And then afterwards, I was like, oh shit.
If you saw a picture of her, would you think you'd be able to recognize her?
Possibly.
If I gave you like a lineup?
I'd be able to recognize a dude way easier than I would the woman.
The husband?
Yeah.
Okay. What stuck out to you to him?
He had long black hair.
Like to his shoulders?
Probably even longer than that.
Really? Okay. Any facial hair or anything like that?
I don't remember. Maybe a little bit of a beard.
Okay. Is he heavy set, tall, short?
He was a little heavy set.
Is he about as tall as you, or?
No, he was taller than me.
Okay. He been over 6 foot?
Yeah, probably about that.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, you got my number, man. If you think of anything else or have any questions, just shoot me a call or text or something like that. I'll try to get back with you, all right?
Yeah, if I hear anything.
All right, man.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you talking to me, man. I'll let you get some food.
Oh, thank you.
Good luck on the deer hunting.
Yeah, I got to go check another camera after I get some food.
I got you.
Well, thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably don't hear much, but thank you for everything you do.
I appreciate it.
Take it easy.
You too. In the interview, 1337. Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, October 21st, 2022, Friday at 12:14 hours. This will be interview with. There's no gun over here, so you're good.
What's up, dude? Well, that ain't no good. Did you step on him? You lose the lens, or
I'll find it as I walk back.
Oh, okay. I'll hop in there. We'll just do it here so you can go back to work.
Which would be in the driver's seat. Okay. So that's Detective Larson. Obviously, you already talked to him on the phone. Okay. So same situation as the last time, man. You're still not in any trouble or anything like that. Don't you freak out because there's two of us or something like that. Okay. So we just wanted to talk with you more about the incident with going over to the older woman's house in Paris that night y'all was camping out, okay? So we've obviously talked to more people, got more information, so we already know kind of already what happened, but we want to see if you recall anything, okay? So while you're at that older woman's house and you're all in the room together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anything if you left anything out, did you see anything else happen while you were over there at her house in the bedroom there?
What do you mean, like?
So
I don't know what more could have happened other than, like, obviously what you know.
Did Matt ever touch either one of you?
Not me. No.
Okay, he didn't touch you. Did he touch?
I don't recall. I mean, I wasn't too worried about what anybody else was doing. I had a naked woman in front of me,
Okay.
if you understand.
Okay.
So, obviously, we wouldn't be asking that question if we didn't know the answer.
Hell, buddy, that was fucking, what would you say,
So-
6-7 years ago? I was intoxicated. I don't remember, so.
Okay. I'm not saying you do or you don't.
Right,
I'm
right.
just telling you, like, we've already talked to everybody else that's involved, and obviously pretty much everybody else remembers it. So that's why we wanted to see if you remembered it, because you're the only one in the room that doesn't.
Not even that. It's just I've probably had. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I lost my virginity at 13, not to an older woman, nothing, just with another girl my age.
Sure.
But fucking, she's not the first older woman I've been with since I've obviously became of age. So it's nothing that sticks out in my mind to me, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, that instance doesn't really stick out to my mind. Like, oh shit. I mean, yeah, it was fun, but it was an older woman. There's nothing new to me. So.
Okay. We're more concerned about an advance between Matt towards.
I mean, God's honest truth, nothing comes to my mind. That picture does not come to my mind that they was doing anything.
Okay.
So.
I mean, if you don't remember, you don't remember. It's not.
God's honest truth. Literally, my intentions, and I thought all of our intentions was to go there for that woman.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, I didn't see anything. If anything happened behind my back while I was doing my thing, I'm obviously not going to see it. You know what I mean? I don't know. So.
I got you.
They could. Obviously, it could have. I did not see anything.
Okay.
So.
Do you remember positions, like the way people were when everybody was doing their thing?
Y'all asking some hard questions.
I know, man. We're asking you to remember stuff.
Shit, like, that was 6 years ago. I don't fucking know. Goddamn.
Okay. I was just curious, man.
The only thing I remember is, like I told him the other time when we walked in the room, the picture that stood out, because obviously we was a bunch of young guys. We were going to go tell a story to our friends. But as I've told everybody, the picture that stands out to me in my mind is when me and walked back from the bathroom and Matt was eating her out or doing whatever he was doing from behind. Like, they was doing their thing. And then from then on, it's just all blurred, because I knew it was a game, and then, like, the game was on. Like, the plan was on, so.
I got you. Okay. When you guys went back to the party, did you guys tell anybody else?
Everybody else was asleep that I know of. Like I told him, I crawled in bed and went to bed. It was cold as shit outside.
Y'all had tents there?
There was like a camper. There might have been one tent. I don't remember. I know a bunch of us was piled in the camper, though. So.
I got you. Okay.
I crawled in, but I went inside, seen there was an empty spot on the edge. I said, that's mine. Crawled in bed. It was a good night's sleep.
I got you.
You said the last time we talked, Matt kind of come up to you all. You already knew about Matt going to meet up with this, having something set up with this older woman.
Possibly having something.
Yeah, but he come up to you all and kind of asked, hey, who's...
And yeah, the original plan was just him and her. I don't know if he asked her or if she... where he was at a camp out with us, obviously would know that, or if she wanted to see if any of us would be down, I don't know, because obviously there's women out there that want a young teenage boy, but I don't know. But he then came up to us, we was all standing around the fire, he came up and was like, so if this goes down, who would be down to do it? We are, like I said, I'm young, I'm ready to go. I'm down. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I was ready for the thing, so I was like, I'm down. And then so whoever it was, RPS for it, I think this one, because he ended up going with me. So.
What do you mean RPS?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, okay. So there was more than two.
Yeah, well, there was more interest than just the two of us that wanted to go. But
he only took two?
Yeah, only two.
So did he just say, like, hey, there's only two spots, or...
I guess he's like, just two of y'all. She said two of y'all, or how, I don't remember the wording.
Okay.
Just, I know two of us went. We had to figure the two out. I got my spot first.
I got you.
So,
Do you recall who you rock, paper, scissored with?
I didn't rock, paper, scissors anybody. I called it. I was first man up. I called it from the jump.
And you don't recall who else was there in the group when he asked?
It was the whole team standing around there, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
Now, obviously, I get the situation's fucked up, and it was an illegal situation, but literally, I just hate to see how doing this shit to everybody, because she knew damn well what she was doing. She knew damn well. It wasn't her first sexual experience. That wasn't her last sexual experience. She knew damn well what she was doing, and she knows damn well now what she's trying to do.
What do you mean? How do you hear that?
I know.
But how do you know it's going on?
Oh, because my girlfriend is the girl that told, have y'all heard that name? His best friends told me that forever ago or something, and then told about cousin's wedding. Told her that she went to the therapist and told her therapist about the Matt situation, and now this whole can of worms is opened up. I'm not stupid. I know how it started.
Okay.
You're doing all this shit. She knew damn well what she was doing. And I don't want y'all to think that I'm like in on this because how intrigued I was to go. You gotta understand, I was a young kid. Like I said, I've already had lost my virginity. I already knew what to expect. I was ready to go. And just probably like y'all was being in high school, you having a good night on a Saturday, Friday night, trying to find some action. So.
I got you.
Yep.
All right. Well, I don't have anything else for you. You got anything else? I appreciate you talking to us again.
No,
I'll let you get back to work, man.
Am I gonna have to talk to y'all again?
I don't think so.
No.
Unless you want to.
Because honestly, I hate talking to y'all. Because you gotta see my position I'm in, man. She was a friend, I thought. And she knew, like I said, she knew damn well what she was doing, what she's doing. Matt, he was a good friend. I hate to snitch on anybody, not even that it's snitching. Y'all already know everything. It's just the fact that, because when this shit happened, we all was like, don't tell nobody. This was a cross-country thing. And I hate to feel like I'm the person telling everything, you know what I mean?
Buddy.
I don't want to be what I say be the thing that gets Matt in trouble.
I mean, we're not we're not here. I mean, there's nothing you can say that's going to control Matt's fate.
Right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
He's already hit, like, you know what, I imagine.
So, I mean, there's nothing. So don't feel like you're the, nail in the coffin.
So when this all ordeal goes to court, are we going to have to do anything with that? Because I already know this is going to happen.
Like, I don't know how it's going to go. We're not the people that charge it. We just present
we just gather it all
stuff.
Because I do not want to. See, I don't want to have to sit on a stand and testify against my cross country coach, Matt. I don't think I could do that. To protect this girl. Not that. See, this is where I'm trying to get y'all to understand. I don't think I have a fucked up mind, because the situation is the people in the situation right now for me. It's not the situation in general. Like, the idea of the situation, it's because I know what she's doing. Like I said, I know. But that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be put in that situation at all. So.
I mean, none of the stuff we're asking you is even about her.
Really?
Mm-mm.
So if he's done this with another girl, I don't know if I can idea who that is.
I mean, I haven't asked you any questions about her, have I?
I'm just saying I'm not stupid. Y'all ain't gonna tell me. That's y'all's job not to tell me.
I didn't ask you about her either.
Like, you think that you're gonna be ratting out Matt, and we haven't asked you a single question about Matt.
I know you ain't told me who he's talking about yet. Although either.
But she wasn't involved in this, right? She didn't go to no house. Right?
No, but I know this whole ordeal ain't just about. The first time was about more of the camp out. This time's more about the ordeal. I understand that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, I think that stuff's separate. Kind of dealio.
See, I just figured it'd all go to the court at once, same thing.
There's different incidences here, so.
I got you.
So. I mean, we're gathering facts, and whether it's criminal stuff or not, it doesn't. I mean, we just gather everything we gather and talk to everybody that we know to talk to, and here you go. We do all the nerdy stuff and type it up.
Right.
So.
I guess where I'm getting from is because I know this all stemmed from y'all. Probably wouldn't know about that incident if you didn't know about the camp out. So it is what it is, though. But as you came and asked me, you originally asked me if I knew anything between him and. No, I don't know anything that happened between him and.
Okay.
If anything happened afterwards, because a lot of the other dudes on the cross country team hung around Matt, like, at the gym and in the off time more than I did. Like, I went to every practice, all the Sunday practices, all that shit, and all the meets and everything. And I did, like, the camp outs and shit like that, but I didn't spend my free time in the gym with him, you know what I mean?
You didn't work for him?
I didn't work for him, didn't do none of that, so. Or some of the other boys did, so. If anything happened then or with them then, I'd have no clue about it.
I got you.
Deer hunting's more important than the
gym. Fuck yeah, deer hunting and fishing.
I got you.
And when I was in high school, wrestling. So.
What kind of big deers you got cornered?
You want to see a picture?
Yeah, I want to see. I'm going to be jealous, ain't
I? Probably.
He's hunting out there on them big Lexington Road farms and stuff.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of hookup, man. I'm over chasing around Robertson County deer.
Gosh, man.
You got all them big guys.
Did I show you that one?
Oh, yeah. See, you're going to be jealous.
Ooh.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Heavy horn,
that's
too.
Right back here.
It's heavy horn, too.
12? Or is he not 11?
He's something like that. I ain't seen him in person yet.
Yeah.
He looks kind of young. He don't look that old, though.
Not too old. I'm gonna show you this.
Got some heavy horns, though.
Yeah.
He got the mass on there.
Man, out here there are some big deer out this way.
I'll say. Well, cornfield right there. On both sides of us, ain't it? Somewhere. I saw corn.
There used to be.
Cornville somewhere.
Corn, soybeans, something like that.
And they don't get a whole lot of pressure out here.
Yeah, I believe that.
Well, they didn't used to, but the Amish now, man. The Amish is awful.
Out here with their muskets getting them.
Oh, yeah. They crossbow hunt now, too, and everything. It's awful. I want to get... Oh, here it is. This is... I caught him the droopy-eared buck last year.
Oh, yeah. Damn, he got some brows.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Broke
that cartilage in his ear fighting, probably.
He was a big son of a bitch.
That was last year?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell.
And I missed my opportunity because he was coming in this time of year in October. Oh, I didn't even show you the best one. And coming around this time of year in October, and I was getting all these trail cam pictures, and I was like, I'm gonna get on him. Once I start seeing him daylight and stuff, I'm gonna get on him. Wouldn't you know, I started getting pictures of him. So I feel like he was on his fall transition just coming through here, and I missed my opportunity to hunt him. So I was trying to get on him this year. But I ain't seen him show up yet, but I don't have my camera in the same spot yet either. There's this giant one I killed I didn't kill, I seen him on Halloween last year. Let me get the picture up. Date, October 31st.
If he's still around, I'd be in that spot in Halloween, October.
I'm going there on Halloween on October.
They usually got a little schedule to them every year. Sometimes they'll be in the same spot.
You're damn right, buddy. Oh, fuck. Hold on. It'll work. This is a pig. I was like, holy shit. I was standing in Cabela's. My phone vibrated, and I got this picture of this deer. My mouth dropped.
Oh, yeah.
It was a pig.
Yep, I'd be in a stand in October or on Halloween.
And I'm assuming he survived this year.
In that area
for
for
sure.
sure.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, he's got.
That's right back here.
Golly.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was like, holy shit. But, shoot, am I good to go?
You're good, man.
Yeah, buddy.
All right,
Appreciate
boys.
you coming to meet us again.
Sorry if I got. Oh, there goes my other side of my glasses. Sorry if I got any straw in your truck.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
No problem. Y'all take it easy.
All right, buddy.
Let's see. End interview at 12:30. Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, December 27, 2022, 15:57 hours. Speaking with. All right. It is right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
go by? All right. So, like I said on the phone, this is kind of in reference to the time you spent at Bourbon County High School, mainly focusing on like the cross country team.
Okay.
And stuff like that. Have you heard any rumors or anything recently about what?
I mean, I only know like the main thing that he was, I guess, arrested for like, what's that word? Something with an S, or I guess I kind of sodomy
Yeah.
or something with a minor, stuff like that. But I didn't really, other than the fact that was, like on Facebook and stuff. Paris is a small town and everything, so you kind of spits like wildfire and stuff like that. But that's all I really know. I don't really know the victim or anything like that. I guess I don't exactly know like who the person
Okay.
was or anything like that. So
Do you still live in Paris?
no, live here in Lexington.
Okay. Are you still in touch with any of the guys that were on the cross country team or anything?
Not really. I mean, I think I was the only senior like in my I think I was the only one that like ran in my class, and everyone was like a year or two younger and stuff like that. But I mean we were all pretty close at the time and stuff. But obviously, like once you're out of high school, you go to college, all that other stuff, you kind of lose in touch with those people. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you all ever do anything as a team, like any kind of like team building stuff outside of cross country? But you all ever hang out or do anything?
I mean, the only thing I can recollect, like me going out or doing anything like outside of like strictly like practice or meets, was like I think he did like a campfire like one year like at his in-laws, like at a farm or something like that, right off Paris, where it's kind of just like all us guys just going in and pretty much just talking, having fun, kind of just like an end of the season type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was my senior year, and then I think like my junior, I remember not running one year, so I think it might have been like sophomore year, we did like a banquet and stuff like that, which is like pretty routine for like a high school team and stuff. But I mean, that's all I can really remember at the time.
Okay. You did the camp out. You said your senior year.
Senior year, yeah.
What year did you graduate?
2016.
2016.
2016, yeah. So it was like a bonfire and stuff like that. It was just strictly us guys.
Okay.
I think the girls had like
their own thing and stuff like that. So,
Were there any girls at the camp out or showed up that weren't supposed to be, or wasn't intended for, but they did show up?
I think 1 or 2 maybe did show up and stuff like that.
Did you know them?
Yeah, they were. I think she ran in her team as well. She was like on the girl side, and then I guess someone invited her.
You remember her name?
I do not know.
Okay. You remember what she looked like? Brown, blonde haired, heavy set, thin.
Semi kind of heavy set, a little bit shorter, 5'3", 5'4", a little bit heavier set. Yeah. Name might have been, if I'm not mistaken.
Might have been.
That's the only. I think that's the only vivid description that goes along with like everybody's name, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Do you remember who all was out at the camp out, boys wise, or?
Me, my coach.
Who's the coach?
Matt.
Perraut.
Matt Perraut, yeah. And then.
Yep.
God, I don't remember his last name. Yeah. And then that's the main ones that I really hung out with. I think he was a little bit taller. Not really great with last names. I just remember the first ones and their faces. And then I think it was only high school, so that might have been the main ones that I can remember.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was just.
Does it look familiar to you?
Yeah. Oh, totally forgot about that. Yeah, he was actually my grade as well.
Oh, he was a senior with you?
He was a senior with me, but he didn't always like run, I guess.
Okay.
I guess it was like he had other stuff that he also did, so like he wasn't always in meets and stuff like that.
Okay. When you all were out there, was there any alcohol involved?
No.
You don't recall any alcohol being out there?
No. At least not in my recollection.
Okay. Only reason why I ask, I mean, you're not getting anybody in trouble if you remember it.
You're fine. Like
if you can kind of already tell already, I kind of know for the most part everybody that was out there and what went on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get what you recall. So I don't want you to think that you're protecting anybody.
You're fine. Like
strictly a witness. I'm not here to get you in trouble. Anything you did out there is done and over with.
I'm sure you've ever done your research. So like you said, you kind of know the bits and pieces. But from what I remember, I don't believe there was alcohol.
Okay. How long were you out there?
Probably all night, or all night actually. It was It was a little bit colder. I'd say a little bit cold. It was right around this weather, but it wasn't snowing or anything like that. It was just cold.
Yeah.
And stuff. And then is there a car, RV? I don't know, but we all ended up like sleeping there.
Okay.
And then waking up the next morning, and then I think everybody, all the parents came in there and then picked up their kids and stuff like that. And then I was driving myself, so.
Do you recall at any time that night anybody leaving and then coming back?
Left temporarily, but he left temporarily. It's been so long, unfortunately.
Was anybody with him? Did he leave with anybody?
Not that I remember, because it was just we were all like hanging out, and then somebody was like, "Hey, like where's him?" And stuff like that. So it was kind of just like no one really noticed, but like we realized that he wasn't there, so I figured he had left or something and came back.
Okay. Did you ever hear any rumors about what happened that night?
I do not know.
Okay. And it's in regards to the charges that Matt had, so I didn't know.
Right.
That night, if anybody come back.
If it happened that night, or
have you heard any rumor? Yeah.
No. Not that I can think of.
Was there anything going around about Matt having any type of relationship with any of the athletes or students or anything like that?
Not to my recollection. I mean, I think the only time that like I ever did hear a rumor, it wasn't like towards like a student, but it was like towards like a different female, like an older woman or something like that, if that makes sense. Like,
what do you recall about that?
There was just, I guess, that like you know, like he would I guess this lady had like an open relationship with her husband and stuff like that, so I guess he would sometimes call her here and there.
Oh, okay.
And then, you know, they would obviously meet up.
Swingers, I guess you say.
Yeah.
Open relationship with her husband.
Yeah, with her husband, and then I guess here and there, like he would call, I guess, the female swinger and stuff like that, and then he would, you know, do whatever.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
How'd you hear about that?
I can't remember what we were doing. I don't. Him or one of my teammates. I don't really know.
You say him, you mean like Matt might have brought it up?
Yeah, might have brought it up somehow or something. I don't know.
Was there ever a time where Matt asked if anybody wanted to go to her house?
Not that I recall. I don't know if he I don't know if that's like something like he just, I don't know. I can't remember if like that's what he told me or if I had heard it, but like, you know,
Okay.
I guess it was never brought up other than that one time.
At the camp out, or just the
Just
time that you remember?
At the time that I remember. I mean, he was my coach for like 5 years, give or take, since like almost middle school.
Okay.
So I mean, I guess I had been around him a lot longer than most other people. So, you know.
Okay. Have you ever gone over to his house or anything? Matt's house? You ever hang out with?
A few times.
Rebecca.
With Rebecca, yeah. The kids. I mean, they both ran. And then I guess his nephews or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been to there.
What did y'all usually do when you go over to his house?
I think this was at his old place. Just watch movies or like, I guess just really hang out, you know, like we didn't really do much, you know, like eat, you know, we'd kind of just talk about like our races and stuff like that, watch movies or whatever, and kind of just, you know, hang out and bond.
Okay. Is there ever any rumors or allegations of like Rebecca being with any of the athletes or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. How was she like around you all? She seemed flirtatious or?
No, she was nice from what I know of. I mean, she wasn't. I mean, it was like during summer that like sometimes like she'd be at the gym and like she'd like join us for like practice or stuff like that because they were both really big into fitness or that whole stuff. So she would join us occasionally or just, you know, be at practice with the kids and stuff like that. So she'd obviously join in or give us pointers or something like that. But in terms of like trying to get into anyone, no.
Okay. Have you talked to Matt recently or been in contact with him?
I have not. I mean, I think the last time I ever spoke to him was when he like first opened up his new gym behind like Tractor Supply and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I stopped by like one afternoon just to like see the place and like I guess just talk to him and stuff like that. And then, you know, we kind of just talked. You know, I think I was in college and stuff, so, or I was working at the time, so like we kind of just talked, you know, like normal people.
Okay. anything you can think of that I might have forgot to ask you in regards to that? I guess your time at cross country, or if you heard of anything else that I didn't ask you about.
No, I mean, camp out was essentially the only thing that like we like ever did as a team and stuff like that. And I mean, I don't know if there was alcohol, but I think like someone had like brought like weed or whatever and stuff like that. But like, you know, we're kids.
Was it just Matt there, coach wise?
I think so. We had another coach, but we never liked him, so we never invited him to any of this stuff. Sadly. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty much our main coach, so I mean, I don't know if that was my senior year or junior year. I don't know.
Okay.
Junior or senior year, because I do remember running with Lucas, and then I think it might have been junior year, because I didn't really run senior year because I was really into soccer and stuff like that. So unfortunately, I didn't really spend much time with cross country and soccer because it was essentially the same season. So I want to say junior year now, because I remember my senior year I wanted to run, but soccer kind of kept me from doing that really.
I got you.
But yeah, I mean,
you said there might have been a girl named Chloe there. Do you know why why was she there?
No, I mean, like I said, I don't know, like,
did she get with any of the guys that were there? I mean, was that?
I mean, I just know that like she was invited by someone and stuff, and like she came over and then like she left and stuff like that, and then I think she was with throughout the most nights, or I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember.
Was she like dating, or just?
I think
that's who she hung out with.
I guess that's who she kind of hung out with that night and stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's essentially the only female I can think of that was there.
Well, I think that's all I got. If you think of anything, you've got my number. If you want to give me a call or shoot me a text or anything like that, you're more than welcome to.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, do you have any questions or anything like that for me?
Nah. I mean,
try to answer them.
Not really. I mean, I didn't really know what kind of questions you were, I guess, looking for. I guess you were just don't really know. Like, I guess you're trying to piece everything together for the most part, and hopefully I helped you out. But I mean, that's all I can really remember, unfortunately.
Okay.
I mean,
sounds good. Yeah, I know it was a little whiles back.
Yeah. I mean,
probably like 8 or so years at least, or around there. So.
Yeah, 2016, 2015. Yeah, 6-7 years ago. So, I mean,
I get it. I'm doing the same thing now. I'm trying to remember things I did 7 or 8 years ago. I'm like, man, it's pretty hard to remember that. Like,
exactly.
I can see why a lot of people struggle with it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I helped you a little bit, but.
Yep, I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
I appreciate it.
You care to take me in the car real quick?
Do what?
Do you care to?
Yeah.
I don't like walking.
Show me where it's at. Let's see, and interview 1414. This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, December 22nd, 2022, 13:01 hours. He's speaking with. You just care to state your date of birth for me, just for the recording?
October.
Okay. And like I said, when I was coming in there, you said you already kind of knew.
Yeah,
I'd be coming to talk with
I
you.
knew some people had been talked to, and I was like, when I was there, so I was like, when all those people were there, so I figured I would get talked to too.
Oh, okay. You knew. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You already knew some of the guys that were there, so you figured they would.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what all did you kind of already know about that incident involving Matt Perraut?
Basically everything that I know. I didn't even run that much that year, but
Mm.
I was on the team, so I got invited out. It was a thing that they would do like every year. It was the cross country camp out. Most of the time it was pretty mild. That time we were all like 16, 17 years old, so people had like alcohol, stuff like that. I know that I got pretty drunk that night, and like that whole night was pretty much like a blur. Like it was just like it was a fast night. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. I know that some girls ended up showing up. I don't know who invited them, who drove them out there, or anything like that. I remember at one point we were all out by like a campfire. Then I got kind of sick. I went inside the camper and I went to sleep. That was pretty much my night.
Okay. All right. Now let me start too, man. Like I said, you're not in any trouble or anything like that. I don't want you to think that you have to protect anybody either. You've already talked to or heard from a little bit, so I know the whole story. I know everything that went down. I'm just trying to get what you recall.
Yeah,
okay? I just don't want you to think you have to protect anybody.
I wasn't very involved. Like the only two people that I was friends with that were there were I wasn't really too involved with the team. Like I don't know any of the underclassmen or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So was that just for the boys cross country team that was out there?
Yeah.
And you say you were at a camp out, correct? Where was that at in Bourbon County?
It was the you know that road that goes out past between Walmart and the Dodson Brothers tire place or whatever it is.
Yeah, Hume Bedford.
Yeah, it was out there and it was on a farm on the right.
Okay. Can you remember what it's called?
I think it's owned by Matt's brother. I don't remember what it's called exactly.
It'd be Drew. Drew owns it. Okay. So and that's something you said you all done that a few times.
Yeah, that was the first one I'd been to.
Okay.
I think they had like one or two more just for like the class that we were with or whatever.
Okay.
It was like the class above me and then my class and then there was like I think I was a sophomore and then I think I was either a junior or a sophomore and then there was either the class below me or either I'm trying to think. There was nobody younger. There was only like the one class below me, my class, and then a class above me that was there that would be invited to it.
Okay. So probably sophomore, juniors, and seniors.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. You think you were how old when you were there, or when that?
So I think I was a junior, so I would have been 17, 16.
Okay.
Because it was cold. Like I don't even remember that much. I know it was cold, so I was probably 17 by the time. Because I turned. My brain's fucking so bad. I turned 17 that October. So, yeah, I was 17.
Okay, so October you turned 17, and then the camp out was that same.
Well, I think it was
right
in the
after
fall.
that. Okay.
It
was cold outside though.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It was cold outside. Okay. Who all was there that you can remember? Boys wise.
Well, you know the two names that I just said. I think. I'm trying to think of the underclassmen's names. I can't even remember. I think was there a I don't know.
Possibly. What about the girls? You said there were two girls, or at least two girls that showed up.
I think one of them was. Her name's. I don't know the other one. I remember their car showing up. I don't remember even who it was that brought them.
Okay, so somebody in a 4-door passenger car brought them.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was Matt at when the girls showed up?
We were all around like a campfire. I remember that.
Okay.
I think we had like a bottle of Fireball and we were just passing it around in a circle around the fire when that happened.
Okay. Who brought the alcohol?
I don't know.
Was Matt there?
I think Matt showed up later. Like, we were all there setting everything up, like, on our own. And then Matt arrived later. I think it was already dark by the time.
And
they
Matt
got
was
there.
drinking with you, although.
Yeah.
Okay. At any point did Matt leave?
Not that I know
When he
of.
showed up, did he leave?
I have no idea. I was passed out. Like, my night from the beginning to the end, we were just running around. Someone had like a bag of chew or something. We were passing that around for a while, setting everything up. Then once everything started going, we were drinking and stuff. We ended up in the corn. They had like corn maize fields or something out there. We all ended up running around out there. Then we ended up at the fire. And by that time, I was pretty gone. And then I remember I laid down in the camper, and then that's how my night ended.
Okay.
Like, the only people that I really even talked to that night was probably Ian. It was like the only interactions that I had with really anybody.
Okay.
I usually keep to myself, so.
And that you can recall, no one left the camp out?
I don't know.
What time do you think you went to the camper?
Probably like, I don't even know, probably like 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Probably in that window sometime. Okay. So.
Did you ever hear anything about what happened?
I've heard rumors and stuff. I don't. Like,
what have you heard?
Like that he did something with a girl and a guy at the same time and stuff like that.
Is that something recent that you heard now?
Yeah, it was like after like he'd already been like
arrested,
sent to jail and stuff like that.
What about that night or the next that weekend that the camp out happened? Did you hear any rumors about what happened that night then?
Nah, we'd had I hadn't even talked to those guys until we had our banquet a couple days later. And like, you know, they give out like the seasonal awards and stuff. I got like my letter from my letter jacket and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, you never heard anything then?
No, it was like everything was like back to normal. Like it was like that didn't even happen. Like everybody was just trying to like not even talk about it.
Okay. You said there was another girl there.
I think it was like an older woman. I don't know. I have no idea who it was.
Okay. But she arrived with Carly?
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Did anything happen with those two and any of the boys that were there?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't know.
You didn't witness anything between the two girls and any of the boys there, or hear about anything then?
No.
Okay. Can you think of anything that I didn't ask you that you think I should know? Here's the thing, man. I don't want you to think I don't want you to hold up to think you're trying to get somebody in trouble or.
No, yeah.
Are you?
I don't even talk to any of these people anymore.
Okay. I don't want you to be afraid because I'm asking these questions and you think you're gonna get somebody in trouble or anything. What they've done is already done, set in stone. It's not what you tell me is not gonna make any difference to that.
Yeah.
So I don't want you. You just seem real hesitant. I don't know if there's something you want to tell me or you just are leaving out all these questions I'm asking you. I mean.
Something that
if you don't want to be involved, I understand that too. You've talked to you kind of already know what's going on, but
I mean, one thing that would probably help was that there was a group chat. I don't know if you guys know about that or not. There was like a cross country group chat.
What was it like? What's social media or app was it on?
I think it was Facebook Messenger, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Would Matt be included in that?
I think it was just like the upperclassmen.
Just the senior guys, varsity guys? Okay. Was the stuff talked about then?
I don't know. I wasn't even added to it. I just know that there was one.
Okay.
Alright. I might. Let me check. Oh, that's your phone.
Oh, that's mine. Sorry. I got too many phones.
I doubt it would still be, like, older stuff would still be there, because I've gone through, like, 5 phones. Where's my messenger? Yeah, I don't have anything on here. It might have been on like Kick. I think Kick was like a thing.
Oh, okay.
I just remember it was something other than like Snapchat or Instagram or like your actual text messages.
I got you. Okay. Had you ever heard any rumors about like Chloe and Matt or any kind of like relationship that they had together?
Mm-mm. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Okay. Okay. Was there any that you can recall? Was there any guys that ever hooked up with out at the camp out? Like
Not,
anything happened with one of the guys in Carl? I mean, it's not anything that's gonna get anybody in trouble. I'm just
not that I know of.
okay. Do you recall if Hope was there?
I don't know if he was there or not. He might have been, because he was a senior that year, I believe. So he more than likely was.
Okay. Do you recall Matt ever come up to a group of you all and asking about having sex with an older woman? And then there being some type of, I guess basically like rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to go with him?
No, I do not remember that.
Do you think you were asleep by then?
Maybe.
Okay.
Because I don't remember none of that. Like, most of the night I was chilling because it was freezing. I was chilling by the fire or I was either in the camper.
Okay.
So.
And you think that you went to the camper about 9-ish?
Something like that. I don't know. Like, I don't remember any of this, like, sketchy stuff going on. Like, from what I remember, the night was really fun and stuff. And I didn't know, like, all this was going on. And then till, like, this whole story came out.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay. All right. And who have you talked to recently, other than, is there anybody else that you talked to that's been on the team?
It's, like, the only friend that I've had since then. I've played a little bit of softball with, but it's not like he was talking about.
Does he still live in Paris on a, or at
I believe so.
like a horse farm out there?
Yeah.
Okay. You wouldn't have like a contact number for sure?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
The only person I have is.
Okay. What all did to you when he talked?
He had just said that I was probably gonna get talked to. I was just said he didn't disclose anything or anything like that. He'd said that y'all had talked to him, so I was probably gonna get talked to also.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Has anybody else, law enforcement or investigator wise, doesn't have to be in law enforcement, ever talk to you or anything? Try to reach out to you? Have you recently?
No.
Okay.
The only law enforcement that I ever speak to and stuff on a regular basis would be my uncle.
Oh,
but he didn't tell me anything about this or anything like that.
Is he law enforcement in Bourbon County? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is he with the sheriff's department or with the PD?
I think he's just like traffic or something like that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Usually does like security for like the events in town and stuff.
Okay. I think that's all I have, man. I'll stop real quick.
Do you have my phone number? If you ever have any other questions and stuff, you could call me.
Oh, yeah, we'll get that from you. Let's see.
Sorry about my idiot friend.
No, you're good, man. I know all about it. I got a bunch of them, too. All right. All right, go ahead with it. Your phone number.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I'll shoot you. Or, let's see, I can give you mine if you think of anything. Actually, I'll just give you a business card. It's to our office, but if you just let them know you're trying to get a hold of me, you don't even have to tell them what it's about.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Wise. It's W-I-S-E.
Gotcha.
But you can just let them know it's you want to talk to me. You don't have to tell them what it's about. You can pretty much stay anonymous if you want to.
Yeah.
And I'll get back with you as soon as I can. Let's see. End interview 1318. So we'll give give him 15 or so minutes to see if he'll message back. If he doesn't, then the only thing to that is I just ask that you don't text him back if he does.
Yeah.
9 o'clock tonight or something like that. Just hold off, let me know, and then we'll try to set something else up to try to get you to respond. It may take us a little while to do it or get out kind of what we're trying to ask, but
yeah,
it's kind of the only way we'll do it there. The way we were thinking it, just text him, hey Matt, tell him I guess just tell it it's good.
Yeah.
That way we know it's Matt that's going to respond. He knows it's you. The only way we could think of is just asking back, hey, I wanted to talk to you about coming back to your gym, and see what he says from there.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds good. Do you have him saved in your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. That way we may end up doing screenshots. That way we can show that it's Matt at the top up there. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
And you texted me, I guess that night after. You said you remembered a time.
Yes.
Okay. What was that? Can you explain to me kind of that one a little bit?
Yeah. Let me think. Let me look at what I told you here.
I think you're at YMCA, I believe.
Yeah. I believe it was the Beaumont YMCA in Lexington, I think. And he was there watching his children swim, and I was there because my younger siblings also swam on the same swim team. Yeah, I was like, well, I knew my phone didn't make that noise, but I was still like, oh my god, what is that? And so he pulled me, and we went and worked out at the gym. And then he was like, let's go outside. And I remember going outside, and he marked my mom's car back window was dirty, and so he wrote wash me, I'm dirty, or something like that on the back of it. And then we went into this other little, I guess it's part of the YMCA, but I think it's a separate building. It wasn't I remember it being a wooden building, I think. And I remember we were making out, and we didn't have sex.
Okay. What happened afterwards?
I believe we just went inside back to the swim meet and just pretended everything was normal.
Okay. Matt's not a very tall guy, is he?
No.
I think he's 5'7".
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if he's married?
I believe so, but
I think we may already talked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said he was married. You said his wife. You talked about his wife last time, I think.
Yeah. I think they are in the process of getting a divorce, is a rumor that I heard.
Oh, okay.
And they listed their house for sale. So.
Okay. Have you heard why they're getting a divorce?
I believe, from what I heard, which who knows how true this is that he cheated on her, which I definitely believe is true. But I don't know if that's the main reason, or if there's other things.
She's the same wife that he's only ever had one wife. Is that right? He's not been remarried or anything. So okay.
He said, "Awesome. Would love to have you back in Paris."
Okay. Let's see.
I can say, no, I'm not back. I still live in Georgetown, but my office is working a lot in Bourbon County, and so I'm there every week.
Okay.
He said,
Yes.
I'll be here tonight 5 to 7, then tomorrow 4:30 to 9:30.
Okay. That's what you said there will be fine.
Okay.
What we'll eventually try to work towards is, it's kind of hard to explain. So we kind of want to work to like, hey, so am I going to have the same special benefits that I did back in high school or something of that sort, if that makes sense, okay? We're just trying to get to where we get to him talking about what happened when you were in high school, if that makes sense, all right?
Yeah.
So we'll try to work to that way. But like, what you said there works good. That's kind of a... Did you all ever have like a kind of a name for it, code for it, or anything like that? Or it just kind of happened?
It just kind of happened.
Okay. I know sometimes people have little words that they call it, I guess, to say, other than just flat out calling it sex.
Yeah.
They'll, especially in that situation, he may have had a different kind of word that he would use, or...
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
I said, no, I'm not back in Paris. My office is helping out Bourbon County because they're so short staffed, so I'm there a couple days a week.
Okay, perfect. Does he know you're a social worker?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, you said he was good friends with your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that like family friends, or how do you all, just because you all grew up in Bourbon County, you know him, or?
Yeah, I guess like I know him like through the like community, and like him and my mom like were like kind of friends.
Okay. Do they still speak a lot?
No, I recently told my mom about, I guess, what happened back then.
Oh, okay. That was going to be my next question. I know you said that you hadn't told her.
Yeah.
What was her reaction?
She was shocked. I guess she was just trying to figure out, like, what happened, where, when, how, that kind of stuff. And she feels like betrayed by Matt. He said, "Gotcha, what days are you in Paris, or does it mix around?"
I would just say it
just depends.
Yeah,
it's not really a set schedule.
Yeah.
So how many like investigations do you keep at a time?
Trying to think. Right now, probably have like 5 that I'm actual working on. But probably total there's like 25 that are still open, but it's either in court just waiting on that to get done, or there's not really any leads, but it's still kind of open in my folder kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's more or less basically like 5 or so that you're kind of actively working on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know I told you 2 weeks, and then I realized I was like, it's a little bit longer than 2 weeks than what I had told you. But I talked a little bit, and then I started thinking, I was like, I don't really want a whole lot of people to know. So we kind of started talking about the other detectives. We kind of brainstormed, I guess, a little bit. So we started talking about maybe we should try to do something like this to see if it works before we go any further, because once it gets out or we go and talk to him, you might as well forget that he'll even try to talk to you. So that
because like after I told my mom, she was like, we need to go tell the school, and I'm like, no we don't.
Yeah.
Which, and I understand why, but at the same time, like, that's just gonna create red flags.
Yeah, if the school opened an investigation or anything like that, it would completely mess it up. He would know that the thing, like, everything. I mean, after this, if it doesn't seem like he's going to say anything, we probably will. I mean, or we may may hold off and try to talk to his wife, or current wife, I guess. Kind of want to talk to her as well. It may actually help that they're getting divorced. She may kind of be able to tell us a lot more.
Yeah.
Do you think she would remember the incident at the gym?
I think so, yeah.
Do you remember around about when that? I think you did tell me that, actually.
It was, I believe, towards the end of the school year, right before summer. And I know there have been times where, like, it's never been like that, where she's, like, been suspicious, like, that out loud. But I know, like, she's gotten upset at my, like, at me just being around them.
Did you say you were engaged?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your fiance's name?
Robert.
Is he kind of aware of everything?
Yeah, he knows what's going on.
Okay.
He said, gotcha. Well, I'm typically here 4:30 to 8, then I'm back 5 to 7 Monday through Thursday. But as always, you can use a code to get in the doors. Can come when it's best for you.
Okay.
Should I say, like, I enjoy coming when you're there?
Yeah, let's try that. You've talked to him more than I have, so you kind of know.
Yeah.
If he responds to that, we may go ahead and just ask him, hey, kind of be blunt with it, really, but
I put a winky emoji. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah, he's kind of that, like, flirtatious stuff. Like I said, you've talked to me more than I have, so trying to hint around it a little bit, so we'll see what he says. When was the last time y'all saw each other in person? I know you say you talked to him in January, or text in January, but
there may have been a time where I've run into him in person, but I don't remember specifically.
Just in passing?
Yeah. He just sent the thumbs up emoji.
Okay. I guess just put out, you're curious. Curious if you'll. I don't know where that before. I guess the same. Like curious if you have the same benefits like you did, or special benefits like you did when you were in high school. I guess trying to hint around that way. Do you think I might get the special benefits like I did in high school, or something of that nature?
Can I lie to him?
What do you mean? Like what?
Like try and play like I'm not engaged anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, leading him towards anything is got nothing to do with what we're trying to go after. That's what has happened in the past. So we're not trying to get him to commit any other crimes now. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell him that.
Okay. Let me do something real quick.
You change your Facebook.
Yeah.
I got you.
We're not friends, but just in case.
Yeah. Or you can make your profile, I guess, private, where I guess only I don't know how to do it. How only your friends can see any of your personal information, but
Yeah, it can only see where I go to school.
yeah, you can kind of change all that. I think that's how a lot of ours are set up. You can't really see anything unless you're actual
Yeah.
friends with me. Would you say you all like had sex more like out at that farm, or was it more at his house or at the gym, or just kind of?
The farm was only 2 times, and it was the initial encounter.
Okay.
And then the second bonfire with the boys cross country team.
Okay.
But it mostly was at the gym and at his house.
Okay, good. Okay, that's us. Well, I assumed it was probably more at the gym. That's why I was saying like the special benefits, or if you got a better way to word it, that's perfectly fine. We're just trying to get that across. Like,
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. Like.
I was gonna say I'm no longer engaged, and should I say I just miss you?
Yeah, you could say that. Megan.
Oh my god, he sat in with me on a CAC with the shittiest fucking kids. I hate those motherfuckers. I hate them.
The kids or him?
The kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he used to be a Cynthiana police officer. That's how I know him. When I worked the road over in Harrison County, we always went to calls and hung out together. He's got a little limp to him.
And then he sent these, when are you thinking, before work or after, maybe during some lunch breaks. I said I was thinking probably before work and showering at the gym.
Do you all go out of Scott County much, like social worker wise? I know I've talked to a bunch recently that were not from the counties that we cover too. I guess everybody's kind of short-staffed, but
yeah. Well, we mostly work in Scott County, but like for a little bit, Bourbon County only had 2 workers, and so we still are covering their. He's calling me.
I've got a way to work that. Hold on, just don't answer. We'll call him back.
Okay.
I've got a way to record that. I thought he might actually try that, so we just won't answer. Just tell him you had to. Call him back here.
Okay.
Do that. Because I know on speakerphone people can kind of tell it, so it kind of misses. This way you don't have to have him on speakerphone.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to talk to him. If you don't want to talk to him, just tell me. We don't have to do that.
No, I don't care. We can.
Obviously, you won't be able to like stop and pause and ask
think
me
about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So just kind of, you've been doing good anyway. So obviously, you know the kind of goal. We're kind of getting him to talk about what happened in the past. So if it doesn't seem like he'll come off of it, don't pressure him. We'll just leave it at that. If we think, so you can put that in your ear, and when you put your phone up to it, it'll record through my recorder.
Where do I need to put my phone?
You can put it right up to your ear, at the same ear that's in.
Okay.
And it'll go through it and listen that way.
You want me to go ahead and call?
Yeah, you can go ahead and call.
Hey, nothing. Sorry I missed your call. I was in the bathroom. Yeah. No, you're good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you at the gym or are you at home? Oh, I didn't know she moved. Is she liking it? Oh, really? That's funny. I thought she was dating that guy, like the one that lived like a couple hours away or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that was hard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I broke it off. I just wasn't happy anymore. Yeah, just kind of wasted money on the wedding. It was gonna be in October. Yeah. Oh yeah, we paid down all the deposits and we're not getting anything back. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit since, I guess, we separated, and I'm just, just lonely. Yeah, I've been to a gym here, but I just like working out with you. Yeah. Usually 8, but some days I do like a hybrid so I can work from home. So those days I can do like whatever. Mhm. Yeah. 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 I'll probably end up driving to Paris just to see Mom. She's doing good. I don't know, just living life. We're going to New York in November. My little sisters are in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and we're going to watch them. Yeah, they're doing like the color guard. Yeah. They're 8th graders. I think I'm really busy, I guess, this next week and a half. So maybe beginning of October, honestly. But I'll probably start doing just like some little things at home before then. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not very like hardcore or anything, but like I'll take my dogs on a walk. Like just like a little 10-minute walk around the neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah, I've been drinking like 140 ounces of water, and I've been eating like a lot of like chicken and vegetables, but it kind of gets boring. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Well, I remember like having like sweet potatoes at your house for the first time in like high school, and oh, they were so. I mean, I've never never have made them like the same way that you did. Oh my gosh, yes. They were so good. Yeah. 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 I'm definitely addicted to sweets. Yep. Oh, yeah. No. No, can't help it. Love the devil. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I live, like, right off of... on the left. Yeah, and they have, like, a good little, like... it's, like, a good walking neighborhood. It's pretty flat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fat Cats is probably, like, a mile away. Oh, yeah. I mean, I can walk there. I don't know if I can walk back. That's the problem. I also saw that you... Huh? No, 22. I don't know. Nope, I'm just 22. Yep. Yeah. I saw that you all are selling your house. Where are you all moving to? Oh, really? Yeah, I remember, like, you always talked about, like, modifying, like, a camper van and, like, living in that. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. 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 Yeah, well, you know, now that you all aren't together anymore, maybe when I get in shape. Oh, yeah? I like to think about that. Yeah, you know, it's really funny. You know, sometimes I still, like, think about you like that. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe after. Yeah, I've been doing it off and on, I guess. Just, my counselor's been helping with just, I guess, like, helping me be motivated to, like, lose weight. Yeah. Uh-uh. Oh, okay, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, I need, like, a practicum, so that would be perfect. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I think, like, to get where she's at, you have to do, like, you have to, I don't know, take, like, a giant test and then study under, like, a therapist for, like, 2 years. It's, like, a lot. Yeah. I don't know about, like, huh? Oh, that's good. Yeah, well, I know with, like, my job, it's, like, at least what I do in this job, it's, like, really unpredictable, and my schedule can change, like, within 5 minutes, and I have to drop everything that I'm doing and go run out and do something else. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the chaos, but sometimes it can be a little much whenever it's just chaos after chaos after chaos. Are you typing? Oh, it sounded like you were on a computer. Oh, you're upstairs? Yeah. I remember upstairs. Oh, yeah. I think I've cried up there. I think I've done a lot of stuff up there. Good times. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Who was it? Oh. Mhm. No. Rebecca's high school sweetheart. Mhm. Oh. I don't think what we did was stupid. I know, but now that you all, maybe after the divorce gets finalized and I get more in shape. Mhm. Yeah. 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 Well, I promise you I'm already fucked up. I'm pretty. You don't have to. It's okay. I'm I'm right there in the same boat with you. Mhm. Yeah. Well, you gotta make sure that you don't get any STDs. Or any more kids. Dang, yeah. Yeah, I remember whenever I was like super scared about that. That was horrible. And like my period was late and oh my god, that was horrible. Yeah. And then all the boys called me Mama, and that was ridiculous. Yeah. I think it was like and all of them. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. They did? Ugh. So, I mean, I know you have kids, but like, God. Yeah. He's almost there. God. I'll take some 20s. I'll do some dirty stuff for those. Like my work schedule. Yeah, well, I have like set hours from 8 to 4:30. But I can get overtime if like pretty much any time, or if I want it, I can get overtime. But I've gotten plenty of necessary overtime that I don't need any. Yeah. No. No, it is so shitty. No, the thing at Walmart, like, I didn't work full time, so like I don't know how much it like cost, like what like full time pay would look like. But I mean, this is the most money I've ever made at a job, but it's, I mean, I like to spend. Oh, no, I like the material things. Don't judge me for this, but I've been like really into those, like, it's called like the wand, and it's like a vibrator, and they have like a couple different sizes, and I love it, and they're so expensive. Like the really nice ones are like $500. I don't have one of those, but I have like a $100 one, or like a $200 one, and then I have like some like cheap ones. Yeah, you kind of put me down that path. No. No, quite pleasurable one. Yeah. Um, I mean, I could come in the mornings, but I feel like I need to, like, mentally prepare myself for, like, being back in the gym and, like, building up to that, so I don't, like, feel like a dumbass when I go in. Mhm. Mhm. Alrighty. It was good talking to you. I really have missed you. Yeah, this weekend you want to? Yeah, I think I'm going to a concert on Sunday, but I'm free pretty much Saturday. As far as I know. My mom might have other plans. Oh, are you still coaching? Oh, are you still liking it? Kind. Oh, you gotta coach till he's a senior. Yeah. Yeah. It's not as good as when I was on the team. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, that's crazy. Yeah. Mhm. And it takes up all your weekend. God. Yeah. 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 Well, you better not have anyone like me on your team. We were special. I know. I would be so jealous. I'd be so pissed. Good. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Alright, I'll talk to you. Bye. Damn, I'm good. Sorry. I hope you don't have any. I don't have any earbuds on this thing.
That's alright. You're the first one to use it, so.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
Alright. So I couldn't hear anything, so I don't know what all actually he said. Did he say anything to the sorts of anything that happened in the past?
I mean, I would try and make like little comments and he would kind of say like, oh yeah, like those were great, but wouldn't really say like what was great.
Yeah. That's what I thought from there. Okay. Was he wanting to meet Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to tell you. I was trying to say, like, you can just tell him you'll let him know, like, you don't have to meet him at all, so.
Yeah. I did good, didn't I? Wow, I'm like proud of myself.
It was not bad. Yeah, I'd say we could probably leave it at that for now. I'll go back and I'll review, like, listen to what he says to see if what he says is probably enough. And we'll double check. But I'd say, I mean, if we need to, we'll try to set maybe another phone call up or something, or maybe just text him or something. But if he's kind of referring to some of the stuff a little bit, that may be enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. But yeah, you were right. You did good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you kept a good conversation going the whole
Yeah.
time. I think I didn't look to see how long it was, but it was probably 15.
Yeah, I think it was like 20
maybe
something.
15 or 20 minutes long. So yeah.
Let's see.
And it didn't sound like he suspected anything. So.
Yeah, 25 minutes.
Nothing out of the ordinary there.
No.
Alright.
I could be a detective. No, I'm just.
Well, you kind of do. You all have your own. You do your own separate investigation on that kind of stuff. So.
A little different, but.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any questions or anything?
So what if like he's like blowing my phone up because he wants to meet?
You're just gonna have to ignore him. I mean, I can try to meet with you so that I'm here.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to go down that road of like meeting, I'd have to get up with our street level guy.
Yeah.
And we'll set you up with like a camera, or we've got like key fobs that look like.
Okay.
They look like key fobs, basically, but they're actual recorders.
Oh.
So you just you can hold them in your hand and talk. You know. Like most people do. You can keep it in your pocket. I think they pick up too, but. He's got like button cameras. It looks like a little button, but it's actually a little camera. He can throw it inside of one of your hoodies in no time, kind of thing. So if we want to go down that route, if we think that, but obviously we just don't want to put you in any kind of position that you wouldn't want to be in.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want to be around him, then we understand we're not going to go that far. So.
I know like right now, I don't think I want to, but I wouldn't like cross that off like as a possibility.
Yeah, I didn't. Doing as much as you've done now is more than most people will do, especially so. It helps at least. It sounded like he kind of referred to some of it a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think I'll go back and listen to it and see if maybe just doing another phone call might get more out of him, but we'll see.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right.
Alrighty.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah. And if he, like you said, if he does message you, call you, just ignore it unless you feel like it's something that he's gonna like
catch on or
get like you think he's gonna give something up, like just because like he sends some weird sexual text.
Yeah.
You're like, this kind of could be. Then let me know. I'll try to get up with you.
Okay.
Somewhere and see what we get from that.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, and controlled call and messaging at 17:20.
Go ahead and call.
Yeah, you can go ahead and call.
Hey, nothing. Sorry I missed your call. I was in the bathroom. Yeah. No, you're good. Oh, yeah. Are you at the gym or are you at home? Oh, I didn't know she moved. Is she liking it? Oh, really? That's funny. I thought she was dating that guy, like the one that lived like a couple hours away or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that was hard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I broke it off. I just wasn't happy anymore. Yeah, just kind of wasted money on the wedding. It was gonna be in October. Yeah. Oh yeah, we paid down all the deposits and we're not getting anything back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit since, I guess, we separated, and I'm just, you know, just lonely. Yeah, I've been to a gym here, but I just like working out with you. Yeah. Usually 8, but some days I do like a hybrid so I can work from home. So those days I can do like whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably end up driving to Paris just to see Mom. She's doing good. I don't know, just living life. We're going to New York in November. My little sisters are in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and we're going to watch them. Yeah, they're doing like the color guard. Yeah. They're 8th graders.
Well, when do you want to get started?
I think I'm really busy, I guess, this next week and a half. So maybe beginning of October, honestly. But I'll probably start doing just like some little things at home before then.
Okay. Yeah, just start doing some little stuff, and I would say the weather's really good.
Yeah.
Get out and do like 2 miles, build it up to 2 miles, a walking, jogging kind of combination, and do like a little series of strength, which would be like push-ups, sit-ups, and air squats for like 5 rounds of 10. And take your time getting through them, and it may be all modified. That's okay.
Yeah.
And then as you build on more difficulty movements, and then you add to it that way.
Okay, yeah.
So over the next 2 weeks, just try working on getting some walking in up to 2 miles a day, and then add in some little intermittent jogging here. Like say maybe walk 40 seconds, jog for 20 seconds.
Okay.
And do that until you get 20 minutes or 2 miles worth.
Okay, yeah.
Just give you something that realistic and something that's not going to be overwhelming and make you hate it. Have you been doing any type of fitness at all?
It's not very like hardcore or anything, but like I'll take my dogs on a walk.
Yeah.
Like just like a little 10-minute walk around the neighborhood.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's better than nothing. That is really good, and that's what you need to do. Start simple and just add to it. What let's see, health-wise, are you doing pretty good?
Yeah, I've been drinking like 140 ounces of water, and
wow, great.
I've been eating like a lot of like chicken and vegetables, but it kind of gets boring.
It does. You just got to really stay with your vegetables for sure, though. Yeah. Just kind of mess with your vegetables and your meats with seasonings, such as all your spices. Any spice you want to kind of combine with it to make it different, whether it be kind of a more garlic or more onions or something that's more sweet, things like that, or something that's more hot, like cayenne pepper and all that good jazz.
Yeah. Well, I remember like having like sweet potatoes at your house for the first time, like high school, and they were so. I mean, I've never have made them like the same way that you did.
Really?
Oh my gosh, yes, they were so good.
Well, we'll get to where we can start cooking again and doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
It is a sacrifice. It's time. It's what gets you the most.
Yeah.
Because that takes time.
Yeah. I'm definitely addicted to sweets.
That's what we have to quit. Sugar is our biggest enemy. So if you look at it that way, is sugar being the devil, we'll be all right.
No, can't have it. Love the devil.
Yeah, I know it. It's like you love being on the side of the fence. It's like it's so much more fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see what else. And where about Georgetown do you live?
I live like right off of.
Okay. They're on the left as you go in, or the right?
On the left.
Yeah, because there's like where they're doing all the buildings or all the build up and everything.
Yeah, and they have like a good little it's like a good walking neighborhood. It's pretty flat.
Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You're close enough to Fat Cats, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fat Cats is probably like a mile away.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, you can that's where you go and you get a little personal pan or go meet a friend and do that. But walk to it.
I mean, I can walk there. I don't know if I can walk back. That's the problem.
You're not supposed to have beer with it. No.
I also saw that you. Huh?
How young are you now? Are you 24, 23?
No, 22.
Golly, it just felt like you're older though.
I don't know. No, I'm just 22.
22. Well, you're legal drinking wise now, so you can have some fun without getting in trouble.
Yep. Yeah. I saw that you all are selling your house. Where are you all moving to?
We don't have really a location yet. We're sort of seeing what the house will bring.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like you always talked about like modifying like a camper van and like living in that.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I'm looking at.
Oh, really?
Well, it might happen, but right now I'm actually gonna, because we're going through something else too. We're going through a big divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, it's okay. I've done my fair share of stupid stuff, so there we go. And 2 years ago, she did too. So it's kind of like, and neither one of us knew what the other one was doing. We just took it out on each other that way, and it wasn't fair. So we both were a little reckless, a little careless, and selfish at the same time. So
yeah, well, you know, now that you all aren't together anymore, maybe when I get in shape.
There's nothing off the table.
Oh yeah. I like to think about that.
So, yep, that would be fun.
Yeah, you know what's really funny?
What's that?
You know, sometimes I still like think about you like that.
No.
Huh?
Well, I said, well.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe after.
I mean, what are you? I mean, you're in counseling now, right?
Yeah, I've been doing it off and on. I guess just my counselor's been helping with just, I guess, like helping me be motivated to like lose weight.
Gotcha. But you're doing like social work, is that right?
Yeah.
Have you talked to Stephanie Toadvine? Because she used to do the exact same thing here in Paris as well. Now she opened up her own office here in Paris and is doing really well with it. It's called Evolution Counseling.
Oh, okay, that's awesome.
So what I would like to do is just see if just get you hooked up where you could do some part-time work with her, if you're able to. I don't know what you have to be certified for or with.
Well, I need like a practicum, so that would be perfect.
Yeah. She might. So I will take you right on in and under her umbrella, and you work with her company. And it is right here in Paris. And you can do it part-time to get started, see if you like it. Because that's what she started off of where you're at, and I think she advanced up to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, to get where she's at, you have to do, like, you have to, I don't know, take, like, a giant test and then study under, like, a therapist for, like, 2 years. It's, like, a lot.
Wow. Well, it's not, I mean, it'd be worth it if it pays well. I don't know what the pay's like, but I'm assuming it's good.
Yeah. I don't know
She
about,
talks a lot better.
Huh?
She talks about it. She likes it a lot better.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, well, I know with, like, my job, it's, like, at least what I do in this job, it's, like, really unpredictable, and my schedule can change, like, within 5 minutes, and I have to drop everything that I'm doing and go run out and do something else.
I got you. Yeah, and I get that. That's why, well, that's tough, though, because it doesn't let you any consistency, and that makes it really tough. At least for a person like me. I like to be, here's my schedule, here's what's from this time and this time. I'm just a little OCD, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like the chaos, but sometimes it can be a little much whenever it's just chaos after chaos after chaos.
Yeah.
Are you typing?
No, it was Bella or Sprout when I'm shaking their head and their ears flapping.
Oh, it sounded like you were on a computer.
No. But I am getting ready to go downstairs and harass everybody.
Oh, you're upstairs?
Yeah, I'm upstairs right now, but I'm supposed to be on the floor here in a minute. Where I was.
I remember upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, good old times.
Oh, yeah. I think I've cried up there. I think I've done a lot of stuff up there.
Yeah.
Good times.
It is. It has been. It's been some good times. Yeah. He's tearing up the bed. He's like, because I'd have a little bed up here too, because this is where I typically stay now.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's not bad. We're not mad, but we're hurt.
Yeah.
And we're both just dealing with that hurt and accepting it, and so learning to love each other through that versus hate each other, you know?
Yeah.
And it was hard because, like, I ran into the guy that she was running off with.
Who was it?
Last night. It's her old high school sweetheart. And the hardest part isn't that she ran off with him, and it really isn't that she had whatever happened. No, come here. Come. Hey, come here. Come here. Nope, come. Yeah. Oh, come. Hey, get over here. Get over here. Change for what? Maybe. Let me see what I have. Okay, I'll write it down. Stop, guys. Stop us. If someone's changed for 100. No, I think I might. But anyway, that was I forget what I was even talking about now, so I'm distracted.
Rebecca's high school sweetheart.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't the fact that she did run off and they did their thing or whatever, but it was more the fact that she only came back because he denied her.
Oh.
And I didn't find that out till later, and it's I gotta get over that because I've done plenty of stupid stuff along the way, so you know.
I don't think what we did was stupid.
No, but you know what I mean.
I know, but
I know.
Maybe after the divorce gets finalized and I get more in shape.
Well, I'd be more than happy to. Okay. I'm in a funky place though mentally, so I don't want to take advantage of anybody or be one of those mind fucks, you know, like where I just drop someone because I just can't deal with life.
Yeah.
And that's really where I'm at, and it's not a bad thing. It's just I'm trying to get to a good place, and I just don't want to mess someone else up in the process.
Well, I promise you, I'm already fucked up.
Okay. Well, then, true. Not true, but I see what you're saying, and I appreciate that. Cause it's one of those things. I just don't want to hurt somebody else in the process. I really don't.
It's okay. I'm right there in the same boat with you.
And I probably just want to be just more forthcoming in what I really like and what I do want. And to be honest, it's going to sound sad. It's going to sound awful, but I don't think I was meant to be married. I think it was great that I had kids, but honestly, I think I like that part of my life way too much, and that's the part I want to jump into. And I just don't know how to deal with it yet,
Yeah, well, you gotta make sure that you don't get any STDs.
No, I won't do that.
Or any more kids.
No, I don't have to worry about any more kids. So I got that fixed about 5 years ago? No, 10 years ago. Yeah, I had a vasectomy 10 years ago.
Dang, yeah. Yeah, I remember whenever I was, like, super scared about that.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
Yep.
And, like, my period was late, and oh my God, that was horrible.
I don't know. Crazy things.
Yeah. And then all the boys called me mama, and that was ridiculous.
Oh, that's boys. Boys are mean.
Yeah. I think it was like and all of them.
Yeah. They were actually, heck, has another kid on the way, I think.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think. I have to double check because Robert and I were talking the other day about it.
Oh my God, that sounds horrible.
Well, I think he won it. I think they won another one.
They did?
I think so. Who knows?
Oh. So, I mean, I know you have kids, but like, God.
Well, mine are almost grown. I'm going to be a freshman next year, so he's well on his way.
Yeah. He's almost there. God.
90. I mean, getting just one, so 3, so okay. 90. 2, 3, 4. There you go. That works. Trade out some 20s. You want 10s instead, or you like 20s? Oh, that's fine. Okay.
I'll take some 20s.
All right.
I'll do some dirty stuff for those.
Hey, you're welcome, buddy. You too. How'd you feel with your workout with that, doing the skills test?
Yeah, I think another week will do it. I mean,
good.
That's a little blow myself out right now. Like you said.
Yeah. No, I understand. Just a little bit of time. See you, buddy. Well, what's your schedule like?
Like my work schedule?
Oh, you said it's a little bit all over the place, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I have like set hours from 8 to 4:30. But I can get overtime if like pretty much any time, or if I want it, I can get overtime. But I've gotten plenty of necessary overtime that I don't need any.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you have? I mean, is it a pretty good career, like a pay wise?
No, it's so shitty.
Should you be making more at Walmart?
No, the thing
really,
at Walmart, like, I didn't work full time, so like I don't know how much it like cost, like what like full time pay would look like. But I mean, this is the most money I've ever made at a job, but I like to spend.
Gotcha. So we gotta keep that down.
Oh no, I like the material things.
So what's your buying hobby or bad habit?
Don't judge me for this, but I've been like really into those, like, it's called like the wand, and it's like a vibrator, and they have like a couple different sizes, and I love it, and they're so expensive.
Like how much?
Like the really nice ones are like $500. I don't have one of those, but I have like a $100 one, or like a $200 one, and then I have like some like cheap ones.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is expensive.
Yeah, you kind of put me down that path.
Well, was it a bad one?
No.
Okay.
No, quite pleasurable one.
Well, Good. Well, hey, I'm going to hop off here, but what, so you say you won't be able to start until October, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Even in the mornings you're real busy?
I mean, I could come in the mornings, but I feel like I need to, like, mentally prepare myself for, like, being back in the gym and, like,
Gotcha.
building up to that so I don't, like, feel like a dumbass when I go in.
Gotcha. Well, I'd say, like we said, I talked earlier, 2 weeks in of walking and getting in a couple of miles and doing a basic just strength routine. And then you'll be ready to start here in a couple weeks going at it full force.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
It was good talking to you. I really have missed you.
I know, I missed you too. So let's catch up. And maybe this weekend if you're free.
Yeah, this weekend you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to a concert on Sunday, but I'm free pretty much Saturday.
Okay.
As far as I know. My mom might have other plans.
I got you. Well, let's shoot for that. And maybe, I know we have a cross-country meet Saturday.
Are you still coaching?
Yes.
Are you still liking it?
Kind of. The only reason I coach this year is because I coach one more year.
You got to coach till he's a senior.
I want to, but also I'm tired of all the stuff we do. Like fundraising, the mowing, the big meets. It's like it's become way more than just coaching.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not as good as when I was on the team.
No, not even close. Not even close. Even though we have some super talented kids, it's not that. It's that it's just gotten to the point where we're more managers of meets versus coaching and maintaining the field, maintaining property to have that practice field. Well, we only practice on one day, twice a month.
Oh, wow.
But we have four major races on it this year.
Oh my gosh.
Like last year we had 8, like 3 national races and 1 United States junior nationals race.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Oh, it was busy. And we're just tired. I'm tired of doing that. Even though this year we're only doing 2 big races outside of our school stuff, it's just still overwhelming. So
it takes up all your weekend.
It takes up everything. Like if we're not mowing it, we're coaching. If we're not coaching, we're organizing. If I'm not organizing, I'm going to the school, putting in POs. Not putting POs in, I'm calling to order this or get this set up, get that set up, or pick up this. It's 20 hours a week of just coaching. Well, the whole thing. And I could have made a lot more the last 10 years doing something different. Anything. Yeah. Instead, I spend money and it's lost its attraction to me, I guess.
Yeah.
It's nothing bad. It's just what it is.
Yeah. Well, you better not have anyone like me on your team.
No.
You're special.
I know. 100%.
I know. I would be so jealous. I'd be so pissed.
No, you won't have to worry about any of that.
Good.
Well, let's stay in touch tomorrow or Saturday and go from there. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Talk to you soon, okay?
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Damn, I'm good. Sorry.
This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, September 28, 2022 at 20:25 hours. This will be a attempted control phone call with Matt Perraut, and we'll be at the Georgetown Police Department.
Oh, I get the black ones today. Or do I always get that?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh.
For some reason, I found out that I can have to use actual headphones to be able to hear you. I can't use a black one. It won't work. I don't know.
Can you hear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hi, you've reached Matt with Extreme Fitness. Please leave me a message.
At the tone, please record your message.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. It sent me to voicemail, and I was like, oh my gosh, I called 4 minutes before 8:30, and he is still busy.
But no, we have, I'm still in front of everybody. I just walked outside.
Oh, where are you?
At the gym, this cross-country team just got back from running. Actually, well, what happened was we're done at 7:45 or 8, and then so the boys all went for a long run after.
Oh,
they just all got back.
They're a lot better runners than I was. I think I did maybe like half the run I was supposed to, and I definitely just people watched and walked. Yeah, that sounds.
That's all right. You still did it though.
So yeah, you know, I completed what 6 years of it. So yeah, I put my time in. Ooh.
Oh.
I've
My balls are bugging me. I've mowed all day today. We got dust in my eyes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are you still mowing that? I guess farm. Like, was it on the bypass or?
I mow the farm across the road, and I mow cross country field and cross country course, and then I have the place where I'm going to be staying. It's 4 acres. I got to mow there, and I actually have 10 yards I take care of.
Oh, where are you staying at?
Well, I'm getting it ready. I'm not staying there yet because I don't have water hooked up to it.
Oh.
It'll be here in Paris. It's a house. It's right there in front of Windermere.
I'm trying to think, where is that?
Windermere?
Yeah.
It's a subdivision on the far side of town. I'm going close to North Milltown Road.
Okay. I feel like if I saw it, I know where it was.
You drive up a steep hill, drive entrance to get to the
okay. And you're gonna have a couple acres out there?
Well, it's just I take care of the 4 acres. He's gonna make it an Airbnb, so I'll constantly have people, I guess, there.
That'll be fun.
Yep. Hey, Brian, are you out of here? Get you some rest. Where's? How is he? All right, you okay? All right. What'd you forget this time? What'd you forget? You forgot something. You got pee? He's not answering me.
So are you doing like D&D now? Dungeons and Dragons?
I'm getting ready. I've been playing it since I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just kept it, just didn't talk about it.
Yeah. You did not?
We played as kids, and I played up through college, and then we didn't play forever, and I got back into it a few years back. It kind of fizzled out. Now we're back into it. I've been playing December.
Yeah. Well, do you play with like I guess people your age, or is it like, do you play with like?
No, I play with it's all people my age and stuff.
Okay. Do y'all dress up too?
Yeah, we play every Wednesday and Sunday.
Oh, dang.
We get on Discord, and we also have a Roll20, which is a map that we get online.
Oh, okay.
The Dungeon Master kind of goes through the details and tells the story and puts the characters we fight out there on that. So.
Yeah, I think like I'm trying to get into D&D because of like Stranger Things, but I just couldn't do it.
You have to be imaginary. You have to really put your mind out there.
Yeah.
Be patient. It's a very slow, patient game.
Yeah.
You just have to wait and listen to everybody else. It's best when there's only a handful of people. It's when you get above 6 or 7, it's not fun. It takes forever to get back to your turn, and it's like, oh my gosh, we just spent 3 hours to play 10 minutes. Like,
yeah.
To get through one fight scene, and that was it. And we barely got through it.
Yeah, I've been doing really good at my like at-home gym workout, so I'm pretty impressed with myself. I've been doing like a mile and a half every night. I mean, it's not fast by any means, but I'm getting up there.
But you're doing, that's the important part.
Yeah. Do you have, I guess, any other just little things I can do? I mean, I sit in my office all day.
Work on planks.
Oh God.
Plank, that core strength. work on leg strength big time, like as in lunges and squats, like full range. But we're not doing a ton. Like I'm talking just 2 sets of 10, but where your butt gets low. And
just like deep.
Touches the your knee touches the ground.
Oh God.
So the big key is not reps. It's quality range of motion.
Okay, yeah.
So if you can do that, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I feel like I'd put my ass out of place doing that.
No.
It feels like it.
It will hurt. It'll be uncomfortable, but use something to hold on to if you have it, like a countertop.
Oh yeah.
Side of a couch. So when you do your squat, you're really working that depth versus reps. Like,
yeah.
I'm serious, 2 sets of 10.
Okay. And, that sounds manageable.
And do a plank for a minute, and then do 2 sets of 10, and then do a plank for a minute again.
Plank for a minute? I think I can make it 5 seconds, and that's about it.
Go 30 seconds. Go 30.
30?
Yeah, do 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think I might have to push, like, going to the gym back, like, a week, because I got some new cases, and I'm completely swamped, and they all happen to be in Scott County, so
gotcha.
My trips to Paris are very limited right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I still definitely want to go.
All right, we'll get you in here when it's right.
Yeah.
Because then you'll get to where you get aggravated and don't even want to do it. You know, cause,
yeah.
Any type of aggravation makes it kind of not fun.
Yeah.
So I would focus in on just add a little bit to your home workouts, and then when it works out, we'll get you in here.
Yeah, I want to come, but like it's just like my work has just been really too much, and I've just been too lazy to make the drive. So my de-stressor right now is walking my dogs, but it's like a tiny little lap.
It's okay.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to do. I mean, it all pans out really good. Your puppies love it. They need it. And that's your de-stressor, so.
Yeah, well, and I know you're busy tonight, but I know, like, I think whenever we talked, like, a couple weeks ago, and, you know, you were kind of talking about, you know, your divorce, it really got me thinking about you, and I don't know. You know, I just kept thinking about it when I was in school, and Rebecca, you know, may have found us about to have sex, and it just, I don't know, that just makes me worried, like, is she still going to be coming to the gym? Like, I don't know.
I really don't know. I really don't know. It's, we're just kind of going, our relationship is really good. It's better apart. We still kind of put each other first.
Yeah.
On certain things. We make sure we take care of each other and the kids are taken care of.
Yeah.
And we try to limit any type of aggravation. Like if we're mad about something, we get it out now.
Yeah.
Don't hold it in. I used to be really bad about that.
Yeah.
And so our relationship is good and it is close. It's kind of like we see each other probably daily. We talk every day, just about. So it's just one of those things that's just going to take a long time. Unfortunately, it's to kind of get to the really kind of what we are, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I just
go in tomorrow and file the paperwork.
Okay. And
there's a lot going on in my mind. So if I get very what I call silent.
Yeah.
Or quiet, that's why. It's just because I'm just dealing with stuff, and I don't want to hurt anybody in the process of anything.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, it wasn't because of, you know, what happened.
Yeah.
When at the gym.
No. I've done my fair share of stupid stuff.
Yeah. Well, I know, like, I still get anxiety about how, like, you know, she almost caught us. Like, that wasn't, like I still get, like, I have, like, PTSD from it, for real. Well,
things have worked out weird and probably for the best. I don't know. So.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if it's like a guilty conscience or what. I just don't want to feel like I added fuel to the fire.
No. I was in my own little mess. So don't, she has the things that she has done and she's got to own and accept. One day she will. She never will until, I don't know if she ever will. That's up to her.
Yeah.
I gotta remember that. I gotta own my own stuff, what I've done over the years, and the damage that I've done, and accept those things. It's not healthy, what things I've done, so I don't want to go back to them. And I've got to really be careful,
What do you mean?
Well, we're just running around.
Yeah, you don't want any STDs.
Nope, not at all.
Nope, that is not.
That's basically what it was. It wasn't like random Joe Blows I didn't know. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
It was people we all knew and all that jazz, and it just, she didn't know anything about them until I finally decided to tell her, yes, it did happen. And it happened with this person, and this person, when she asked, she wanted to know who. Hey, Bella, come. Hey, Bella, come. I caught her.
Yeah.
And she'll deny that anything ever happened. And I have to live with that. She's never going to admit it, and that's fine. I didn't admit it for years, so I get it.
Yeah. Well, I guess, did you ever...
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Where I had actually caught her and her ex back out together again and all that jazz. So.
Yeah.
And then it is what it was. And I don't want to throw her under the bus because she has to own that, deal with whatever she did.
Yeah, well, I just really wanted to make sure that, because I know she had some weird feelings, and that specific incident was a lot, and I just wanted to make sure that didn't add to it.
No.
Because I don't think she liked me for a long time.
No, I think she just was mad about a lot of things at that time. It wasn't just that. That was just one more thing to throw on top. It wasn't. No, I'll go ahead and tell you that wasn't it.
Yeah, well, I'm very glad. I still think about it vividly, and I'm so glad, that door, it was I don't know, a miracle from God. She didn't open it up and see you eating me out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, that was insane.
Yeah, no, that was crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there were plenty of other times she could have caught us at your house.
I'm sorry.
I said there were plenty of other times she could have caught us at your house, that's for sure.
Hey, I've got to run. I'm sorry. I'll be right back in here.
No, you're good. Go play your Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I gotta get to where he's gonna go up to the house.
Yeah. Well, can we meet for dinner sometime and just, I guess, catch up?
No, for sure.
Yeah, I've really missed you, but my schedule's been pretty busy, so I'll text you. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe sometime next week.
Yeah. No, we good.
Okay. Well, and you better take me out somewhere nice, so.
All right.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, see you.
Bye.
Conclude interview at 20:40 hours. Says Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, October 13th, 2022, 14:05 hours. Be meeting with at the DCBS office in Scott County. How's it going?
Good.
Basically, I'll just start at the top and scroll down.
Yep. Why are you in a different car today?
It's my new one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dang it.
They can't decide what to put me in.
Huh?
They can't decide what to keep me in.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah, it's got a lot more room. I think that's the reason why they wanted to give us more room.
Yeah.
I think that's all I need.
Okay.
You got any questions for me?
I guess so. You still have to talk to a couple people, and then you said that you'll be going to the grand jury or the Commonwealth attorney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've spoken already. So she wants to do instead of doing a complaint warrant through the district court, she wants to go through her office.
Oh, so skip like that.
Yeah,
first
just skip
process?
that whole part.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that'll be what.
Will I need to be present for anything or?
No, they'll send you a subpoena if you ever have to come to anything like that. But for a grand jury, no. It's just me and her usually.
Right.
Is all that is. So.
Okay.
Let's see. I was trying to think if I had any questions for you from after talking to Matt and them. Hey, so for that gym incident, was that the new gym that happened at?
The one with his wife?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was the new gym?
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Because we were talking, and I guess the old gym didn't have showers.
Yeah.
So we were like, well, it's got to be the new gym then. So, and that was in May of 2017. Around about, and that's about when y'all stopped,
that stopped right after that, yeah.
Right after that? Okay. Okay. What was the reasoning behind it stopping? Was he just kind of...
Well, I think she had a lot of suspicions, and I think it was very nerve-wracking, I guess. Like the anxiety was too much. And after that I kind of avoided both of them.
Okay. For your side, the anxiety and stress on your side was too much? Okay. Did you ever write Matt any letters or anything while you were...
So whenever I was a freshman, so it was, I don't remember when this was, but I remembered I wrote him a letter because I wanted the relationship to stop because I couldn't have relationships with people my age, and I gave him a Reese cup with it.
Okay.
And I don't remember anything else, but I just remember that part.
Okay. Did you ever give him any other letters or anything? Writing any letters?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Let's see. Ever make any threats to him or anything like that? That if he told anybody about what was going on,
I mean, I think it was mostly him not threatening, but him being like, you can't tell anyone, because he was the one who was going to get in trouble.
Okay.
So I don't remember ever saying anything like that.
Okay. You ever threaten to harm yourself or anything like that if he said anything or reported anything to anybody?
Not that I remember. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't want to say no because it's been like so long ago,
Yeah.
But I don't.
Does that sound like something you would say?
No. Plus, I feel like, I don't know, like, obviously, I don't think he has any reason to say anything to anyone, so, like, why would I threaten that on him,
Mm-hmm.
But, no, not that I can think of now.
Any reason for him to believe that, like, he wouldn't tell the police because
like
he was
forcing him,
or he was just afraid of what you might do, so that's the reason why he didn't report it to anybody. Was he afraid? Did he seem afraid? So that's
the only thing I can really think of is if he's trying to like blame me, like the only thing that I can think of that he ever was like, don't say anything, was like that first night, because he was like, don't say anything, like I'll run away, or your dad will kill me, or something like that.
Oh, he'll run away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he'll like flee the country or whatever. It was something like, I'm leaving.
Okay. But you never made any threats to him that you would harm yourself or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's all I can think of. Should be good. All right. I'll keep you up to date, though.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. And interview 1415. There. So you work with Scott County?
Yeah.
Socials?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How long have you worked for them?
Since December. So 8 months? I don't know. 8, 9 months, I think.
Okay. Sorry, I got 2.
Nope. I'm right there with you.
8 or 9 months, okay. So did you go to like any college or anything?
Yeah, I graduated from the University of Kentucky with a bachelor's in social work, and I'm currently in school for my master's.
Okay. What's the correct spelling for your first name? Okay. Okay. What's your social? Okay. Have you lived in Scott County very long?
Since December.
Since December? Okay. And then you went to Bourbon County High School then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it just are you the only one that lives here?
No, me and my fiance live here together.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's see. So I guess this all kind of come about. I guess you have a therapist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it kind of just something? Is it not to get too personal, but is that the reason why you have the therapist, or is it just a series of everything?
Yeah, kind of everything.
Okay. So tell me about your time at Bourbon County then. Let's just kind of start there. I understand. I guess is it track and field you were in?
I was in cross country.
Cross country. Any other sports or anything like that?
I did soccer and swim.
Soccer and swimming. Okay. You got a full plate then.
Yeah, had to stay busy.
Yeah. All right. So who was the coach there for your cross country?
Matt Perraut.
Matt Perraut?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have his name, but just to make sure.
Yeah.
Do you know the spelling of it?
Perraut, I believe.
Okay. When did you start cross country in high school?
I started in 7th grade, which was 2012, but I don't believe he was the coach until 2013, my 8th grade year.
Is he like a head coach, assistant coach?
Yes, he's a head coach.
All right. So to start out, how was your all's relationship starting out? Like
When I first started, I remember it being like what felt like normal. He was a very positive person. I was very close with his family as well. I don't know, just I don't know, normal, I guess. I mean, it was definitely very like a coaching relationship.
Okay. How are you close with his family?
He has a daughter that's a couple years younger than me, and him and my parents were family friends. Okay.
So you kind of knew him through his daughters then?
Yeah, and he owns a business in Paris, with a local gym, and so my parents went there and worked out as well.
Okay. So what kind of got it started to where it was more than just a regular coaching relationship?
So my freshman year of high school, there was a camp out. I think I have the date written on here. I can't remember off the top of my head, or maybe thought I did. It was in October. I remember because it was the night before the
It's okay.
The night before the Michael Jackson Thriller Parade in downtown Lexington.
Okay.
I don't know why I remember that, but there was a camp out. It was me and I believe 3 other girls. Me, 3 other girls. My parents were there for a little bit, along with my little brother, and I believe his wife, and then his son was also there for a little bit. But the only people who stayed the night were me, the other girls, including his daughter, and him. And I believe his son might have as well. And his son is way younger than me. And so my parents were, they had brought beer, and so him and my dad were just kind of drinking and just, my dad is a very casual drinker, so he was just doing that. And my parents then left, and so it was me and the other girls and him, and we went to a corn maze, and we were all holding hands. This was at, it's called The Farm at Landworks in Paris, Kentucky. And so we were all holding hands and going through this corn maze, and I was standing beside Matt, and I was holding his hand just because it was dark. We were going through a corn maze. I didn't think anything of it. Someone suggested, like, let's split up into teams, and so it was all the girls and then me and the coach. And so it was me and the coach going through the corn maze, and so we had gotten out, and he was like, let's wait a minute, let's scare the girls. And so he had me sit on his lap and kind of like keep warm. And I was like, okay, whatever, like, this is kind of weird, but you know, whatever. And then whatever, we scare the girls, and we wanted to watch like a movie or something because they had brought like a DVD like portable thing. Mm-hmm. And so we were all laying in one of the tents, and Matt was laying beside me, and he was kind of like rubbing my leg, and I like kind of felt weird, but I was just like, whatever, like, I don't, you know, I was young, I didn't really know what was going on, and I was just like, okay, whatever. And so then, like, the movie player dies, and so we get out and we sit around the fire, and I think he starts, like, telling us scary stories or whatever. And someone suggests we go back in the tent and, like, he just read them to us as we fall asleep. And so I'm sitting on the edge of the tent, or I'm laying in the edge of the tent, and he's laying beside me, reading the stories. And he's kind of propped up on his side almost. Okay. I remember his hand was like rubbing my leg again, and then he went inside my pants and was like rubbing my vagina, and I was like, oh my god, like, what the fuck? And And I just kind of like internalized that. I didn't really say anything, and that went on for a few minutes, and so I guess, I don't know, it's like he woke up or something, and he was like come here, and I'm like frozen, and so he like pulls me outside of the tent. He was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, I don't know. And he's trying to talk to me, and he's like, "I'm so sorry, like I didn't mean to do that. You know, I found you attractive for a really long time, like I'm sorry." And he was like, "Don't tell anyone, don't tell your dad, like he's gonna kill me, I'll run away, I'll leave, like, and, you know, we don't want that, and so like let's just keep it between you and me, like don't tell your friends." And I didn't listen, because I told my friends, like I was a teenage girl, but and so then after that I started like calming down more and just getting like more comfortable, and so then we're talking a little bit more, and he's like, "I've always found you so attractive, like blah 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 blah," just like complimenting me, and so then eventually like we start like making out, like, and I was like a willing participant.
That at the tent, in the tent?
So that was outside of the tent.
Okay.
We had stepped outside, and like gone to the two tents are right here, the fire's right here, we were on the other side.
Okay.
And so we started like making out, and that was going on for a little bit, and then we were just doing that, and I think he had his fingers in my vagina, and then he like carries me over to this picnic table, and he like pulls my pants down and like performs oral sex on me. He had asked if I wanted to have sex, and I didn't, and so we didn't do it, and then it was kind of like almost the morning, and that had gone on for quite a while, and so he just like reiterated, like, "Don't tell anyone, you know, let's just keep this between us, like blah 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 blah." And so then like the next day, like I pretended like nothing happened in the morning, and that's kind of the first initial incident.
Okay. That was, let's see, so your freshman year, which that would have made you how old?
I was 14.
Okay. You said, let's see, it was a camp, but there was was it Michael, you said Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson Thriller Parade.
Okay. So is that same night?
That was the day after.
Okay. The camp out was the day after, or was it?
The Michael Jackson Parade was the day after.
Okay. Usually, I would assume it's a weekend.
Yeah, I think the parade was on a Sunday.
Okay. So what happened? The camp out was on a Saturday then.
Yeah.
Right. Who was the other 3 girls there?
Hold on, I have a picture from it that night. His daughter, whose name is Here's the picture. Her name is, and then a girl named.
Do you know any of this? How like they spell them? Like Hudnall?
I believe so.
Okay. And who else was it?
Her name's. Let me see if I can.
Okay. How close of friends were you with them?
I wasn't very close with them. They were just girls on the team. They were also a couple years younger than me. I was the oldest one there. I believe they were probably in 7th grade. 6th or 7th, I believe.
So, which friends did you tell about?
So I told a girl, I told her what happened the day after it happened. Yeah.
Do you know where he lives or anything?
I don't know where she lives. I do have her phone number.
Okay.
If you want that.
Yeah, that'll work. Is she the only one?
No.
Okay.
A girl named. And I have her phone number as well.
Okay. They same age as you?
Yeah.
Okay. And see. So what happened after you said you were on the picnic table, you didn't have sex, what happened?
He performed oral sex on me.
Okay. And then keep it, yeah.
So I guess we did that. He, after that had happened, he told me, like, make sure you don't tell anyone. I'll get in a lot of trouble. And that was pretty much it for that night. But it kind of continued on.
Okay. You never had to perform oral on him that night?
Not that night, no.
Okay. Just him perform oral on you, and then you were kissing?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever take any kind of clothing off?
Not that I can remember. I remember him, I was like, had my legs like wrapped around his back, like him holding me. And he had slipped his penis like through his shorts and was like, "Do you want to do this?" And I was like, "No."
Okay. Can you remember what he was wearing? Colors, t-shirts. What type of shorts?
I believe they were athletic shorts.
Okay. So did he pull his penis out through like the waistband or something?
Through the waistband, yeah.
Okay. Can you remember what kind of shirt he had on?
No, but I could probably find a picture of it. Since my mom was there and she took pictures of what was going on that night.
Okay. It's no big deal. I was just asking.
Okay, no, you're good. I just don't know.
Yeah, that's no problem. Okay. So what was, I guess, when was the next time you saw him after that then? And how was that, like, how that went, I guess?
I would see him at cross country practice, and I also worked out at the business he owned, which is a gym. And so for the most part, it was okay. I think he like just kind of like tried to forget about it, and obviously like you can't. And so there were times where sometimes like one of us was in the bathroom and then the other one would come in and we would like make out real quick and then like leave.
Okay.
I don't remember specific dates on those, but I do remember that happening.
More than 10 times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was one time, I don't remember specifically the date, but I remember it was in that same school year. He was doing a triathlon at Falling Springs, which is in Versailles.
Mm-hmm.
So
freshman year. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I can't remember if it was spring or fall or what that situation was.
Okay. Triathlon, Falling Spring.
Yeah, where he was doing it, and I was staying the night with his daughter.
Versailles. Okay.
And I had stayed the night with them, and his daughter wanted me and her to go and sleep in his bed and watch a movie. And so, while that was going on, he was also like touching me, and I believe she fell asleep, and so he started having sex with me, and I think she was still beside us, because then she had like stormed off, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, did she catch us? But he went and talked to her, and he was like, no, she's upset about something else. And I was like, okay, whatever. And I remember that, and sorry, it's like been a while, so it's kind of like, it's hard.
How did you start having sex?
So the first time was right before Christmas of my freshman year. It was like, I want to say like the 21st, literally like the couple days before it. I was working out at the gym, and he had worked something out with my mom where he would take me home afterwards. During my freshman year, I had gotten in trouble at school, and so I didn't have a phone, and I went to an alternative school for a little bit, and so I was very isolated, and so I was at the gym, and he was going to take me home, but he decided to stop at his house and do something, and while we were there, we did have sex. It was on his bed. He no longer lives in that house anymore. It's off the bypass in Paris. I don't know if you need a location, but we did have sex there. He penetrated me like with his penis vaginally.
Do you remember what road he would be on in Paris?
It was off the bypass in Paris. I gotta look at a map and figure it out. Sorry, I believe the street was...
Or... So that's around December 21st of your freshman year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were leaving the gym. He stopped by his house to get something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Okay. So how did that go? Did he ask you to come inside, or did you just kind of follow him in?
I think I just kind of followed him in.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
We went in the house, and I think we were just kind of talking in the kitchen, and then he was like, let me show you something, and like showed me his bedroom, and we proceeded to like kiss, like make out, and he had like taken my clothes off, taken my shoes off. I remember I was wearing my socks when we had sex, and we went on the bed, and it was like missionary. And I remember it happening like fairly quickly and then being over with. And then we went back, like put our clothes back on and went back into the kitchen, and he gave me an Oreo, and then we went to my house.
Okay. Describe, if you can, the layout of his house. Like, what did it look like? When you walked in the door, what'd you see?
It's been he's moved houses, so it's been years since I've been in that one. There was like the kitchen, and I think there was like a bedroom and a bathroom off there, and then it was kind of like more open with like a countertop separating it.
Okay.
And there was like a living room, and I think their room was like on that side, and then his daughter's bedroom was right here.
All one story?
Yes. Or if there was a second story, I never went up there.
Okay. So his bedroom was more in the back?
It was more like on the side. Like the bedrooms were on the side, I think.
Okay. Did you have to walk through the kitchen to get to it, or the living room to get to it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then, so is this the triathlon? Is this after that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the next time you all had sex was the triathlon?
That's the next time I remember.
Okay.
It might not have been the next time it happened.
Okay.
But that kind of stuff happened on and off throughout my freshman year of high school. I had ended it in like May because school was out and I was no longer going to the gym anymore.
Of your freshman year?
Yeah.
Or the end of your freshman year?
Yeah, like May 2015. Yeah.
Okay.
That had ended. I gave him a letter saying that I couldn't do it anymore, and I gave him a Reese cup to go with it. Just because I couldn't hold relationships with people my own age.
Because you were seeing him?
Yeah. And so then it stopped over the summer. I did still see him occasionally, just because me and his daughter were on the swim team together. And so I saw him in public, and like it was cordial, it was fine, it wasn't anything inappropriate. And then it kind of started back up my sophomore year of high school. And I was, I guess, 15 at the time. And so I can't remember any like specific incidents except for another camp bonfire. It was all the boys on the cross country team. I don't think I have any of their phone numbers, but I can give you names.
Okay. Camp bonfires.
And this was probably around the same time as the last one as well.
Sophomore year. Oh, the camp was?
Yeah, it was like probably around like October, sometime.
Okay, that's what I didn't I think it was the
boys cross country team.
Oh, boys cross. Okay.
Sorry.
I thought you for some reason I thought all cross. I don't know. Boys.
You're good.
Boys cross country. Okay. I guess it was boys and girls.
No, it was only boys.
Okay.
I was the only girl there.
Okay. He didn't bring his daughter or anything?
No. No, I was only invited because I was very promiscuous at the time and they knew that.
Who knew that?
Like the boys cross country team.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Sorry. I guess I was like engaging in a lot of sexual activity at that time.
Okay.
With a decent amount of people.
Okay. All right. And then what happened there?
Basically I was invited there because they knew I was down for a good time. All the boys, including the coach, had been drinking. And so I did make out with some of them at the bonfire. And then Matt and 2 of the other guys, they left for a little bit. And so it was just me and like everyone else. And so I had like I didn't have sex with anyone there except for Matt, but that was later. I had like made out with a couple of the guys and just done like, I think someone like penetrated me like vaginally with their fingers. But those boys left, and what I heard later was that they had a threesome with some woman, and there's 2 of the cross country boys there. They came back. I had asked Matt to take me home. He was drunk, and I didn't know at the time, like I didn't recognize at the time that he was drunk driving. Like I thought I was fine. And so this was at the farm at Landworks. At the same place.
Same place.
And so we go up like the gravel driveway, and we stop at the very end, and we're in his truck, and so he like climbed over on top of me, and like we're making out, and he like has pulled my pants down, and he's penetrating me vaginally in his truck, and he was doing that, and then he stopped because he heard a police siren go by.
Mm-hmm.
And so he stopped, got back in his seat, and then he drove me home.
Okay. Where'd you live at the time?
I lived and my parents don't know that I'm doing this, or I haven't told them yet.
Okay.
So
Is that where they still live now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they don't know any of these accusations and stuff?
No, they don't know anything.
I got you. Okay. Were you drinking there?
No, I was not.
So that way, this is sophomore year, so you're 15.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Any other incidences that you could think of your sophomore year?
No, not that I can recall at this time.
Can you remember what vehicle he was driving that night?
I just remember that it was a truck, I believe a white truck. But I'm not 100% sure.
Who's you said you could remember some of the names of the guys over there?
one guy's name is, I think it's, sorry.
Okay.
A guy named, I don't remember what his last name is. And I believe that's all I can remember.
That's okay. Yeah. Do you think any of these individuals would have saw anything that happened between you and Matt?
Yeah. I don't know if they saw anything that night, but I definitely know that they knew something was going on between me and Matt.
Okay. You say you can't remember anything else sophomore year.
Mm-mm.
Did anything happen over the summer? Anything with Matt between sophomore and junior?
Nothing comes to mind specifically during that time.
No. Bring you back. Do you remember which one of these you made out? Which one of these boys you made out with there?
Kind of like a balance.
Yeah.
Sorry. And I believe and maybe
Okay. How long were y'all there? Like these camps, like when do y'all usually get there at the farm?
So they had been there for a couple hours before I had gotten there. I had gotten there probably around 10 or 11 o'clock at night and left at like 3 a.m.
How'd you get there?
My sister was babysitting me that weekend, like babysitting me and my siblings, and so she had dropped me off.
Is it the same as the first time too? Is that roundabout when you got there?
No, the first time I was probably there before sunset because that one was for the girls. And so it would probably, like 7 or 8, maybe 6. And stayed there until the next morning.
Okay, got there at 7 or 8. So nothing over the summer between sophomore and junior year?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, and then rolling into your junior year.
Junior year, I had gotten involved with soccer, so I wasn't in cross country as much. And I was kind of like out of shape a little bit. And so my mom suggested that I start going back to Matt's, or that's what we called it, Matt's. But the business name is called Extreme Fitness.
Okay.
And so I started going back, and they like run like a nutrition program, and so I was doing that as well. And so my brother, he swims like competitively, and so him and my parents went to Iowa for the week, and so I needed someone to stay with. And so because I wanted to eat healthy and my sister was staying with my grandparents who didn't want that, I stayed with Matt and his family. And so for the first couple nights, like, nothing happened, everything was fine. And then one day, we were playing like the board game Life. Me, him, his wife, his daughter, and his son. And so we were like playing like footsie under the table, and I remember his daughter getting like really upset about that because I guess she noticed. And then within that same week, everyone went bowling except for me. I just wanted to stay at the house, and so everyone had come in and had gone to bed, and I was laying on their couch, and I was laying on my stomach with like my butt up in the air, and he had come and like was like touching me on my legs and on my butt, and so he like pulled my pants down, and was like penetrating me vaginally, and that was going on for a little bit. He told me that was his favorite position, and then he went to bed and I slept on the couch. I believe that his family, they were in their rooms. There was another time during the day where we were in his wife's like office doing it kind of like the same way, except I was bent over a chair when he was like penetrating me. That was within the same week. I don't remember any specific dates.
But you were there for a week though? You stayed the entire week there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what time of year that might have been?
March.
Junior year, March. Okay. So that would have been...
It was like the beginning, like probably the first week of March is what I believe it is.
Okay. What is your junior year? What year would that have been?
That would have been 2016.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. You would have been 16.
Yeah.
By March would you have been 16?
Yes. I guess that year would have been 2017.
This is 17?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. You would have been 16. This would have been 2016 then. Your sophomore year at the bonfires at 2016 then?
That would have been... Crap, now I gotta think about my years now.
Well, you graduated when?
2018.
Okay, so you're...
This math is hard.
Eighth grade was 2013. 2014 be your freshman year. 2015 would be your sophomore year.
Yeah.
So 2000. And then, so would this be 2016 then? Or no, because it's rolled over. So yeah, okay, that's right. 2015 would be your sophomore year.
Yeah.
Because technically your junior is probably 2017 or 2016, but it's rolled around.
Yeah.
You've come around to the next year there.
Yeah.
So. Okay, and then your sophomore year or your senior year would have started in 2017, but you graduated in 2018.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, we've got it right there. 2017 and you're 16.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think his wife or anything suspected anything?
Yeah.
Okay. What made you think that?
Because the last time that it happened was May of 2017.
The last time you all ever had sex?
Yes.
Okay.
May of 2017. I was with him for something. I can't remember what. But I remember I was staying at his house, and I didn't bring an extra pair of contacts or glasses with me, and my contact had messed up in my eye, and so I wasn't able to drive home and go get my glasses or contacts and then drive. And so he drove me to my house to get the contact, and then he was like, "Do you want to make a stop at the gym?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And so we stopped there, and so we're making out, whatever. He is performing oral sex on me laying on like a workout bench. When like all of a sudden like we hear like bang, 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 like on a window. And the windows you can only see out of, you can't see in. And so Matt, he's like, run, go to the shower. And so that's what I do. I run. I don't have any pants on. And I think I had to like take my shirt off and like go and run in the shower. And so his wife like storms in. I'm in the shower, and she comes into where like the dressing room shower area is. And she like opens the curtain. She's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "What do you like?" I'm trying to play dumb, and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "Why are you taking a shower here?" And I was like, "Well, I just didn't want to use your all's water at your house." And I was just like, "What's going on?" And so she shut the curtain, and then she goes back out to talk to him, and I really couldn't hear anything, and I was just trying to pretend like this was a normal shower, and so she comes back in, she apologizes to me, and then she leaves. And then whenever I get out of the shower, I'm talking to Matt, and I'm like, "What happened?" And he was like, well, she checked his dick to make sure it wasn't wet, like from, I guess, my vagina. And so then he yelled at her for being like, "Why would you think that? Now you've traumatized this poor girl. Like, look what you've done. You've ruined her life. She'll probably never want to see us ever again." And so he like yelled at her and like said all those things, and then I guess that's when she came back and apologized to me and then left. And then after that, I was too scared for it to ever happen ever again.
Okay. Right. At the time, was Matt still driving a white truck?
I believe so. I know he drives a Jeep now.
You still have contact with him or anything?
I did. I did used to work out at his place like about a year ago, but I stopped that once I started school back up. But I think I might have texted him about working out again, but not since then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's kind of complicated.
So you have a phone number for him?
Yeah.
Did he ever text you back or anything? Like when you asked about going back to his gym, did he reply? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Give me just a second. Sorry. I guess I deleted his number.
When did you say the last time you heard from him, or you kind of talked to him?
It was probably earlier this year. I wanted to get like back in the gym and was gonna ask him for like workout plans.
Okay.
But I know the last four of his, I think is what the phone number for him is. And I could be totally wrong in making you call like a random person, but I believe that's it.
You said last time you talked to him was early.
Probably like January of this year.
Okay. Where was the gym at? Like, where was it located?
It's in Paris. I don't know the street name, but it's behind where the Goodies is. Where the Goodies is in Paris, it's across the street from Wendy's and a fire station.
Is it still there? Does he still own it?
Yeah. Mhm.
Across the street from Wendy's and a fire station.
Yeah, like Wendy's is kind of beside it, and then the fire station is like fire station, main road, Goodies, and then it's his place.
Okay. Is this still called Extreme Fitness?
Yeah.
Okay. Google that.
Yeah, I don't know what that name is, but I know how to get there.
Oh, okay. It's off of Cypress, by Tractor Supply and stuff.
Yeah, and that's where his new house is off of Cypress as well. I don't know what the street name is or what the address, the number is, but I believe he still lives on Cypress.
Have you ever been in that house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that? Well, I guess was this the last time you had sex? Was that the house you were staying at?
No,
you said you were staying at Matt's house in May of 2017.
Yeah, and then we went to the gym and had sex.
Okay. But that wasn't the house on Cypress?
No, the house on Cypress was, it was whenever, I don't know, remember, but whenever I told you, like, where I was, like, bent over on the couch, that was at his house on Cypress.
Oh, okay. So when you were staying there for a week? Staying at Max for a week?
Yes.
Your parents were out of town for, I guess, a swim meet?
Yeah.
Okay. What does the house look like on the outside?
On the outside, I believe it's gray. They have like a 3-car driveway with no garage. It's like on a hill. I believe it has some like stonework on it. I don't really remember what the outside looked like.
Okay. What about the inside?
Inside,
when
you
first walk in.
Yeah, you walk through the front door. It's like the living room area. And her office is off, the wife's office is off to like the side in a room. And I believe their bedroom was also on that floor, and their kitchen. And their daughter's bedroom was downstairs in the basement with their son's bedroom and their laundry room.
Okay. So it's technically two-story, but it had a basement.
Yeah.
Okay. So walking into the living room, where's the kitchen?
I believe so. the living room,
Mm-hmm.
then they have like a dining room, and then the kitchen.
Okay. And then where were there, let's see, you said the wife's office is to the right of all that then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything else? Is it towards the front of the house when you're walking in?
So yeah, the living room is right when you walk in their front door. They have their kitchen has a back door to like the back patio.
Okay. So they're all, and her office is probably more to the front. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or is it kind of in the middle or in the back?
It's kind of, I want to say it's more towards the back.
Okay. Is there anything towards the front of the house on the right side?
Maybe their bedroom, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay. Then on the left side of their house, what's on that side?
I believe that wall is just, I don't think there's anything on that side.
Okay. Where would be the stairs to go downstairs for the basement? Is that in the kitchen area?
I believe so. There's like, sorry, it's been a while since I've thought about that kind of stuff.
Usually I try to just talk it through it because sometimes it'll come back to you.
Yeah. I think, so there's the living room, and I believe that there's like a hallway that goes downstairs, or like a hallway with stairs that go downstairs. Because it was like, I think that the dining room was kind of like divided. Like they had doors that you could open to go in the hallway, I think.
Okay.
I really don't remember.
Okay. Do you think if you called Matt, he would talk to you on the phone?
Yeah.
Does he have any scars or tattoos in areas that the only way you would know is because he was naked?
He does have...
Or freckles, it don't even have to be.
He has a tattoo that's like right here. But he also I've also seen him shirtless. I don't know, I can't remember if that's because of the sexual stuff or because like I think I've been to like a pool and his family's been there swimming.
Okay. So it's more on his like lower abdomen. You can see it if he's shirtless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember anything detailed about his lower half.
Okay. I don't know if you noticed a scar on like his upper legs or
nothing that I can think of.
Okay. In just estimating, then I know you can't remember all of them, but how many times total do you think you had? So I think we got
like sex or like sexual encounters or.
Let's start with sex.
Sex, I would probably say 10, maybe more.
Yeah, you said you stopped. You stopped at, okay, so from 2000 and, so your freshman year to 2017 is when May of 2017 was in between there then?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot one of the instances.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
We were, this was in my freshman year. It was in the winter. I don't know if it was before or after New Year's. Where we had like a swim meet or something, and my family and his family all went out to lunch at Perico's. And it was on a Saturday, and he was telling me that his daughter's church group was going tubing, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, can I go? And we worked it out, and I was able to go tubing with them. Nothing happened that night because his wife was at the house. And so we went tubing, me and like the church, me, his daughter, and the church group went tubing on, I guess, Sunday after church. And then then he picked us up at the church. And then Matt took me home. But before we got home, he pulled into the school parking lot of the Bourbon County High School. So it was at the time where the CLC building was on the school property. He pulled in there, and we had sex. He had climbed over the seat and had gotten on top of me in the passenger seat, and like leaned the seat down, and penetrated me with his penis vaginally. And then he took me after that, got dressed, and then he took me home.
Okay.
Sorry, I'd forgotten about that one.
Let's see, and you estimated about 10 times, you think?
Yeah.
How old would you have been in May of 2017?
I would have been 16.
Okay. What about like just like touching, I guess? So like would be more like just sexual contact, I guess you could say. Excluding kissing, just sexual contact other than
that. What do you mean, like?
So, not having sex and not kissing, but anything else other than that.
Probably about 10, 15 times.
Okay. At any time, did you all ever send like photographs of each other to one another, or?
No, he was very smart about that kind of stuff, so nothing was ever like texted or phone calls really. But he would show me like naked pictures of himself and his wife on his phone, and showed me like he had like a calculator app that like you type in like the secret code and it would show like all your like secret photos, and there were ones of him and his wife and his wife like separate and together.
Okay.
And I would show him mine as well.
Okay. What did your friends think when you told them about, like, did they know about all the other incidences, or did they just know about a few, or?
My friend, she probably knew the most. I don't know if she remembers specific incidences or what, but I know that she probably does remember me talking about him like consistently during that time.
Would you talk about that you had sex with him, or
yeah.
and all these other things? Okay.
Yeah. She pretty much only knows because she was the first friend that I saw after it had happened, because she took me to the Michael Jackson Thriller parade, and we went to Olive Garden before, and we both went to the bathroom, and I was like, girl, let me tell you something. And so I kind of told her what happened that first night.
Okay.
But I never really, like, I just told her, like, keep it a secret, and I don't remember ever telling her anything else.
Okay. Do you remember telling them about any of the other incidences that we've got here?
It was about, like...
Sorry.
Nope, you're good. It knows about, like, the bonfire. I know she definitely knows about that. I don't think she could recall, like, specific events or anything other than that, other than me telling her about the first one and then the bonfire one.
Okay. And then, so what exactly do you have wrote down? Is it kind of the same thing?
It's kind of the same thing. There may be stuff that's on here that I didn't say just because I didn't remember.
Is it kind of something you did with your therapist? Kind of just
putting
your thoughts on the paper? Kind of
just kind of me, just kind
of talking it out, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm trying to think. He also bought me a dildo. I don't have it. I threw it away. I think everything I said is in here.
Okay. What do you think he would say if I went and talked with her?
I don't know.
You think he would try to say like you were just lying about it all, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not saying that it'll actually happen, but I sometimes ask, would you be willing to make a recorded phone call to him, and see if you could just talk to him? Basically, you talk to him like you would, like normal, but you would bring up all these things like, hey, you know, for example, you'd be like, hey, you know, I've kind of seen a therapist, and I've been talking to people. I just kind of wanted to go back, you know, that all this kind of happened. Like, you know, you can just, you know, ask why you think it happened, or, you know, does he ever still think about you, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
know he does. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what that kind of, would that be something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I don't think he'd say anything on the phone, but I would definitely be willing to do that.
Okay. If that's not, we'll just keep that on the table then.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
ask you to do it right now. It may be one of those things we do before I ever go and talk with him. Obviously, there's no point in me going and talk to him first, and then you haven't trying that afterwards. It kind of doesn't.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Defeats the purpose, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I'll try to confirm this phone number somehow. I'm sure. Is he still a cross country coach? At Bourbon County.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I'm sure I can get his number somehow, or confirmed to make sure that's the same number for his.
Yeah.
So wife never actually saw you have anything?
I don't believe so.
But suspected it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would think she'd probably be able to at least talk about the whole gym incident too. Yeah. So.
Do you need her name?
I do.
Her name's Rebecca Perraut. Let's see. I don't have her phone number.
Okay, that's fine. Is there anything I didn't ask you about you think I should know?
Not that I can remember. He was involved in local politics. He was like a city commissioner. He's really good friends with like the police department in Paris. But I mean, other than that, I don't think so.
Okay. Alright, I think that may be. Well, let me ask you this, okay? Because sometimes prosecutors ask me this, and I'm always like, they're gonna wonder why, like, why bring it up now? Which there's no right or wrong answer for that. Okay?
Yeah.
So.
For a long time, I thought it was a good thing that this older man was interested in me. I thought I was special. And then kind of working with DCBS and being a child abuse investigator and seeing girls in similar positions saying like, no, like this is like a bad thing that happened to me. It kind of made me realize like, oh my God, like I was abused. And someone took advantage of me, and so that's kind of why I'm doing it.
Okay. What would you like to see the outcome of this be?
I don't know that this is no longer happening to other girls. I don't know if it's ever happened after me or before me, but I just don't want anyone to have to go through this.
No. So would you like to see him in jail? Arrested?
I mean, if that's where this leads, I mean, I'd like to see him just not be involved with girls.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answer to any of those. That number you have is to this phone here, so it's my state phone. So if you think of anything, I'll take that from you.
Yeah.
If I get the footage. If you have any questions or anything like that, I'll be in touch with you soon.
Okay.
I'm sure. I'll talk with the county attorney and stuff over there. And go from there, alright?
Alrighty.
Cool. This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date is November 1st, 2022, 12:54 hours. It's going to be a recorded phone call with Hey, this is Detective Wise.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Are you good to have some time to talk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So just per our last conversation, I said I'd call it. It's going to be a recorded interview, okay? That way you know. Just for the recording, can you just state your date of birth for me?
Yes. It's...
Okay. All right. And I guess you said you kind of found out about the whole investigation with Matt Perraut because your parents still reside in Bourbon County, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So just kind of, same as last time, just kind of start off. I know you said you had a list there, some stuff, and you just want to kind of start from there.
Sure. So the first time I met Matt was actually in middle school. I went to St. Mary's, and he worked out with some of the guys that I went to school with. And St. Mary's is it was back when it still had a middle school, but it was such a small middle school. They had not like a real gym teacher. It was generally like a parent who would run like gym class once a week. At one point, Matt did a class or two towards the end of the year, and there was talk about him taking over the fitness program there. And it was right around the time I graduated, so that was sort of like my first introduction to him. And like working out with him was like through friends and through school. And sorry. Then I played tennis for Paris Independent my freshman and sophomore year of high school. My freshman year of high school, the coach was Jason Earlyline. This isn't necessarily like related to Matt, but it connects to sort of Matt's interest in me.
Okay.
But Jason was charged with being sexually inappropriate with a minor, and it had a lot to do with the girls' tennis team. And I'd seen a lot of like behavior from him, and so he was suspended from Paris High School, I believe, like August or September of 2011. And I started working out with Matt after school. I think my like first consultation was at the end of July or like early August in 2011. And so that was when I first, I think I saw him 2 or 3 times a week after school. And there was another kid who would sometimes work out as a group training. He was younger. I think he was in 7th grade. And Matt didn't really pay him a lot of attention. Like, I think he was just there because his parents wanted him to be there. Like, he didn't really try. Matt didn't really care. Like, he gave him a workout and, like, basically spend most of the session with me. Or if he had other clients in there, like, between us. And, like, contact with us, like, it started, like, pretty benign. It was, like, high fives, and he would, like, high five you in that way where he'd, like, hold on to your hand and, like, kind of shake it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, just lots of hugs, like, good job, like, things that, like, you know, it seemed, like, sort of benign and encouraging. And the first thing that, like, happened that made me, like, uncomfortable in a way that I was like, I don't know about this, was he had, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a squat machine up against the back wall of his studio, and the bar that you squat with is connected, so it's not free, and it has automatic spotters in there, so you can't hurt yourself, like you can squat alone or work out alone, and so there's like no need for someone to be like behind you, like supporting it.
Right.
But he, to work on my form, was like directly behind me and having me, like, I remember him telling me, like, squat so, like, you, like, touch me, and what, like, touch me meant was, like, he, like, my butt would rub up against his crotch, and that was, like, how far back, like, my butt should, like, be going when I was, like, squatting, but I was, like, I don't know, like, that doesn't, like, this isn't broad daylight, like, in a studio, with, like, on Main Street, like, glass windows, so you're, like, I don't know, I was 15, but, like, it didn't feel right at the time, but, like, that was, like, kind of, like, the first thing where it, like, really felt like you started, like, kind of push my boundaries and, like, see what I would, like, go with. And then Jason got arrested, or suspended from school, and Matt had, I guess, either played sports with him or gone to high school with him, or, like, knew him, and he wanted to know, like, can you play tennis for him? That was, like, what some of the training I was doing with Matt was for tennis and whatnot, and he wanted to know what happened. He wanted to know everything, like, you know, what did he do? What did he say? What are they charging him with? Like, what is he in trouble for? Are they going to let him back? Is he going to be able to coach again? Like, what did he do? And, like, I mean, this was probably something we talked about. Like, he wanted to talk about this, like, every time I was in there for a while. Like, any updates? Like, have they said anything? Is he back yet? Like, are they charging him with anything? Like, you know, and, like, I was in sort of a weird position with that where, like, I knew a lot of the details. Like, I was a witness to a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know, but I felt like it was this thing that he was, like, deeply interested in, and, like, it was also this thing that, like, he used to, like, build, like, a connection with me. Like, he showed a lot of interest in me, like, made me, like, you know, feel special because I can answer these questions, and, like, nobody else could, like, and it just, like, he, like, later, like, we probably talked about that for, like, months, but this is, like, a few months later, probably, like, November-ish, I think, I don't know for sure, but we're talking, like, and I was, like, Jason would, like, hold hands with this girl, like, on the tennis team, and she shouldn't have been on the tennis team. She didn't qualify. She was just on the tennis team because Jason liked her. Like, he would hold hands with her in public. Like, he would say, like, the world's not ready for, like, me and hers type of love, like, all sorts of stuff. And Matt goes, like, I can't believe he would, like, do something like that. Like, I can't believe, like, in public, like, and then, like, same sentence, like, he goes, you know, like, I would make sure, like, you know, if I was going to do something like that, I'd make sure you're, like, comfortable with it first. Like, you know, like, I would, like, you know, kind of warm up to it, like, you know, kind of put my arm around you, see, like, you know, if you were okay with that, like, put my arm around you, kind of nuzzle your neck and, like, kiss your neck a little bit. And then he literally did that to me after he was, like, if I was going to do something like that, to see. And then it was like, but it was like, you know, to demonstrate, like, if I was going to do it, this is how I was doing it. But he literally did it. And I just like, this is in the back of Extreme Fitness on Main Street, and like at the time he had like the elliptical machines under the TV, and it was like back there. Like there were other people there, but there was nobody back there. And he just put his arm around me and like nuzzled my neck and like kissed my neck a little bit. And I just like didn't know what the fuck to do at that point. Like, because it's like here he is in the same breath like condemning it, and he's doing it, and I don't know.
Was that basically like the same day he said that, or?
It was within like the same minute of him saying, if I was going to do that, this is how I would do it. Not that I would ever do that, but if I was going to do it, and then he puts his arm around me, like I would do it like this.
Okay. And how old were you then?
I was 15.
Still 15? Okay.
I was 15 for all of this. So, sort of, that's why I mentioned like Jason in this, is because like it clearly like it hit a nerve with Matt somewhere. Like he would talk about like his wife, like he would say he has a hot wife. Like why would he ever do something like that? Like, do you believe it? Like if he has a hot wife and he's like sleeping with a like 15-year-old or 14-year-old, and like say like things like that, and like looking back at it, like it was more than just like rubbernecking like small town gossipy interest. I think it feels very different to that like now, but kind of going back just a little bit, like the squatting was like the first thing that I remember like being like, this doesn't feel super right, like, but like, you know, I just come from a tennis coach that was pretty fucking inappropriate, and my boundaries are probably really skewed as well, so like I just kind of went with it. We did a lot of stretching. I was also figure skating at the time, and like flexibility was important, so we did a lot of stretching, and he like I said I wanted to work on flexibility, and to me as a trainer, like you should show me how to work on like flexibility on my own. But Matt's version of that was stretching me out all the time, which involved him pushing my leg to my head or above my head with like his full body over mine, and like his face a few inches from like my face. And he would like make comments about whether or not I'd like shaved my legs recently, or like I like had like sparkly like body lotion on at one point, and he was like, ooh, like I like it, it's kinky. Or he like would use like straps, like resistance bands to like, you know, work on like stretching, and he'd be like, yeah, like I like ropes and stuff, like it's sexy, it's kinky. And like I was not talking about this, like I was not like asking him what he liked or like opening up like that conversation either. I was also 15, so like it just like was not, it was just him seeing what I would let him say to me, and like what I would like let him get away with. And like there were times like he could like see that like I was like uncomfortable, and he would like play it off like the stretch was like a little too deep or something, and like kind of like let it go. But like, you know, he was just a trainer, he was just helping me work out, like he was helping me reach my fitness goals. That's all he was doing. And like that's not what was really like happening. Like it was like consistently moving like the mark of like what we could talk about, or like where he could touch me, or like what he could like say about my body. And like there was one day, like I don't know, I had like a really shitty day at school, and I came in and I was upset and like kind of crying, and like walked me around the block and like, you know, calming me down and like being super like nice and like supportive, and like, you know, tell me what's wrong, like tell me everything, like, you know. And it was, I had this like free period in school, I was doing an online AP class. This program here, Kentucky Bourbon High School, was shutting down. My school was not being understanding about that, and it was just like stressing me out. And he was like, well, why don't you do an independent study with me? Like, we can get it approved with the school, and you can like work, like be here with me during that time, and we can like, you know, look at like different training programs and like the effectiveness on different clients. Like immediately, that was his first thing, was like, why don't you spend that time with me? Like, why don't like I solve this problem for you, and you can like do an independent study with me instead, which was like not at all what I needed for like school. Like didn't like help that problem, but it was like, you know, him like offering a solution, but it was also like, you can spend more time with me and like more time alone with me. And he started like talking about like sex and more right around like that point with me, just like never like specifics, but like, you know, his favorite sex scenes in like movies and whether they were like hot or not. Like remember he kept like fucking talking about the opening scene in Bridesmaids, and like just like there was like some horror movie like that had a rape scene and like stuff like that, and it was like, you know, it wasn't like once, it wasn't like twice, it was like these things would just like, he would just keep bringing them up. And he'd like start talking about fighting with like his wife then, and like talking about like he'd done something really bad and he didn't tell me what, but he was in a lot of trouble, and like he didn't know if it was gonna end his marriage. And like basically I thought he cheated, I don't know if he cheated or not, but like he would like tell me like she doesn't understand me, like she doesn't, like just like shit that like you don't say to a fucking 15-year-old you see, I don't know, 3 times a week after school. Like I didn't ask about his marriage problems, I never like asked about his wife, like, but like that was like the next step in like, you know, building like, I don't like this like connection, inappropriate like level of like communication and like touch between us. He had his kids one day there, and like I think my mom was just like running really late, or there was really bad traffic, and he was like, well, why don't you come to Paradise Cafe with us, which is right across the street, like wait with us, like, you know, and we get the kids dinner. And so it's like, all right, sure, like and those kids are like, they're like, when they were like really little, like I don't know, Bryce was like 3 or 4, I think, and like we're just sitting there, and I'm like sitting at this booth, and I was like, I don't know, this is like weird. And he like looks at me and he's like, you know, it's kind of like a date. And I'm just like, like laughed, like I don't know, like what do you say to that? Like, why would you say that? Like, and like my mom showed up, and I was like, okay, well, like I gotta go. And it was just like, I think it was like right around to like that point, like I felt like things really started like escalating. Like it wasn't like the touching that like escalate. Well, around this time, like is when I think he like put his arm around me and like kissed my neck and like did that move. And then there was another day around here that I came in and I was like stressed out or something from school, and he's like, well, how about a massage? And I thought he was just, I don't know, gonna rub my shoulders or something, and like I don't know, I was like, sure, I don't sweat, like I was very like passive with pretty much everything. Like I was not like, yeah, that sounds great, like. And he goes in the back, no one else was there at the time, and he has a PT table, like a massage table without the neck piece. And he's like hops up on the table, and he like starts with like my shoulders or whatever, and then works his way down like my entire body. He's like, I'm not gonna touch your butt, I'm not gonna touch your butt. You know, I think that's the part that feels the best, but I'm not gonna touch your butt. But then like after saying that, he proceeds to literally like touch everywhere, but like I don't know, a small part of my butt. Like, he touches all over my upper thighs. He touches, like, my hips. He touches my lower back. Like, pretty much, like, everywhere around that general area. And the whole time he's like, well, like, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's wrong. What's on your mind? Like, you know, like, what are the boy problems? Like, wanting me to, like, confide in him and, like, talk to him. And, like, a little while after that, like, I was there, I think, on a Saturday working out with, like, a group of women. And I hadn't eaten enough. And I passed out. Or, like, I got really dizzy and really close to passing out. And he, like, sat me down on, like, there's, like, some steps that led to, like, the back alley. And I was, like, sitting there. And he's, like, sitting right next to me. He's, like, got his arm, like, kind of, like, around me. And he's, like, you okay? You okay? Like, he's got me an orange. Like, you know, like, he's, like, are you on your period? Like, you know, like, are you on birth control? Is anything hormonal? Like, and I was, like, no, like, no, I don't think I ate enough. But it's, like, looking back, like, I don't know, like, why that's the first thing you go to. Like, that's not the first thing I'm asking a 15-year-old that, like, got dizzy working out with me is, like, if she's on birth control. Like,
Right.
She just is not. Not a doctor, like, trainer, but, like, that wouldn't be my go-to. And, like, that's what he, like, wanted to know. And, like, from there, I just kept having this, like, sense that, like, everything was, like, just escalating. And I didn't really, like, know, like, what to do about it. Like, I didn't, like, have anything that I could point to and be, like, you know, outright was, like, he did this. Like, he made a lot of comments, but, like, he, like, touched me in weird ways, but nothing that I could be, like, you know, I don't know, like, that I felt was, like, concrete to, like, justify, like, the sense of dread that I felt. But maybe a week or two later, we were working out, and he kept telling me about the apartment upstairs that they had, I guess, started to clean out at that time. I know their apartments now, and they've been spaces before, and he was telling me, you know, they have these, like, super cool old, like, clawfoot tubs and, like, plaster moldings on the ceilings and everything like that, and, like, kept, like, talking about, I was like, oh, that's, like, really cool, like, it's cool, it's neat, like, all that, like, historic stuff, like, I was pretty into, and he's like, well, do you want to see it? And, like, I was like, no, like, I don't know, like, I didn't think he, like, meant, like, you know, like, right there and there, and, like, I kind of dropped it, and then, like, later on, he's like, well, do you, like, want to go upstairs with me and see it? And, like, it wasn't like he was, like, you know, like, across the room from me, like, do you want to go see this thing? I think you might like it. It's kind of cool. It's, like, he's standing, like, right next, like, right in front of me, like, too close to me. Like, his face is very close to my face. He's, like, asking me if I want to, like, go upstairs with him. And, like, I just, like, froze up and, like, felt like I was going to cry. And I was just like, no, like, I think I should finish my workout, like, and he was like, I, like, kind of walked away, like, to put, like, some space between us, because he was, like, right up on top of me, and he, like, follows me, and he's like, why are you afraid to go upstairs with me? And, like, he's, like, standing, like, very close to me, like, looking at me, like, very intently, like, I'm like, I'm not, and he's like, you are, and, like, I just was like, I just think I should finish this, and, like, some other people, like, came in, or clients, or whatever, and, like, he, like, kind of dropped it, but, like, I didn't go back after that. Like, that was, like, right around the time I stopped going, and, like, that was pretty much the end of it. I ran into him a few times, at different places, and, like, he felt, like, very, like, awkward and, like, weird around me, like, in a way, like he felt, like, kind of, I don't know, like there was a secret or there was shame or something, and, like, was pleasant but, like, couldn't look me in the eye type of thing. And this is, like, a man who would, like, be inches from my face, like, staring into my soul, like, 3 days a week, and, like, suddenly he can't, like, look at me or, like, things like that, and like it was just like to me that was like a little bit more validating that like it wasn't right, like it was really kind of fucked up, and like I know what I'm like saying isn't like in the realm of like fucked up with what you deal with like on a daily basis, but like it really did sort of mess with my head and like my boundaries and like concept of like what is normal, and like the way that he did it, like from day one, like I feel like he knew exactly what he was doing. Like it was just consistent boundary pushing and seeing what he can get away with and how much I would let him like get away with.
Yeah. Okay. What do you recall what you were wearing when he gave you the massage?
Like either like yoga pants or like track pants and like a t-shirt.
Okay. What did he
like
use?
It was athletic wear. He was wearing just athletic clothes. Like it was always athletic clothes.
Okay. Did your parents ever go to the gym any?
They would pick me up occasionally. I mean, like they would not occasionally. My parents would pick me up.
They weren't members.
But they didn't work out with him.
Yeah. Okay.
My mom met him when she like, you know, assessed if this was like a, you know, a place I could work out and like, you know, seems okay, and like she knew a lot of like other kids who worked out with them, and she's like, it seems fine. Like I don't know, she worked in Lexington, so she couldn't pick me up like right after school most of the time.
Okay. Were there ever any rumors when you were in school about Matt being with any students or anything like that, or any rumors of that nature?
So there were like rumors, not like I didn't go to Bourbon County High School, and I left Bourbon County. I went to boarding school for my junior and senior year, but I stayed really good friends with a couple of guys who went to Bourbon County High School, and like I would like kind of ask them, and they did soccer, they didn't do cross country, but like just like I don't know, like you know, like there's certain students he's like kind of hands on with, like stuff like that. Like I don't know, like I don't have anything like he was sleeping with X, Y, or Z, but like I don't think it was a secret that like he was a little overly involved with certain students. I mean, he made a comment to me. I played tennis with this girl, and she was significantly younger than me, but like we had tennis lessons together, and her dad would work out with Matt, and he'd sometimes be there when I was there. And I can't remember what his name was, but I think his last name was like Faulkner or something. But Matt goes to me one day and he's like, yeah, I was talking, maybe? He's like, I was talking to David about you, and like he was saying what like a good looking like woman you're gonna be when you get older. And like I don't know if that's true or not, but like I can 100% also see that being true, where it's like I don't think it's like a secret that like he would say like questionably appropriate or like flat out inappropriate things to like adults who worked out with him about minors. Like I don't doubt that for a second. Just the way that he would talk about like sex scenes in movies to me in front of like random adults that were like in his studio like working out. And it's like, I don't know, maybe they have headphones in, or maybe he just doesn't care. And it's just normal, because what is there to hide? Like, he's not doing anything nefarious or wrong. He's just, you know, being a trainer and a mentor and all this stuff. But like, I don't think it was all super covert. Like, I think he was pretty open about it. I think a lot of people picked up on that. I know students at Bourbon County picked up on it, but not like in a, I don't know,
right,
overt way.
Right. So which school did you attend You said you.
I went to Harris Independent High School.
Okay. And then you went to a boarding school?
Schools in Bourbon County, and I went to the other one.
Okay.
And then my junior and senior year, I went to a boarding school in New Jersey.
In New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. I know the last time when you first contacted me, you mentioned something about an exchange student. What exactly did you recall for that?
When I was there, like another thing he would like do, and he would do this mainly like sometimes the cross country team would work out in his studio if it was like raining or like there was like a game or like something and they couldn't like work out, and it was always like at night and it's the fall, so it's like dark early. But there was a group of exchange students and they seemed to like get on well and with him. They were on the cross country team, and they were a couple of German girls or German and Norwegian, and like they would come in semi-frequently to like work out with him, and like he would like crack all their backs and like do this thing where like I don't think anyone asked him to do it. He would just be like, let me crack your back, and like, you know, have you cross your arms, and he would like come up behind you and like grab you and then like pick you up and like shake you, but like he would shake you longer than he needed to, so you were like basically just like rubbing up against him.
Mm-hmm.
And he would also like be like, look how strong I am, and like insist on like picking like them up, and like he would just be like, here, grab my arm, and he'd like pick them up like that. And like I don't remember what their names are. I think one of them stayed with Anna Newman, and I don't know if there was like anything there or not. I know that he seemed to show an interest in them.
Okay. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. If you think of anything else, feel free. You can give this number a call. It's my work cell. I'm usually a little bit faster getting back with you when it's on this, but you can text it or call it. If I don't answer, I'll call you back as soon as I get it. All right.
That sounds good.
All right. And then just to confirm, if I have to ever mail you anything, what is your address?
No, it's Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Baltimore. All right, let me see. I'll read it back to you here real quick. So you said...
Yes.
Okay. Baltimore, Maryland. And was that... What was the area code for that?
21202.
Okay. Alright. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't know if you can answer them or not, but I don't know, do you think like anything's gonna happen with them?
Yeah, I can't answer those right now.
Okay.
Just because
I assumed you could.
Yeah, just because it's open investigation and stuff like that, I try not to disclose a whole lot.
Actually, I don't know if this is of any use to you or not. There's a girl on Facebook who talks about rumors, who I think I went to school with a while back. That was just a thing. I can send you what I saw, but it was under one of the news stories, and she said that it is not the first time something's been around about him. It's just the first time he's finally been charged.
Okay. Yeah, if you just want to, you can send me a screenshot of that or whatever you got. That's fine. And you said she went to school around the time you did, probably, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I know she went to Bourbon.
Okay.
And I'll send that to you in just a minute.
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. 1328. Kentucky State Police, today's date, 12/28, 10:05 hours, Red Bodega. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I didn't know if you'd got my message a little while back or not. But the reason why I'm calling is in reference to the time you spent over here as an exchange student, I believe in Bourbon County.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you have any idea why I'm calling?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think because of the Perraut case.
Yeah. What all have you heard so far about that case?
Well, first of all, I was best friends with during that period of time, so I've heard some things from.
Okay.
And also, Julie messaged me that she gave my number to you all, so yeah, I knew the call was coming.
Okay. So around about what time, like date and year-wise, were you there at Bourbon County?
I think, let me think, it was 2017 till 2018, and I think I came in August 2017, and I went home in May in 2018.
Okay. And you did you go to Bourbon County High School?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Bourbon County High School.
Okay. And you said you were friends with that time. What kind of stuff did Clee tell you?
I'm sorry, there's a crying child over here. I don't know if you can hear it.
Just a little bit.
But I think it's been a while, but I think she told me he was kind of close to other young people back then, and she also told me that I'm not sure what the whole story is. She went camping, and then when she was like 14, he touched her in inappropriate ways.
Okay. Was it while she was camping?
Yeah, I think it was a camping trip, maybe with school or something. I'm not really sure. It's been like 4 years.
Okay. And that's something that she told you? She told you about that back when you were in school?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she never really talked about talking to the police about it because I think she was just ashamed of it.
Okay. Do you stay in touch anymore, or?
Not really. Sometimes we send each other stuff about the things we went through, or maybe Snapchats, but it's kind of hard to stay in contact if she has completely different lives. So no, not really.
Yeah. Have you heard from her?
She went.
In the past month or so?
Sorry?
Have you heard from her in like the past few months or anything?
Yeah, she told me what happened with that.
Oh, that she
messaged me about that she finally went to the police.
Oh, okay. But you had known about it back when you all went to high school together, prior to?
Yeah, not that detailed, but I kind of knew what he was doing. Not really, but there were rumors about it.
Okay. What, can you remember the rumors?
Maybe that he did. It was never clear exactly what he did, but he was kind of inappropriate with the track team, because he was a track teacher, I think, if I remember correctly. And that there was stuff happening behind the building they trained in, but it was never conclusive, like they were doing something. It was just like inappropriate, but not more than that.
Oh, okay. Were you ever on any athletics or anything like that, or sports?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. I believe that was all I needed.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, glad I could help. Good luck.
and interview 1010. See, so Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date is...
But it's only for the record, right? So just for like the evidence, kind of, not for showing anybody, right?
Right. No. This is not to show anyone. Okay. Yeah, this is strictly for law enforcement use only.
Okay.
Sergeant Howard to the radio room.
So today's date, Monday, December the 5th at
11:43 hours.
Thank you. All right. Also with me is a Detective Larison. Again, I'm Detective Wise. So when you were placed here in the United States, where did you first, I guess, live?
Where I lived?
Yeah, when you did your foreign exchange.
Well, I lived in Paris, Kentucky with the Perraut family, with Matthew Perraut, Rebecca Perraut, and Matt.
Who was the last one?
That's the answer, right?
Yeah. Who was the last one? Last name you said?
Right.
Oh, their children?
The boy?
Yeah. It was their Matt and Rebecca's children?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. How long did you stay with them?
Oh, I think at the end it were about 10 months.
Okay. Did you live with them the entire time you were here, or did you live somewhere else?
Yeah. No, I lived with them the whole entire time.
Okay. The time while you all were there, we had added information, I guess, that you had moved at some point. Did you? So you never moved from them and lived with his brother?
Oh no, I never moved anywhere. They were always my host family. Like I spent nights at, for example, a friend's house or at I don't know brother's name from that again, but with Audra Perraut, I stayed at her house a couple times just because we got really good along and had a great time. So I spent some nights over at their house, but I never moved. No.
Okay. And I don't know if I explained it in the beginning. I'm not calling you because you're in any trouble or anything like that, okay? This is more or less, I'm just trying to get to see if you witnessed anything during your time that you stayed there with Matt and Rebecca, okay? I didn't know how much they explained to you before I called, but this is not anything to try to get you in trouble or anything like that, okay?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
So talk to me about kind of when you stayed with Matt and Rebecca. Like, how was that?
Well, at first it was a real culture shock, kind of, because, I don't know, in Germany, the whole way a family works together just is kind of different, and how the people are, like, it was, for me, kind of sometimes a little superficial at the beginning, actually. Like, they were not really asking questions, but telling everybody how I was, like, their favorite exchange student whatsoever. That was really weird at the beginning, but I mean, it's another culture, so when I got used to it, I was, like, really great getting along with them, and we had a great time. We went to different events. I think, I'm not sure if that was an Iron Man or something like that, where, like, the whole family participated, and that was really nice that they took me to join it and to watch them do that and all that. Yeah, they are really into sports, so it was a lot about sports, like their weekly and also on the weekends activities were all around sports, and they were really busy, so we spent some time together, but we spent also some time kind of apart. So I went to my friends, they had their cross-country meets whatsoever, but we always really got along. It was all good.
Mm-hmm. Did you play any sports while you were there?
Well, I played tennis.
but I didn't participate in like cross country or track and field. I think the other sports that they were really into, because I'm not really a running person.
I got you. Neither am I.
Melina, what did the company that called you tell you?
Who tell me?
The company that called you to tell you that the exchange company.
Oh, well, at the end, I think I had to tell them what happened. They didn't really have a clue, but I think it's, I am not in contact with my host family anymore, to say that. Like, we're not texting or writing or anything, but I know what happened over, like, friends and all that stuff from Kentucky, and also read the news.
Okay. So that's why we're calling you, is, you know, we really need you to be 100% honest with us, and we need to we need to know if anything inappropriate happened between you and Matt or anyone else while you were here.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, I don't know, I was so in shock when I heard it. I mean, it's awful what is supposed to, I'm sorry, I'm looking for the words. I'm not quite familiar with English like you guys are. I'm really in shock what happened. And I'm not denying that anything of that, what's in the story, is happened. But I got to know Matt as a really nice person, and I would have never, ever thought that he would ever do anything with children in that way. Like, I don't even know what to say. He never touched me or did anything inappropriate or even had anything inappropriate. He never did it.
Okay.
Like, he was the closest thing to a real parent that I had over there, because he really cared about what I was feeling, like what my whole story in Germany is, how my parents here are, and all those things. And I don't know, he was super nice, and he never did anything to me.
Okay. And you haven't talked to them recently?
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't talked to them in about, I think, 4 years.
Okay.
Like, I've been to Kentucky one more time after my exchange here, and I also visited them, but I was just a little sad that they didn't really text me after I left and all that, and after a couple months I didn't really care about that anymore either. I mean, I have my family here, I have my friends here, it's all fine, kind of. But yeah, that's kind of the thing why we are not in contact anymore.
Okay. So it's fair to say that there was nothing sexual between you and Matt, whether it was consensual or not, while you were here for your
Definitely
stay?
Not.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's really what we needed to know. Is there anything at all that you think we need to know, or anything that you might have seen that didn't involve you, or anything like that during your stay in Kentucky?
No, I don't even think I can give you any relevant information for your looking into that case. Like, I know he's really close with the kids, all the kids from cross country and all that love him. I know that we always had boys and girls over at our house from the team, and they were all really close to the whole family, like really getting along with everybody. They were, I don't know, having movie nights, but I didn't see anything inappropriate, and I think I'm a really sensitive person to things like that. I'm also studying psychology, so it's kind of like I'm really sensitive in that kind of area, but I never witnessed anything like that.
Okay. Well, that's really what we needed to know. And if you do think of anything, please reach out to us. I think Detective Weiss had sent you an email.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you still have the same email or not, but...
Yeah. What is your email? And I'll double check to make sure. Okay. All right. Also, this phone number here, I don't know how that comes up on your end, though. This phone number you can also call, but I would say email would probably be the easiest for you. But I'll...
Yeah, probably also the cheapest. But
okay.
Yeah, I would definitely do so.
Okay.
But like from my experience, I cannot give you any hints on like another direction than what I just did. So I don't know. I mean, I hear rumors about what happens in the city, but I don't want to say anything about that because it's not from me. I am not sure what really is true. You know, in a small city, you always have rumors. So.
Are you talking about rumors?
The shoes are happening than I am. So please find out what really happened, because whatever, if anything from that is true, that's so inappropriate, and I really want him to get punished for what he's supposed to have done.
When you say you've heard rumors, is that recently since this case has started, or was that when you were here during your time here?
Well, actually, one of my friends, one other exchange student from the Netherlands, told me that she heard rumors when we were in Kentucky, when we were living there. But I never heard them when we were there. So she never told me. She just told me when, like, the case came out now. So I don't know, like, I hear stories from friends now about what the city is talking about, like, what's supposed to happen and all of those things. Yeah. But I never heard anything when I was in Kentucky.
What did she say that she heard? We won't put that on your statement, but we just need to know what she told you.
She just told me that there have been rumors about something like that, so that Matt supposed to have something with children by that time when we were there.
Okay.
I don't know anything else. Like, she just texted me that when I texted her, oh my God, look what happened. But I don't know. I think you guys know that.
And what was her name? Oh boy. Can you spell that for us?
Oh my God, okay. Am I going to find this? Wait a second. I can't picture.
Or if you have her phone number, that might be easier than us trying to...
wait a second, she's online. Last name. So it's with
Okay. And is the...
And her...
Common spelling?
You also want her last name because I have it now.
Yes.
Okay, it's A.
Do you have her phone number, or how did you contact her?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can give it to you, I guess. I hope she's not mad, but sure not. Wait a second. I'm gonna have to go up here. Okay. So that is the plus. Plus.
Okay. And just to be clear, you never lived with Matt's brother, is that correct?
I never lived with Matt's brother. That's correct. Who told you that?
We just heard that from, it's a small town, so there's a lot of rumors going around and maybe some things that might not be true. So we just have to follow up on everything in the investigation and, find out from...
Okay, that's funny. Maybe some people thought that because I posted a picture with Audra and myself when I spent the summer in Kentucky again after 1 year, after I went back for a holiday. And then I posted a picture with with Audra, and I said, well, thank you to my American mom just because she, like, I don't know, was that summer there with me and had so much fun with me. So I don't know, maybe that's why people thought that, but I never lived at their house.
Okay. That's what we needed. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Awesome. I appreciate it too.
Is there anything else that you think we need to know?
I don't have any more information, so no.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys for investigating and for calling me.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
In interview 11. This is Detective Waz, the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, December 5th, 2022, 12:38 hours. This is going to be an attempted phone call to you.
Hi.
Yes, I'm looking for...
Yes, that's me.
Oh, okay. Hi, this is Detective Josh Wise with the Kentucky State Police over in the United States.
Yeah, I heard that you were gonna call me.
Oh, good. Okay, so you kind of got a heads up from... Okay, just kind of gave you a heads up. Yeah. Great. So you kind of already got an idea why I'm calling then, I would assume.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So obviously the reason why I'm calling is just trying to kind of get some information that you had when we talked to him. She had mentioned you.
Yeah.
So were you a foreign exchange student at the same time I was here in Kentucky?
Yeah, we were living there at the same time. We were in the same school, and I think we had one class together, the cooking class, and we hung out a lot. I was over at her house. I don't know how often, but often enough that I kind of knew her family, and sometimes I would spend the night at her place, and sometimes she would spend the night at my place. So, yeah, we knew each other pretty well.
Okay. When you say you spent the night with her family, are you meaning Matt and Rebecca?
The
Perraut. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And which high school did y'all go to, or which school did you go to?
Bourbon County.
Okay.
Kentucky.
So, during your time here, what was the rumors that you heard about?
So the only rumor that I heard about is a rumor. I heard it from another exchange student, so I'm not the first hand source.
Okay.
I heard that something had happened. Like, I don't even know any details, but the only thing that I knew is that something had happened between Matt and another girl, like before we all came living there that year. So before 2017, something had happened on like a camping trip, but that's like the only thing I know. And to be honest, I cannot really tell you anything more than that because that's the only thing from the rumor I know.
Okay. You said this other girl, so is she, you said she was also a foreign exchange student?
Yeah, she was also a foreign exchange student, and yeah.
Did it happen to her, it was between her and Matt?
Well, not the exchange student, but, so that exchange student told me about it.
Okay, so but it wasn't
I never knew, like, it was her friend that, like, it had happened with.
Oh, okay.
Like, the friend of that foreign exchange student and Matt Perraut.
Oh, okay. You don't know the name of the friend?
Yeah, I do. It was...
Okay.
But I don't really know if it is even true because, they talk a lot in Paris. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is, of course, a serious thing. You're not just going to talk about something like this, but...
Right. Okay. Do you know?
Yeah, I don't really know what is true.
Okay. Do you know the name of the foreign exchange student that was her friend?
Yeah, I can give you her name. Her name is
Okay.
and then her last name is
Okay, and
that
let
was
me.
the girl that told me, and that was the friend of the girl the rumor is about.
Okay, let me run that last name by you. You said it was.
Yeah.
Okay, and she was a friend of.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know they were close, but like, yeah, I just don't really know much about the rumor. So I think it's better to ask about it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, do you have contact information with?
I think I still have a number, but we haven't stayed in touch after that year. Like we texted a few times, but nothing serious.
Okay.
But let me check because it should still be my phone. Let's see. Otherwise, I do have a social media, but I should have a. Oh yeah, I have a number.
Okay.
Okay, I'll write it down real quick. Okay, the land code is.
Is it plus or minus?
Yeah, plus, yeah.
Okay.
Then the next number is.
Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be.
Yeah, that should be it.
Okay. All right. And then, how do you pronounce your last name? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Houthuizen. It's kind of complicated. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's all I needed. Do you know of anything, or you know anything that you would want to tell me, or if I forgot to ask you?
No, honestly, I don't really have anything that can probably help. I guess with the case, because like from the times that I've been there, I never noticed anything strange or weird about Matt or like his kind of interactions with people. Like there were a lot of people in the house like all the time because they were the coaches from the cross country team. And usually when I was over at their place, there was always like, a lot of kids, or sometimes it wasn't, but like there were always people on the floor or over. But no, he was always kind to me. He never did anything to me or anything inappropriate. He never said anything weird to me either. Yeah. When the story came out, I was like, weird, but like, it was not like, oh, something has happened to me, now the story's gonna come out and I'm gonna say something about it, because I honestly didn't have anything to say about him, like, about how he was, because I just knew him as like a nice man, but yeah.
Yeah. Now, how did you find out about what had happened?
The family that I lived with during the time, we lived in Paris, but kind of outside of the city limits. So my mom, like my host mom at the time, we are still in touch. And I've been back like a few times, so we have a good bond. And she told me about it, and she sent me his mugshot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's how I found out actually.
Okay.
And then later on, I also saw stuff on Facebook, but that was after I found out about what had happened.
Okay. All right. I've provided Molina with my email, so if you think of anything, or I can provide you with my email if you want to. If you think of anything at any time.
If there is something that comes up, I will reach out to Melina, because we still text every once in a while, and I visited her like last week in Berlin, so we're still good friends. Okay. So if there's something, I will of course text her for her email, and then I will let you know if there's something.
Okay, that sounds good. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem.
You have a good day.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
It's still there, yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 In interview 1247.
This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, August 29th, 2022 at 1400 hours. The phone call with a
Hello?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, this is Detective Wise.
Okay. Hey.
So I got your number from, has she talked to you about me calling you?
She just kind of let me know. She was like, somebody may be calling you over the stuff that happened in high school, and, I'm talking about it in therapy and all that good stuff, so.
Okay. Yep, that's why I'm calling. So what I was doing was just trying to kind of get, I guess, what all do you know happened in high school, I guess, and a Matt Perraut.
Well, I think ever since, our sophomore year, he, looking back now, it's really messed up, but in the moment as a teenager, we didn't feel like he was victimized, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But looking back, she definitely was groomed and victimized. So, she was on the cross-country team and everything, and he was the coach, and they'd stay after in the gym, and he'd, get her to have sex with him while his wife was not at the gym and stuff, and, she'd go on family, camping trips with them, and he'd be sneaking out of the tent, getting her to sneak out of the tent. Oh gosh, there's so much. When she had her senior banquet, her gift from him, and she was given this to her at the school at a senior banquet for cross country, gave her a sex toy.
Okay.
He would have these big cross-country parties out on his farm, and lots of crazy stuff would happen there, too, stuff would happen, but then there's this other thing that I don't want to bring a whole bunch of people into, but I will talk about it briefly. It involves my boyfriend and some other boys that were there. He says, okay, I'm leaving to go get my pickle sucked or whatever. And then comes back and he's like, okay, she says I can bring 2 of you guys with me, and takes 2 underage boys, they were probably 15 at the time, to this woman's house, and they all 3 had sex with this woman, and apparently the husband was videotaping the whole thing. So there's a video of this somewhere.
Okay. Do you know the name of the 2 boys?
Yeah, but I wasn't really wanting to tell you that. Are you going to reach out to them?
It's a possibility, yeah.
I doubt either of them would say anything, even if you did, but there's
Okay. And we don't know the name of this woman?
No, I know whose mom it is. I don't know her name, though.
Okay, whose mom is it?
We went to school with this kid named, it was her. It was his mom, whatever.
Do you know the name, how to spell his last name?
Let me look on Facebook or something real quick. I can find it. can't actually find him. I'm not for sure on the spelling of the last name.
Okay. What was it, and what was it get break?
Yeah, I have no idea how to spell that. I don't know.
Okay. And you said this was during like a...
2015, 2016.
Okay. This at his house on his farm? Or was this at like a...
The party was out on the farm, but then they left and went to this woman's house. And I have no idea where this woman's house is.
Okay. Now, when you say the farm, is that referring to his place, or is that another...
It's his family farm. I'm not for sure if he owns it or his brother owns it, but it's their family farm, yeah.
Okay.
The Pruitts.
Okay. Somewhere in Bourbon County, I assume, is where the farm is.
Yeah.
You've been there, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you...
I haven't been to one of his crazy parties, but I've been out there to like set up inflatables for the kids and stuff.
Okay. Where about would it be?
I think it's out Bethlehem Road. I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly whereabouts on Bethlehem Road, but it's out there somewhere.
Okay. So how do you know a lot of this stuff about what happened to...
Me and we've been best friends for years, and she's always told me everything.
Okay, so it's something she's confided in you and told you about?
Yes.
Is there anything that you ever witnessed between them?
I was on the cross-country team for like 2 weeks and while he had all the other kids running, he had me and playing in the water hose. And it was really pervy feeling looking back.
Okay.
But no, I've never actually seen them do the deed or anything crazy like that, but apparently he wanted to do the deed with me and her both.
Okay. Did he make any advancements towards you?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see. I think that's just about all I had. What's the spelling on your name? Is it...
Yeah.
And then...
Yes.
Okay. And can I get your date of birth? Okay. Are you still currently in Bourbon County?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you can think of that I didn't ask you about?
Not really. I think that about sums up some of it at least.
Okay. Is that the only occasion with the is that the only other occasion that you know about?
Yeah, that was a one-time thing, I'm pretty sure, with the boys or whatever, but him and that was ongoing for years.
Okay. Were you there the night that with that whole...
No, I was not.
Okay. How'd you hear about it?
Is my boyfriend.
Okay. Would you have a phone number? Sorry.
Oh, he's gonna hate me. Oh, Psyche gave you his phone number, okay?
Okay. Okay. I may not call him, but I'm not gonna say that's out of the question, okay?
Yeah.
So.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad something's finally, we're finally thinking about doing something.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's some big allegations, so we're gonna have to turn over every rock, every stone. I just ask that you don't talk to it about people, just kind of keep it to yourselves.
Oh yeah, I work in a dental office.
Okay. So if I have any more questions, is this the best number to reach out to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you have my office number there if you run into any questions or think of anything else. All right. Just feel free to give that number a call. Just leave me a message. All right.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye. And interview 1411.
A while back, and we didn't report it, but through our investigation or through Detective Wise's investigation, have you already started the recorder?
I just did, and I can timestamp it.
Are you comfortable with everything being recorded? Yeah, you can go ahead and do your
Alright, this is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. With me is Detective Larison. Today's date, Wednesday, October 19, 2022, 11:43 hours. We'll be speaking with, you said it's Phyllis, right? Henry? Okay, and your date of birth, ma'am? Okay.
So, tell me what years your son was on the track team or field and track or whatever you did?
All through high school. So 24 dates. I'm horrible with dates. So from his freshman year till his senior year, and then he went on to work for Matt Perraut at the gym in Paris.
Okay.
Whatever those years are.
Sure. And during the years he was on the team, was Matt Perraut always his coach, or did he have a different coach?
It was always his coach.
Okay. And did Matt's wife participate in any of the coaching that you were aware of, or was
Sometimes
it just
she was
Matt?
there. Yeah, she was there a lot, I think.
Okay.
Like to practices and stuff, and she went to meets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Matt, that you're aware of, ever have like after hours parties or get-togethers for the guys or girls or track team?
He did.
Okay. And what kind of stuff was that you were aware of?
So one time he had a big volleyball thing, because he has this volleyball thing, or what is it? Volleyball. You play in the sand with the net, I think.
Beach volleyball?
Yeah, beach volleyball. It's in the back of his house, and he'd have people over, or,
Okay.
the kids would go over and play or hang out. And
okay. Did you ever know about any like field parties or bonfire parties at the end of the year for track teams or anything like that? Like late at night or camp outs or anything like that?
Camp outs. Yeah, I think he did that once.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did you know where that took place at?
No, not really. I knew it was in Bourbon County somewhere, but I didn't know where.
Okay. And did you ask, like, and this is nothing against you, I just want to know what kind of information you knew. Did you ask, like, who would be attending this, or?
Just that it was everybody on the team or whatever, and Matt was going to host it or have everybody over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So throughout time on the track team and you knowing who Matt Perraut is, do you have a personal relationship at all with Matt? Like, is you friends of the family or anything like that?
We knew him and Rebecca, and me and my husband both worked out at the gym, because went on to work with Matt, and he would train there, so me and Brian would go there and work out.
Sure.
So when I used to do hair, I did Matt Perraut's daughter's hair before, so we knew them, but we didn't hang out with them per se.
Okay.
Like after hours or anything like that, really. I did show up one day when they had a big cookout, and that's when they were playing volleyball or whatever, and they were having a party. I think it was for it was Matt's birthday party, and he invited everybody, and we showed up for a little bit and then left.
Okay.
So.
Were there ever any incidents that you recall during the time on the team or after or whatever that you felt was an uncomfortable time, or you saw anything that made you uncomfortable or weird that you thought was a little bit more than a relationship between a coach and a student?
I mean, I found it odd that he wanted to hang with young boys versus men his own age.
Mm-hmm.
Here he was in his 40s at the time, I think, or maybe 40, I don't know. But I thought it was kind of odd that he was always hanging with the kids from the track team or guys from the gym, the young kids. And I would say that, so, did he molest somebody?
There's some allegations.
Was my son one of them?
Possibly. So that's why it's really important that you be 100% honest with you if you notice anything or if you ever, we're not here to say, hey, you should have reported this or anything like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what really happened.
I said, because they always said I was a helicopter mom, but I tried to let him have, freedom and do stuff. But I asked, and he'd say, oh, it's fine, Mom, nothing's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Something was going on, right? God. Was the only one.
So, were there ever times that you walked in on your son and Matt, or
No.
anything weird?
No. And I'm trying to think back.
Sure.
There was a time the boys Matt had them over and they were having a party and Matt got drunk, and so they videoed him acting up, just being stupid and all this stuff and drunk, and they thought it was funny. And but I didn't know about that till way after the fact that it was already done. That was the only thing that I knew at that point that was weird. But like I said, I think it was even after the fact that I saw that after he graduated or something like that. They were over at the house and they were laughing and stuff, but it wasn't inappropriate, he was just acting up, but nobody ever told me or said, none of the other parents ever said, oh, do you think that, he's inappropriate with our children. There wasn't any of that, because it was almost like he tried to be everybody's best friend.
So what about the females that were on the track team? Did you ever notice if at meets or whenever you were around if he was really close to any of the females versus the males, or if anybody else got any more special attention than anybody else? Or
I didn't notice that at all.
Okay. Was there ever an incident that involved a pool, like a pool party or something, and Matt might have not been wearing the clothing he should have, or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
There was a time when we had a pool at my house in ground pool, and everyone was out playing or whatever, and it was only guys there. There wasn't any girls, I don't think. And they were all out yelling and screaming and jumping in the pool, and I think he jumped in his underwear into the pool, and I told him he had to get his clothes back on. But that was it. But I didn't even think of anything at the time. I thought they were just being silly and, rambunctious, and one threw the other one in and the other, and
Sure.
But I didn't think of it like in a dirty way or in like a sexual way like that.
Sure. Was there ever a time that maybe you saw Matt may have had been laying on Lucas's lap or had his head in his lap or anything like that?
You might have been laying on Lucas at one point, and I said something, but this makes me a terrible mother because
no, it doesn't at all.
I didn't even see it.
It's
he was late, but I said something and then he got up.
And where was that at?
It was at my house, and I had a big it was all the guys, and there was more than just Luke and him, so they were all on the couch laying over on each other.
Okay.
But I figured he'd tell me or say something to me, and I feel horrible.
look, it has nothing to do with you being a mother that didn't report stuff, because I honestly think that when this all, when this investigation's completed, there's going to be a lot of people that are shocked. So it's not like it was, right out in the wide open and nobody just didn't report anything. It's not why we're here. We just need all the facts.
Right.
So, so obviously some of this stuff's uncomfortable to talk about, and a lot of it's very personal. Detective Wise has already talked to us once. I think we're going to go back and talk to him again today before he goes to work, because we got some more questions after we did some other interviews. But was this ever that you knew about in a relationship with any other male?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you thought maybe he was interested in men? Okay.
No, I mean, has there been somebody else?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you know if there's been as a mother,
Sure.
You don't ever want to even go there thinking that. I mean, he's had girlfriends, so I didn't.
I think, what we're trying to figure out is, you hear about it more with older men and younger girls. That's always the stereotypical,
right.
Like some older guy that has some mental issues or whatever causes them to want to groom a younger girl into doing things for them sexually. But I think we're trying to figure out if that was the case here, or if, was, obviously he was a student, so I'm not saying it was his fault, but we're trying to figure out if it was groomed to an extent, or if he just was attracted to men.
Right. Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
And even if he was, I wouldn't have, but not to my knowledge.
Okay.
And I feel to blame, because when I got Matt Perraut involved, because I knew he was a coach and wasn't really good at sports and stuff like that, and he was kind of chunky, and I called him and I said, can you get us on the team, the cross country team? I said, and help him kind of get back in, get into shape and become athletic. And now I feel
it's not your fault. Okay. This is obviously an active investigation, so we can't tell you everything. It's just the way it is. Obviously, the allegations, there are multiple victims, of both male and female. So, whatever he chooses to tell you is whatever he chooses to tell you.
Well, I called him because I said, look, after you called, of course, I'm frantic. I'm thinking, oh my God, has he molested you or something like that? And said, I can't tell you anything. You'll have to talk to them.
No, we wanted to interview you, and I'm glad he didn't tell you stuff before we got a chance to just get your take on it, because maybe if you knew beforehand, maybe you would have a different opinion.
Right.
So we wanted to get your true opinion on what you saw, if you thought things were weird or if they weren't weird.
They weren't at the house all the time. It was a few times that they were at the house. Like I said, I did see him laying over and I said something to get up off the couch or whatever, and I thought that was weird, but then again, sometimes maybe you just block it out and you don't want to think that. I don't know.
Sure.
And I'm trying to think if there was any, it's such a long time ago now. I'm trying to think if there was any other, the pool thing, that was one where he jumped in, and then, like I said, most of the time was either at practice or they were doing stuff at Matt's house, or, they weren't around, but there was always like a group of them.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I think there was only one girl because there was only one girl that ever come over to the house that was on the team.
And who was that?
Oh God, I didn't know her well. I couldn't tell you. There was what is it? Vicki Everett's daughter. She came over, and she was coached by Matt too, or yeah, maybe not on the team, but she worked out with him at the gym. She was a young girl, and he took interest in her.
When you say young, like a student?
At that time, I think we're talking freshman in college now, so she would have been at Center College, and she would come over and liked her. Liked her, like, wanted to be date her.
Yeah.
Because she was beautiful, but, you know, that's the only one that comes to my mind.
But she was college age at that time?
At that time, but I mean, I think she knew them from before.
Okay.
But you'd have to ask Liz, I'm not sure.
And is that the girl that you were talking about that came over, or was this a different girl?
There was a different girl, and you'll have to ask her name, because she wasn't someone that hung out at the house a lot, or else I would know. I think she was only there once, and she came for just a little bit, and they were having movie night or whatever in the family room. That was it. It might have been the same night that I saw him laying over on.
And when you told him to get up, was it just like that, or did you say, hey, that's not appropriate, or like, I just want to get what their reaction was, I guess. Did he say anything? Did Matt say anything?
Yes, they did say something, and I think it says, well, we're comfortable with our sexuality, but they were making like a joke. And I'm like, I said, still get up, you know, like that. But it was something like that. And Matt always was like that with them. Oh, you know.
More of a friend than he was a coach.
But I didn't think, you know, I always thought if I asked, he would tell me. I just thought something was going on, he would tell me. And I thought my son was maybe, I don't know what I thought. So, I know, I thought it was abnormal. And I told him, I said, I think it's abnormal that he wants to hang with you young boys versus men his own age. You know, plus his wife and his own kids, and, you know.
Did his wife ever come over and hang out when the guys were hanging out, or was it just him?
Just him.
So through your time, I know that there's, you know, you can only listen to so much, I guess we would call it scuttle or allegations, or, you know, people talking, you know, just rumor. Did you ever hear rumor about Matt cheating on his wife or being with other women or anything?
Sure, because Matt would call and say him and Rebecca was fighting again because supposedly she had messed around with his best friend, or it was craziness, and I thought it was weird that he was telling. And then he said Rebecca was jealous over Matt because he thought he was having affairs or whatever. And he would call and talk to him about stuff like that, which I found was kind of
weird.
Okay.
So during this time, I'm sorry, I don't want to dig into your personal life too much,
fine.
But during this time, were you married? Or?
I was married to Brian Henry at the time.
Okay. So was this closer to Brian or you?
No. Oh, I thought you meant Brian or Matt.
Oh, no. Like if he, maybe if he got in over his head or something happened, do you think he would share it with you, or do you think he would share it with your ex-husband?
So Brian Henry was always kind of docile and kind of boring, but it loves him, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
He loves him. But could he talk to him about stuff like that? No. So if he was having a problem, he would run to Matt.
Okay.
You know, he would run to Matt and talk to him about it. Because it's his real dad who lives in Richmond. He's kind of strict and stern, and he was always kind of hard on us. And then my husband at the time was kind of, you know, not. Brian's just he's just very, I don't know, what looks at her boring, and you couldn't relate to him in that aspect. And that makes sense.
Sure.
So he would go to Matt and talk to Matt about stuff, and he would tell me, oh, I asked Matt what he would do, or oh, I asked Matt.
Okay. So one of the things that we've discovered is, obviously this is just an active investigation, so some of the stuff we discuss may not be factual.
Okay.
It's just stuff that some people have made allegations that we can't confirm or haven't confirmed yet. But we have discovered some incidents where there are rumor, at least, that some of the people we've interviewed, like being the parents or whatever, have had extramarital affairs with Matt or their own sexual stuff with Matt.
So I will tell you, when I worked out at the gym, and I worked out all the time, you wouldn't know, probably looking at it now, but back in the day I did. And he and I, we did make out in the gym once.
Okay.
I will say that, we did.
We have to ask everybody at this point, because if that was the case, then it may affect how your statement would be. Does that make sense?
Right, so I'll be completely honest. We kissed in the gym one morning, and we made out, and, and I was still married at the time, so of course, I wasn't going to go telling around. But that wasn't why we got divorced. My marriage was, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew him to do that with anyone else. He might have, but I don't.
You didn't know about it. Okay. Did your son know about any relationship or anything like that
No, I would have never told.
Sure.
I was embarrassed. I would have never told him that.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like, one of these sad housewives who don't get any attention, and then here he was giving me all this attention and all this.
Sure.
So maybe that deterred me from thinking that anything was going on between him and maybe, I don't know. Now looking back at it, maybe that's kind of, I don't know.
Okay. But that only happened one time?
In the gym. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you continue going to the gym after that incident, or were you going?
Yeah, I went for a little bit, but yeah. And then it was wrong. It was just wrong. So I quit
We're
going.
by no means here to judge
No.
you.
In my heart, it was wrong. And I couldn't let my son find out, and I felt guilty. And then, of course, I knew his wife, and that made me feel even worse. And so then I just quit going altogether.
I gotcha.
And my husband had quit going way up before that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, Matt would talk to me and say, oh, I know you don't get the attention you deserve, this typical stuff. And I'm embarrassed to even say that I'm stupid enough to fall for that, but.
And you're not the only one.
I'm not.
So.
Was there other
just seems to be the motive with that whole scenario.
He messes with the mothers to throw off the.
I'm not going to say that for every case, but he's a busy fella, for sure. Our main focus is not extramarital affairs or any of that. We're just trying to figure out the facts of.
I would not want my son to know that.
Sure, we're not. No. And that's just like what we have to discuss with him, out of respect of him and what's taken place. Whatever he chooses to tell you is whatever he chooses to tell you, but I can't tell you, all the things that took place. If he was still underage, obviously this would be a different circumstance. But now that he's of age, I feel like it's probably better that whatever he, tells you is, whatever he's comfortable sharing. Some of the charges, if, he gets arrested, they're going to be public knowledge. The victims won't be listed for us in the eye of the public unless this goes to like a trial, and then the facts are the facts. We don't want to drag anybody through the mud, but we also don't want there to be more victims in the future, and that's our biggest concern. So that's kind of where we're at. Do you have any questions for us or anything else you think we should know?
I feel utterly sick, just sick. My poor son. worse. What do I do? I mean, what do I need to do?
You know, there's not at this point. I mean, I don't, unless him and, you know, he's got some relationship that we're not aware of with Matt. I know that they still talked in the recent times, or they just did something together,
not too long
a triathlon or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, he's a grown adult now. I can't tell him not to talk to somebody, or, you know, we just gather the facts, and what the prosecutors do is what they do. I think that at this point, I don't know how many victims there are, because it sounds like this may be something that's went on for more than 1 year, you know. So that's why I wanted to. Do you remember what year he went to the field party or the bonfire camp out?
Been a senior, probably. So he would have been 18, but let's see, he's 24 now. So this is.
But if you don't remember exact, it's okay.
I don't know the exact dates, but he was probably a senior. Yeah, they had a big party because the seniors were graduating, and, you know.
But would remember more than.
Well, remember probably more than I can. You know, it's.
Sure.
I've probably forgotten more than I can remember now, but that's the only thing that I remember. They did have a big party because all the seniors was graduating or whatever. And, but like I said, Matt, you know, invited him to do that triathlon, and it was stuff like that. It was always geared around, you know, doing that stuff, like Tough Mudder or yoga or whatever it was.
Is there anything else that I missed? Because you got the facts, and I'm just kind of tagging along, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know, if I have to tell people, yeah, I messed around with him in the gym, I will. But hindsight, I don't want it to
That's not what this
hurt my
investigation.
son. Yeah, I don't want it to hurt my son.
That's not what this investigation's about. So.
But, and maybe he did that to throw me off. You know, I don't know.
Is there anything else before we turn the recording off that you think that we need to know, or you think that would be pertinent to the case, or?
You know, when you're in, it's all shocking.
Sure.
You can't even think straight. I can't even.
You know, he'll leave you a business card, and then, you know, you'll have time to kind of process things, and, you know, if something comes up that you think we need to know, you'll have a number to give him a call, and, you know, we can just kind of go from there if we need to come back and talk, or, you know, whatever. But, you know, we can go ahead and turn the recorder off if you got any questions.
Saying it was consensual, or has he acknowledged that he did something? Can you tell me that?
There's some stuff that took place. That's the questions is, you know, whether it was a grooming. It was nothing forced, okay?
You think he groomed him to be?
That's what we're trying to figure out. So I don't have that answer for you. Hopefully it can kind of give us shed a little bit more light, because he was super. It's my understanding that he was super afraid he was going to get in some kind of trouble.
He's probably afraid.
He's definitely not, you know, in any way going to get in kind of trouble. So we're going to go back and talk to him a little bit today, and hopefully he'll be a little bit more relaxed, and, you know, be a little bit more forthcoming with some stuff that we have some questions about. But
is it okay if I call him when we get done and try to?
Well, I mean,
just see if he tells me anything, or if he wants to open up to me about anything.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want you to share anything that we haven't told him already until we interview him. But I mean, you're his mom. I'm not going to tell you can't call him. Right. You know. And then once we talk to him again today, I mean, you know, if there's anything that he wants to tell you that he didn't feel comfortable telling us or whatever, you know, we can work that out later. But if you don't think that there's anything right now that we need to know for the recording, we can go ahead and shut that off and end this interview.
Yeah, exactly. I think I told you everything I remember.
The time is 12:12 on the same.
This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, October 18th, 2022, at approximately 11:29 hours. We'll be out at... Correction. We'll be out at to attempt to speak with a... Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I'm Detective Wise.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Do you care if I step in and talk with you?
Yeah,
You're not in any trouble, man. I didn't want to freak you out.
No, you're good.
Sorry about that.
I work night shifts. So I was downstairs. I was like, is somebody knocking at the
Oh,
door?
I apologize about that, man. I was hoping I'd kind of catch you in the middle a little bit
Yeah, no,
that way.
Let me shout my girlfriend so she just knows somebody here.
Okay.
Hey, Skylar. There's a detective upstairs. I'm going to be talking to him, okay? I'm not yet. Asking for what? Like I'm supposed to.
I got you, man. Hey,
I'm supposed to know.
It'll seem a little weird at first, to be honest with you. Like I said, you're not in any trouble. I'd tell you if you were. Actually, it's more or less, I think you're more probably going to be like a victim. Or not so much a victim, a witness.
Okay.
So basically, it's going to sound weird with the question I'm going to get. I promise you towards the end it'll all make sense, but I want to get your true recollection of the event.
Okay.
So I don't want to change up your story anyway.
Okay,
so
you're good.
You're going to look at me like, why are you asking me these questions? And then at the end it'll completely make sense, okay?
Are you private or with KSP? Or?
I'm with KSP,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So are you originally from Richmond or are you from Bourbon County?
No, well, it's a convoluted story. So I was born in Bath County. Like, that's where my dad lived. My parents were divorced, and then my mom lived in Lexington at the time. She remarried, and then I moved to Paris when I was in like second grade, I think, second or third grade.
Okay.
So I'm pretty much, but I've moved around a lot early on in life.
Okay.
But
Did you come to school here?
yeah, I went to EKU.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
I did too.
And my dad lives here. When he remarried, he moved here. So then.
Okay. So it worked out. You got.
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to EKU? What'd you go for?
I went for nursing. I'm a nurse at UK.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a criminal justice degree.
Okay.
From EKU. So your time when you were at Bourbon County, you went to Bourbon County High School?
Correct. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Were you ever on any sports or anything like that?
Yeah, I ran cross country.
You was cross country?
Yeah.
Okay. Who were some of your teammates and stuff you had there?
Like at the time I was running, there was. It's been a while. there wasn't a lot of us when I was. It's bigger now than it was when I ran. When I ran, there was like 7 of us maybe.
Okay.
And then like a lot of young ones, but just the high school ones are the only ones I associate with. That was another one. His sister also ran too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who were the coaches at the time?
When I first started, it was just Matt, Matt Perraut. It was just all of us. And then later on, I think his brothers signed on, Drew and Brian. What's Brian's name? Brian Watkins. And then Mike Felty. He's a firefighter there in Paris, I think, or maybe he works in Lexington, but he's a fireman. Mike Felty was also a coach, I think, at the time. So
Okay.
it's been a while. It's been 6, 7 years ago. So
Okay.
I haven't been back obviously to Paris like frequently in a long time because my mom and stepdad have since divorced, so nobody lives there. So the only time I'd go back is when I work out at the gym with Matt or something like that.
Okay.
So
Do you talk to any of the guys anymore on the
any of the guys on the team
or the
staff?
or Matt or whoever?
Yeah, Matt. I mean, Matt and I are pretty close. We just went to Jacksonville running a Spartan race not too long ago. But other than that, I mean, if I see him in passing, I used to work for Matt at the gym there. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Was there at any time that you were on the team, were there any rumors or anything of like kids like sweeping with coaches, vice versa, or any other weird things that kind of happened while you were on the team?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. What kind of at the end of the year, do y'all ever do anything? I know some teams always have like the blow-offs team kind of thing. They have like something at the end of the season
Team
and
bonding
stuff.
thing, yeah.
Yeah. Do y'all ever do any of those?
So we did. I'm trying to remember the year. We did a couple different things. I think Matt would take, like obviously it was a co-ed team, but we never celebrated things like co-edly. Or I never went to one. I think the boys did a camp out at Landworks, which was Matt's brother's thing. One of the guys had a camper. It was colder than hell that night. I remember we had a fire, and then we all either slept in tents or in the camper as a team. But that was just the boys. And then I think he took the girls and did like a movie night. I think some parents chaperoned or something like that, and they would either go do dinner or something, and then he would come stay with the boys, and we would like have like a little camp out and roast marshmallows and just do stuff like that.
Okay.
And I know we did a lot of fundraiser stuff. We'd have like obstacle courses that we'd set up out there on the course and stuff like that and use for fundraising or out at the track. But
okay. You said you all don't do that much. So they don't do it anymore? When was the last time you went to one?
I graduated in 2016, so
okay.
So it's been quite a while. I mean, and like I said, the team's way bigger now than it was. Like when it was first started, it was me and forget my name. That was my first year, and it was literally just us 3 running varsity. So we would literally just go in Matt's truck and go to the meets. Like he would drive us to the meets. It would just be us 3 and him. We were a super small team, and then it got kind of bigger towards my senior year, but it was mostly like the younger generation, like 8th grade, and then like middle school, and then JV was getting pretty big, but varsity was still pretty small. I mean, I think we only warranted a bus my senior year. I started my sophomore year, and by my senior year we had enough to warrant taking a bus, but that was elementary through high school would all fit on one bus. Now I think they have to take multiple, so it's grown. I have no idea, and I think Drew is more of the head coach now, to my understanding, than Matt is. I think Matt's just more of the like fitness because he's a personal trainer, so he does like the workout regimen, stuff like that. So
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was the one you were referring to when it was cold with the camper? When was that?
I think that was my junior year, so that'd have been 2015.
Okay. How old would you have been then?
Let's see, I graduated at 17, so I would have turned 16 going into my senior, or 17 going into my senior year, so I'd have been 15, 16, something like that.
Okay. What time of year do they usually do that? I would assume that'd be the end of the year if it's the end of the year.
Yeah, it was cold, so it was probably, I want to say, late November, early December or something like that.
So getting close to probably this time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When y'all were out there, anything ever happened that's not normal, that you would say at a normal camp out with some guys?
I mean, No, I mean, Matt had a few beers, but I mean, he's an adult, he can do what he wants. We just were drinking L8s and roasted marshmallows, trying to stay warm, and just talking crap. I think we always like to give Matt a run for his money. We would play wrestle. We'd all try to gang up on him as a team and wrestle and try and pin him down or something. But I mean, that's just dudes. I didn't think anything weird about it.
Okay. And it may not be that specific time. Have you done that? Did you do it the year prior to that too?
No, I think that was the first year we had done something because like I said, we were so small. We never even, if Matt wanted to do something, it'd been 4 of us when we first started, so it wouldn't have even been worth anything. So. Okay.
Did y'all stay there the whole time, or did you ever leave at some point and come back?
I slept at the camp out. I didn't leave. If somebody left in the middle of the night, I wasn't aware of it.
Do you remember who all was there?
At that camp out?
Yeah.
I know it was for sure. I can't remember his last name. Yeah, it's his last name. It's because it was his family's camper that we used. Okay. Was there, I think. Was there. May have been there. But as far as, I think that was all the boys that was all of us that would have been there.
No, there was no females that ever showed up eventually, or
showed
up uninvited. Any of them off the girls' team or anything?
I'm trying to think. That's been 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I want to say. I don't think any of the girls showed up. If they did, they definitely didn't stay. I know that for a fact because we all slept in one camper, and I would have remembered if a girl would have stayed there. Maybe somebody showed up at some point, maybe from the girls' team to say hi or something as a group, and I can't remember honestly. It's been 8 years ago.
So you and never left the camp out and went anywhere else?
Not to my knowledge, no. Like I said, it's been 8 years ago.
Well, like I said earlier, man, you're not in any trouble. I don't want you to think that you're in any trouble. Whatever you tell me, I've already talked to other people, and I to be honest with you, I already know the whole story. So, if you're thinking you're trying to keep somebody from getting in trouble, I completely understand. But you're not. I know something happened. I know you all left. So
I think one of Matt's buddies came and picked us up. I don't even remember his name, dude. I don't even know if I ever got his name. Matt was just, I think me and some of the younger guys were wanting a few drinks, and Matt didn't have any and had been drinking and didn't want to drive and leave his car, or drive and leave. So I think he called a buddy, and we went over to his house. I think there was a babysitter. I can't remember where the house was. It was nighttime and 8 years ago, and I think there was a babysitter there too. And then that guy, and I assume his wife, me, Matt, and we went over and had a few drinks at this guy's house. And I was in the kitchen, and Matt and the husband went into the bedroom, as far as I remember correctly. And I think then, because it was me and sitting in there, we were drinking some cheap vodka at the time. I don't even remember what it was. And dude, I was 14 or 15. My tolerance wasn't
I get you.
that good at that time. And I didn't think anything of it because, I guess Matt was just trying to be cool with us and all, and we were supervised. I didn't think that was weird, and then I think they were off doing something in the bedroom at that time, and then I started to feel like a pretty good head change at that time. Yeah. And I guess they, it's been a long time since I thought about this. Trying to remember how it all played out. I think the husband, or whoever this dude was, walked in and, or walked into the kitchen and asked me and Braden to come in there, and at that point I thought that was kind of weird, but I was like, all right, whatever. And then we walked in, and I mean, you said you talked to other people, so I guess you know what was going on in there. So, but I mostly sat in the corner there and didn't want to partake in that at first. You know, I was like, that kind of caught me off guard. I've never been around something like that, but yeah.
Well, I want you to be open with me, man. Like I said, I'll be completely honest with you. I wouldn't tell you that nothing you did at that time is going to get you in any trouble. Okay, you're a witness to that situation. If you had sex with a woman, that's perfectly fine. I'd be completely honest with you. I can't say otherwise. I can't lie to you and say you're not in trouble and then go and get you in trouble. You know what I mean? That's just not how the law works. I'll be completely honest with you. Be open with me. I know it's awkward, but trust me, you can't tell me anything I ain't heard before. I've done this long enough. This is nothing compared to what I've heard. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if you're trying to keep anybody from getting in trouble, I've already talked to pretty much everybody anyways. I mean, I've told them the same thing I'm telling you, okay? It's one of those things too. I understand you may not be trying to get Matt in trouble. Like you already said, you're kind of good friends with him and stuff. But to be honest with you, the things he's done, a lot of people don't know about. And it's pretty bad stuff that he has done. He's just, he's kind of, in other terms, he's pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes and nobody ever realized what he was doing. Okay, so I don't want you to think you're trying to protect him. You kind of need to look out for yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you all went over there because Matt set something up to have sex with this older woman, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like I said, you're not going to get in trouble for it. I don't want you to be protecting anybody. I want you to be telling.
Yeah. No, it's just an awkward thing for me to talk about because it happened a long time ago.
I get it. Well, I mean, for a 14, 15-year-old boy at the time, I mean, I completely understand. You know what I mean?
It's not something I've spent a lot of time. That's something I've actually tried to not think about for a long time. So
I get it.
It's just a hard spot for me to be in because, outside of that incident, Matt's been like a father figure to me. It's like really hard for me to.
I get it. A lot of other people said the same thing, but there's a lot of other stuff other than besides this situation that he was there in. There's a lot of other stuff that he's done that nobody's ever known about as well that we have found out about. That's, you know what I mean?
That'd be me included because I felt like Matt and I were pretty close. So that hurts to hear.
Up until I would say even his family doesn't know. So I wouldn't be surprised that you didn't know either. You know what I mean? So take me through. Let's start with who shows up to the camp out to pick you up.
Honest to God, I don't know his name.
Okay.
I don't think
Can you think about what he looks like?
He had a beard. I want to say he drove at the time. It's been 8 years ago, so I'm sure he's probably got a different vehicle by now. He drove a Ford Explorer, I think, or some type of sedan. It might not have been a Ford.
Okay. You remember what color?
It was dark. Maybe tan. Okay. Either like a dark, like beige or red or something like that. It was, like I said, it was dark.
Okay. You said he had facial hair. Remember what color or what color his hair was? His actual.
I think black.
Okay. Was it long, short, something else?
I think it was long, if I remember correctly.
Down to his shoulders long, or?
He may have had it pulled back into like a ponytail or something.
Okay.
I know his beard, I think, was pretty long.
And who all got in the vehicle?
Me, Matt, and that guy.
That guy. Okay. Can you recall where you all drove to?
No, it was somewhere downtown Paris.
It was a short trip though, so you know for sure you were in Paris.
Yeah. It was maybe a 5-minute drive, or depending on traffic lights and stuff. It was downtown Paris for sure, though. It wasn't.
Do you remember passing anything? Like passing a certain restaurant or right before you got there?
Restaurants in Paris?
Yeah.
Like 4 of them?
Yeah.
No. I want to say it was down by the library.
Okay. What did, when you pull up, what do you see? What does the house look like?
Dark. I mean, there wasn't any lights on the front side. I want to say there was like an overhanging porch, maybe. I think there was some trees in the front yard, maybe.
Like big trees?
Yeah, I think so.
When you say overhanging porch, what do you mean? Like
Like
right
a porch
at the front door?
like a porch that comes, like an overhang that comes over the front door.
I got you.
Dude, it's been a long time since I thought about this.
What color was the house?
White, maybe, or tan, like a light
White colored.
cream, yeah. I remember there being like a lot of like branches and leaves in the front yard. Because I think I tripped over one.
Okay.
So that's what makes me think there was a tree or some kind of shrubbery. I remember though, when you walk into the house, opens into the living room, there was a babysitter, or who they told me was a babysitter on the couch asleep. They told us to be quiet. Or the husband did. He said we didn't want to wake him. He took us in. There's a staircase on the right that leads upstairs. The bedroom was on the left, and then you walk past the bedroom into this like hallway, and then there's like a little kitchenette that leads to a back door into the backyard.
Okay. This all on the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only place we ever were, was on the first floor.
Never went upstairs?
No, never went upstairs.
So the bedroom, is that where, I refer to her as an older woman, but is that where the woman was with, and her husband went and Matt went originally?
Yeah. So how it went is we walked into the house, we all went into the kitchen, and the guy was like, you want some shots? And I was like, yeah. I was like, it sounds cool. You know, I'll be honest with you, I never drank before. I was like, you know, I was just living the experience, you know, just trying to fit in with the older crowd.
I got you.
I remember I almost puked when I took it. And then Matt's like, I'm gonna head in here. I was like, all right, cool. And like I said, at that point, I was like, you know, it's just all of us just chilling. Like I felt, you know, like I was like fitting in with the older guys. I was like, this is cool. They trust me with this. Like, this is cool.
Was this the plan the entire time coming to the house? Was that talked about beforehand, before y'all got in the vehicle, that y'all were going to this?
It was, I mean, you know, it's been 8 years ago. It was, to the best of my memory, it was more of like an allusion to it. But I was a sheltered kid, I'll be honest with you, and it was more of a I'm gonna go do this. I've got some friends, you know, they kind of into this stuff, and I'm gonna go do this, and you all just kind of do whatever. I was like, okay, you know, whatever. And so then we started drinking, and Matt went into the bedroom, and I was like, I'm just gonna stay in my lane. And then the husband, or whoever this guy was like, honestly, I don't remember his name. I don't even know if I ever knew it. He's like, we all sit here, and he's like, if y'all want to come in here, come in here. If not, just chill out here and just try to be quiet. Don't wake the babysitter up. So then, or whoever that person on the couch was, could have just been some random person, I don't know. And so then he goes in there, and then I just kind of just sitting there, just me and him. And then then the husband comes back out later. He's got his shirt off, which I thought was I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And then he takes us in there, and then I guess Matt and this lady are, you know, mingling.
Are they in the act of having sex?
Yeah.
No one has clothes on, kind of thing, or?
It just, at this point, it was just them two were unclothed.
Okay. Completely unclothed?
I think Matt maybe still had his like underwear on. I think he may have been performing oral on her at that point.
Okay.
And then I were just like, oh. you know, but at the time, you know, at 14, you know, you've had a couple of shots of alcohol at 14, you know.
Yeah.
We were all skinny, we were runners. We weren't, you know, it's not like we had a high tolerance, so I guess we were pretty impressionable to go along with the flow at that time. Yeah, and then it just kind of, I guess, cascaded from there.
Who, between you and who was the first to, like...
I think, I want to say, not just throw him under the bus, but just because I remember being...
Well, I can say, man, you're not throwing anybody under the bus. Nobody's going to get in trouble.
I remember being very shy. You know, I was kind of like over there in the corner, like, just kind of like wide-eyed. I was like, oh. And then I guess the man with the beard was just like, he's like, y'all don't tell anybody. Like, first off, they made us leave our phones in the car. I do remember that. He put them in the glove box, which I thought was kind of weird. But at that point, I thought it was more of like the drinking thing. He didn't want to call it like any pictures of us underage drinking or anything like that. So then, I remember, I think it was because he pulled a condom out of his wallet, and I didn't have one. I was just like, I didn't even know this was something to be planned for.
Yeah.
So I was just like, so I was sitting in the chair, and then, so then they all do that, and then the husband, he starts, I guess, he had a camcorder. I want to say it was like something, and at that point I was like, well, I'm here, like, you know, I was like, I'm obviously not leaving without. At that point I didn't know whether to be scared or excited, you know. I was like, you know, okay, because I mean, I guess, you know how young guys are. It's older woman, regardless of how she looks. It's kind of like the idea of it, I guess. So her started doing it, and then she looks at me and she's like, "Here, you just gonna sit over there or something like that?" And she was like, "Come over here." And so then I mean, I'm in a room full of people doing this, and I was like, well, I don't want to be the only weirdo sitting in the corner. So more of a, I don't want to say I felt pressure, but it was like, because nobody was like, other than the woman, was like really coaxing me to do anything. They were just like, sit down there and join if you want. If not, hell with you. So, but she was like, come over here. And at that point, I didn't want to, like, you know how you are in front of your friends, and like I didn't want to let Matt down. I didn't want to let him down. I was like, well, they're gonna expect me to. So I guess I joined in.
When you say joined in, did you have sex with her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't, you know, finish or anything. It was just it wasn't my vibe. Especially at 14, you know, you're not in your prime, I guess, sexually, maturity speaking. So I just.
Do you think you were 14 at the time or 15 at the time?
Probably closer to 15, 16-ish.
Would have been, so you said what, sophomore or junior year?
It was, I want to say it was my junior year, because I don't think the first year we ever did anything like that.
And then, it was towards the end of the year, so.
Yeah, so, and my birthday's, so I want to say.
You graduated when you were 17?
Yeah. So I graduated May of 2016, and I was 17. So that means the previous May, I would have been 16. And then November, so I may have been 16.
November of 2015?
Yeah.
Been 16?
Yeah. I was born in. It's hard math to follow.
Yeah, I got you. I think I'm tracking you, though. I think I see what you're saying. So,
like,
it was November of 2016 when it happened, so you would have been just turned 16.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, maybe it was. I was 15 or 16. I know that for somewhere in there. Because I want to say it happened my junior. That's the hiccup's the year in which it happened. If it was my sophomore year or my junior year. I want to say it was my junior year in 2015. Like I said, I mean, it's been a while ago, and like I said, it's not something I sit there and try to think about all the time.
Can you recall what the woman looked like?
She wasn't something to write home about, respectfully. I guess she was a little chunkier of a lady. She was short. I want to say she had light colored hair, like sandy. I don't think she was like bleach blonde, but she wasn't like dark headed either. She may have had like a mole or a freckle on her face somewhere. Not like a Maryland type mole, but like on her cheek or something. I mean, I'd probably, if I saw her, I would probably know her, but like
with a lineup, you think if I gave you a lineup, you'd be able to pick her out probably? I mean, Possibly. I'll be honest, I don't have one with me.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's been 8 years ago. Or however long, so 7, 8 years ago.
I mean, it's just pictures. It's be individuals that kind of look the same on it. It'd be a piece of paper is all it is. It's not like I'd bring you into a police station, but who did it? What about her body type? Was she thin, heavy?
She wasn't like heavy. She was just wasn't fit, if that makes sense. Like she wasn't a fit woman.
Okay.
But she wasn't like a grotesquely obese woman either.
Okay.
And like not to be like rude or insensitive, but it looks like based on like her stomach and stuff, I would say she probably had a few kids in her life. Just like the stretch marks and the out pouching or something of her stomach would make me think.
Okay. Yeah.
Knowing being a nurse and knowing what I know now about the body, at the time I didn't think anything of it. But
did you ever see any children there? Just the babysitter was asleep on the couch.
Whoever she was, that's what I was told.
Whoever she was. Yeah. Okay. Does she seem tall or anything like that?
The woman?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, I think she was probably average to shorter than average.
What do you think average would be?
5'6", 5'5".
Okay.
I never, to be honest, I don't think I ever saw her stand up. Would be like the hiccup of the.
Yeah.
She was always like, on her knees or on her laying down. Yeah.
Okay. See, so at the camp out, the same incident at the camp out, were there ever any girls that ever come out to the actual campground, or where you all were camping?
I mean, other than, like, if they came within that period in which I was gone, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't attest to that with certainty because I wasn't there. I don't know.
How long do y'all think y'all were there?
Hour and a half maybe.
Was there any rumors of Matt ever having any kind of sexual relationship with any of the girls on the girls' team?
Not to my knowledge, no. And I was team captain at the time.
And it don't have to be fact. I'm just saying, was there a rumor? You know how how high school goes. So
I never heard of any rumors. Never, because I mean, his daughter's on the team, so.
Yeah.
No, to my knowledge, there were no rumors or accusations or anything like that of him with students or athletes. I want to say there was one girl on the team that always had like, I don't know if you call it a crush but she was, I think it's her name, which a lot of these people I haven't talked to since I graduated, so I think that's her name. I mean, she may be married now for all I know and have a different last name. She always had like a weird crush on Matt and like would always like say weird things to him and like do weird things and like was one of those. She was always, I think she struggled a lot mentally. She was more of a heavier set girl. And her and Matt, like Matt would always try to like, I wouldn't say like do anything extra, but he was always very like conscientious and trying to be like supportive of her and stuff like that. But that like as far as like a relationship with a female athlete, that's the only one that would come to mind of anything. But like they, to my knowledge, nothing ever happened between them. Like that, like she was always just kind of, I don't know, like a promiscuous girl. But yeah, I think that's her last name.
Okay. What was said on your all's ride back from the house to the? You said what? The land works, the farm.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt say anything? Or
Not so much Matt.
The
guy did. He's like, I don't want to say he was like threatening us, but he just made it clear just to not talk about it. Which after the fact, I was like, for one, no one would even believe me if I did. Like, you know, as far as like my peers go, like I know I could go. You know, nobody would even believe that story if I told them.
Okay.
At that age, you know, 15, 16, I was like, nobody would even.
Was it ever discussed while you were over there of how old you were?
I don't think so, no.
Did you tell any of your teammates or anything like that when y'all got back?
I didn't. May have, but if he did, I wasn't in the conversation. I just kind of went to sleep.
I guess.
I was like.
Do you know around about what time it would have been when y'all got back?
Not with certainty, no. I want to say it was pretty late, because I think we waited for a couple of the guys to fall asleep. I don't know if we like waited. It was more of like a coincidental, like they went to bed and then Matt's like, hey, y'all want to, you know, go drink at a buddy's house and have fun? And we're like, yeah, sounds fun. But, you know,
I got you.
As far as that's concerned, Matt never like touched or myself, like, you know, like it was nothing like that. Like it was always
just with the woman.
Yeah, just with the woman, and he was just there. You know, it wasn't like he was touching me or touching.
Did he ever have sex with the woman? No, you said when you. No,
Matt. I would say so. Yeah, I mean we were all in there.
I remember you just said when you walked in he was performing oral. So
I would assume. Yeah, I would assume that he actually probably did.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you can think of or I forgot to ask you about? Doesn't have to pertain to that incident, really. It just.
No, I mean, and like I said, it wasn't something that we like talked about really afterwards. Like I don't know if Matt and I ever talked about that since, as far as I can remember.
Have you ever heard of him having any kind of like that happened to any other boys or anything like that? Any other rumors of them?
Never heard anything else after that. Like that was.
Okay. I'll like I said, man, you weren't in any trouble or anything like that, so I would just told you it was gonna be a little weird before we got to the end of it. There, I knew, but you were gonna be wondering why I'm asking all these questions. So this is my business card. If you have any questions or think of something else that you want to tell me, just give that office number there a call. It's 24/7.
Okay.
It's basically to our dispatch, but just tell them who you're getting a hold of. You don't have to tell them any details. Just tell them you need to talk with me.
Okay.
And if I'm there, I'll get back with you. If not, they'll leave me a message, and I'll get back with you as soon as I get the message, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else that you think of?
No, that's honestly wasn't anything I thought I would ever have to talk about again.
Yeah, I understand.
No, you're good. I mean, I'm not emotionally scarred from it or anything. Just life. Just move on with it. So.
Yeah. It's not. I get. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not normal, but shit happens.
I get you,
But,
man. Hey,
appreciate you
have a
coming
good
by.
one.
Hey, you too, man.
I appreciate you talking with me.
Feel free to reach out anytime.
You got. Is this your package, or I didn't know?
Okay.
All right, man.
But yeah, like I said, I work night shift, so if you were to call and I don't answer, or you come by and I'm not here, like.
Well, let me get a phone number from you then.
Yeah. Just because I work weird hours and weird schedules, so.
Gotcha.
My phone number is that.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it, man.
Yep. Have a good one. To end interview at 12:11 hours. Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. With me is Detective Larson. Today's date, Wednesday, October 19, 2022. 13:18 hours. The interview with today's resident. Good. So, with me today is Detective Larson. Right. Like I said, like I told you before, man, you're not in any trouble or anything like that. So I don't want you to think because there's two of us now, I don't want you to think anything different. All right.
Yourselves at home. Sports Center.
You got anybody else at home?
My girlfriend's in the basement.
Oh.
That's where my room is. So.
I got you.
Does she need to like leave or?
Can she hear our conversation?
I mean, I don't care. Oh, you mean can she?
Yeah, can she hear?
Probably if she's down on my bed.
Not cool. I like that dog. That dog's pretty cool.
Bill? Yeah, that's my roommate's dog, and he's in Philadelphia right now, and then I've got a German Shepherd.
Is she a German short hair?
Yeah. Belle, hush.
So the reason why we're back here again, Lucas, so we've gone and talked with some other people and found out some more information. I know you had called me after I talked with you before. You were just trying to remember stuff like that. We're just making sure that, is there anything that you thought of, left out? I get it's a really hard thing to talk about.
Yeah.
And
I mean, is there something that's with Belle? Hush, sweetie. Sorry about that. Belle, hush. I know you're excited. Shh. Is there something like specific, like you're wondering?
Well, I don't. Have you talked to your mom?
Yeah, she called me.
So, just to clear the air, we didn't tell her anything.
Okay.
Because I told her, I was like, look, he's an adult now. If he was still underage, then it would be a different conversation that we could have with you. But he's an adult, so whatever you all share is whatever you all share. We can't control that, but it's not our place to tell you. What.
Well, she called me before. I guess like y'all called her and told her y'all were coming or whatnot. She called me and I told her that I told her I wasn't going to talk to her until after.
Yeah.
She talked to y'all because I didn't want to alter or.
I appreciate
put any
that.
info.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Based on our last conversation about talking with people, so I was like, I was like, I'll let you talk with them, and then we'll talk afterwards. And then she was just asking me questions of her own, and I either told her no or that, it's just, you don't need to know.
Yeah, so, I mean, just so you know that, I mean, we didn't,
Okay.
Anything that you discussed with Detective Wise before, we haven't discussed with her. We basically just wanted to get her take on if she thought that there was anything weird when you were being coached by Matt or, that kind of stuff. So that's really the only reason we needed to talk to her.
Okay.
But, I know you discussed an incident involving Matt taking you to some older lady's house. So we did go interview that lady, and she remembers some things that either you weren't feeling comfortable talking about, or that you might have forgotten about. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But that's what we're trying to clear up now.
Okay. I mean, you can ask me. It's like, what about the specific? You're asking if Matt molested me or something to that effect?
I mean, I don't know what your definition of molested is, but if there was any sexual contact between you and Matt, whether it had been planned or not planned, I don't know, but there were some things disclosed by the lady that weren't included in your first statement.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to remember exactly verbatim what I told Detective Wise what happened. I mean, like I said, that was one a long time ago, and two, it's something, whether it's from me pushing it out of my mind or something, I don't recall any sexual contact as far as maybe an accidental grazing or something to that effect. I don't think there was any Matt never touched me to the best of my memory. And that's just me being honest with you. I'm not saying I'm not calling anybody a liar. I'm just saying personally I have no definitive recollection of anything like that.
Okay. Alright. Like he's told you, you're not in any trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, in this case, due to the age, whether you want to be a victim or not, you're kind of listed as a victim.
Okay.
So, that's kind of where that's at. So, it's not like one of these things where we have to have you disclose stuff to us before we can charge somebody.
Right.
It's just simply, it's not like you're taking our side against Matt. It's just simple facts at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, there's some stuff that was pretty detailed that the girl remembers, and I feel like if it happened to you, you would probably remember it. But how intoxicated were you that night?
I mean, it's a lot of the things I told him was pretty fuzzy, and that's why a lot of the timeline for me is off, because I don't really, and especially after the fact, the last thing on my mind, when we headed back to the campsite, was not who was there, who was around. I was just kind of within my own thoughts of what had just happened, I guess, the guilt and the icky feeling, I guess, afterwards.
A little freaked out?
Yeah. Because I guess in the moment and the whatever, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I was just young and sheltered, and that was my first exposure or anything like that. And, hindsight, I chose the wrong thing to do, but, I could have done a lot of things differently then. But I would say that, I may have had I was young and I was really skinny too back then. I was a cross-country runner, so it wouldn't have taken much for me to get intoxicated. I know for certain that I drank, I want to say it was vodka at that house. And I think I may have bummed a beer or two off Matt prior to at the camp out before we went. And all probably within an hour or so at, however old I was and 150 pounds soaking wet.
Sure.
A couple shots of vodka and 2 beers was probably a lot to me then.
I got you.
So I can't tell you for certain how on a scale Again, like it was long ago, and it's not something I like to reflect on a lot.
I got you. Do you think it's fair to say that you were intoxicated?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
As far as the degree of that, I don't know.
Right. So, the lady we spoke to said that, obviously, like you said, it was a very, I would say it's probably fair to say, like looking back on it, a traumatic experience because you'd never been around anything like that before, or been exposed to that kind of stuff before because of your age, obviously,
Right.
you know. So, it's my understanding, talking to her, that maybe you had an issue, like, I wouldn't say issue, but maybe not into it so much as Matt was and that kind of stuff.
Like, oh, for sure. I mean, I think I told you that, like, at first I was kind of in the corner, like, wide-eyed, like, what is going on?
Yeah, and I think at some point, like, maybe, you know, we're all adults now, so we're just going to have to go straight for it. But I think at some point maybe you couldn't get hard or erect, and she's trying to, like, give you some oral sex. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that part?
Yeah, I think so. I think she, gosh, it's been a long time since I've tried to run through this in my mind. I was thinking of lunch too, by the way. I heard your stomach growling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to the best of my memory, if this was the room, you know, like these four walls, the bed would have been right here.
Sure.
There's probably, I think there was a chair or a bench or something in that corner, and I was sitting on. And they were all doing their thing, and I was, I guess, the last to kind of participate, and she told me to come on over. And then she started performing an oral, and then I think she had me lay down on the bed, and then she got on top of me, and then I think Matt stood up on the bed to my right, and she, you know, she and I guess were grinding or whatever you want to call it, because I still wasn't fully erect at that point, to the best of my memory, and then she started performing oral on Matt on my right hand side.
Okay.
And then I think Braden and the other guy were doing whatever behind her. I couldn't see, but I was just like looking up at her. So.
And when you say doing whatever, like those two were doing stuff together, or like on the girl?
No, I don't think so. I think they were both like taking turns, like, you know, playing with her from behind her, whatever you want to call that.
So is it, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is it fair to say, like, at some point during this whole experience or incident, I guess is a good word for it, but was it like a group thing, like everybody was kind of doing something at one point, or was it like more isolated to like one person took a turn and then somebody else took a turn and then
I would say it was more focused on her, like everybody was doing something, but it was more focused on like her, you know what I'm saying? Like I think the guy was, for lack of a better word, coaching Braden and I through like what to do to her, you know what I mean?
The guy, like,
not Matt, the other guy, her husband or whoever he was.
And that's the guy that came and picked you up from.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, man, I'm just gonna come out and tell you, I need you to be 100% honest. This is gonna be super awkward to talk about.
Okay.
But most of the rest of the guys in the room and the girl remember a point where she couldn't get you erect, and Matt performed oral sex on you. And I know that's super difficult to talk about or think about, but I need you to realize at this point, there's no saving Matt, no matter how much y'all are friends. You know, it doesn't matter what you say, it's not going to make it any different for the outcome for him. Okay?
Okay.
Obviously, we're not putting your business out there. I've already told you I'm not telling your mom anything, and that's 100% fact.
Okay.
Straight up. But we do have to have you be 100% honest with us, because that's how it's easier for us to keep things from, like, hopefully you not having to go to court, is 100% honest. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and I know that that's something that you would remember happening if it happened. Okay?
Okay.
So, man to man, we're all grown-ups. We've all done shit we don't remember, but we also have stuff that we regret or wish didn't happen, and this is one of those times. You know what I'm saying?
This sucks to talk about.
I got you. But you also have to remember something, man. I don't know, looking at this, now that you're grown, looking back on it, like, I don't know if you feel like you're a victim, but you're not the only dude. And then there's girls too. And we don't want that to keep going down this road.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that.
So,
I'm trying to think of, like, how to describe that. Because it wasn't quite like that.
okay. Buddy, just rip the Band-Aid off and tell me what you remember. I mean, it's one of those things that's probably super uncomfortable to talk about, but there's only one real way to describe it, and that's just the way it happened. So.
So, I've tried so hard to, like, forget about all this.
I get it, man. Get it.
So, the way I remember what they're referring to going was, like I said, I was having, obviously, intimacy issues. I was struggling.
Right. For good reason.
Yeah. And I remember, I think she was on top of Matt at this point.
Okay.
And I was kneeling on the bed, and she was, like, kissing me and, like, touching me while on top of Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if it did happen, it was just, like, for a split second, and then I either moved or something that, like, it wasn't a prolonged thing. And like I said, like, in the whirlwind of things, and the fact that I was pretty much drinking for the first time in my life and having a lot of firsts in my life, like, I can't tell you with utter certainty, like, with conviction, that, like, it was full on oral or, like, what it was. I don't know if he was moving it out of the way, if he was grabbing it. I don't. And I would tell you if, like, he was, like, performing oral on me for any reason, like, I would tell you, like, if I knew that with 100% conviction. But I don't want to sit here and say that with, like, because it's just not, like, whether it's because I've tried to repress that so much, or if it was because I was intoxicated and just don't remember clearly, or what it was. But I don't, like, describing it like, how I guess the other people have described as him performing oral on me for, like, did they say it was, like, for a sustained amount of time?
I'm not going to say that that's what they said, but I think that I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Okay. And we didn't come down here to make your day worse. Okay. So I think it's fair that me and you both looking at each other today, man to man, can say, and by talking to the other people, and I've talked to a lot of people in my 13 years of doing this.
Yeah.
Me and you both know that whether it was for 5 seconds or 5 minutes, I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. But at some point, I'm pretty sure, whether you wanted him to or not, somehow your penis ended up in his mouth at some point.
Okay. I mean, that could be a fair statement like that. Yeah.
Do you remember that happening?
Vaguely.
Okay. So, dude, 100% honest, just tell me what part of that you remember. Like, obviously everybody else remembers it, and like, I need you to tell me, like, you felt something down there and then you looked down, or I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean, that would be fair. Like, I looked down and I was just like, nah, and then that was it, and then that never talked about, never.
So when you looked down, what did you see?
I mean, Matt.
Matt what? You gotta say it, man. I can't say it for you. I'm not trying to beat you.
No, you're good.
You know.
I guess Matt, touching me and performing oral or attempting to, anyways.
Was your penis in his mouth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you put your penis in his mouth, or did he put his mouth around your penis?
He put his mouth on me.
Okay. And what happened when you looked down and saw what was going on?
When I realized what was happening, I just kind of, tucked away and then went back to whatever I was doing. I was just like.
And did he stop, or did he try to do it again?
He stopped.
Okay. Okay. So that's out in the clear, okay? Is there anything else about that incident that you forgot to tell us, or that you just didn't want coming out?
As far as like things that I did or happened to me?
Yes.
No.
What else are you thinking that might be something that we need to know? I only asked that because you said it, as far as like me or.
I mean, I can't speak. I didn't witness, him doing anything, or the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was kind of a weird dude, obviously.
You're talking about the boyfriend, husband, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never knew. Like, I never got names or like who they were to anybody. Never seen him before. Never seen him since.
I got you. So, since that happened, I gotta ask the question: Is there ever been any same-sex experiences for you between you and Matt before?
No.
Or after that?
No.
Okay.
No, that was an isolated, few second ordeal, and then, I mean. And I just chalked it up to, Matt was pretty intoxicated at that point too.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just chalked it up to that, and we never spoke of it. It never even came close to happening again.
Did you all ever discuss it at all?
No.
Okay.
Never.
So, that night, did you end up having sex with that girl, like actual intercourse?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if things worked out for it, like came around and things started working.
Sparingly. I don't think finished or climaxed or however you want to phrase that at any point.
But at some point there was penetration.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because she was on top of me for the duration of my intercourse.
Okay.
With her. So.
Okay. So, again, I need you to be 100% honest with us, but explain to me what your relationship with Matt was. Was there ever other times when he offered to take you to other people's house for sex, or his house for sex, or anything like that?
No. No. I mean, my relationship with Matt is like, I mean, those things aside, you know, I looked at Matt as kind of like a father figure. I was talking with Detective Wise, my parents split before I was born. I moved around a lot as a kid, and always back and forth between mom and dad. And then, you know, when I met Matt, I wasn't the most athletic guy, and Matt just kind of helped mold me into, you know, an athlete, and he was a great coach. And obviously, that's why it's so hard for me to talk about, because, you know, I hold all those things aside. Like, I just kind of compartmentalize that, and all things aside, you know, I really do care for Matt, and we just have like a good bond. You know, like, I feel like the older I get, the more we just become good buddies, you know, like best friends than coach and former athlete. Like, we went to Jacksonville not too long ago, or St. Augustine, and ran a Spartan race together. Like, you know, I worked out in the gym with him a lot, twice a day, every day for a long time, and then I worked for him at the gym. And he was always pushing me to be like a better version of myself. And I know, like, all things considered, with everything, it's hard to see him in that light, like that.
You know, at the end of the day, people make mistakes.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and you know, and as far as, like, the only thing I can ever attest to is, like, that incident. Outside of that, I never caught a whiff, never had a suspicion of anything else. Like, I never heard about it, thought about it, saw about it, had a suspicion of it. Like, walked in on a scenario that was kind of like, never got that vibe from him.
And what about Matt's wife? Was she involved in the training part of coaching, or?
To a degree. Rebecca, I mean, I think you've met her, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, she's kind of a free bird. Yeah, Rebecca's cool.
Did you ever get a vibe that she was involved with anybody, like, on the team, or was there ever any rumors going around that she might have been involved with any students or anything, or was that strictly just with Matt?
No, and I mean, up until this point, I never even heard anything about Matt doing that. So, you know, Rebecca, she's goofy, and they took on more of a role of us. We were just a bunch of boys. A lot of us didn't have the best, you know, home lives or home examples. They became more like a, you know, father and mother figure. You know, like, Rebecca was more the mom of the group, like making snacks for us and stuff like that, and chastising us when, you know, we were all getting too rowdy and having too much fun or whatever. But no, I never suspected or heard of anything like that either with her.
Okay. So when we talked to your mom, she did remember a couple incidents that she thought was weird, and I think it was when you all were, like, hanging out at your house.
Okay.
She said that there was a girl that came over maybe once, and it was the only girl that she could remember that ever came over from the track team. But she didn't know her name.
Came over to my house. The only time my mom used to cut his hair, the only time Matt would have been with the team at my house, I think, was the night of the Conor McGregor Floyd Mayweather fight. We threw a thing there, we all pitched in and did the pay-per-view. And we had a pool at that time, so we were swimming in the pool. Honestly, I don't remember who that would be. I know it was there because he broke the ladder. I was there, obviously. Matt, my mom. If anybody, it may have been, but she wasn't on our cross-country team. She was from Carlisle. Because I don't think anybody else.
What did she say? Brunette? Was it a brunette?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Kind of heavier girl.
She said just a little bigger than the rest of them, not fat.
Well, that
but
wouldn't be because she was pencil thin.
She said just a little bit bigger, but not like fat, like just a little bit bigger bones maybe than the rest of the track team or cross country team, because she said they're pretty much everybody was small on the cross country team. Cause
we had two of those really kind of, I guess you'd say like chunkier for a cross country runner. That was his sister, but I don't think she was there. Might have been, but I don't remember her being there.
Okay.
Like when you're talking about it so long ago, and at the time those minute details of like who.
And I'm not saying anything happened. She said there was one girl there that came once, and I was curious who it was.
Always wanted, like, had FOMO, fear of missing out. Like, would always want to do stuff, even if it was just the guys. She was always like that. Never thought anything of it. I just figured she liked hanging with the dudes. I mean, that's the only other person that I would think that could fit that description of heavier set and brunette would be either. She was blonde. I wasn't bigger boned.
And then she mentioned somebody else, but they were not on the track team. It was, where was she from? Did she say? She didn't remember her name either.
That
always hung out with
She
Matt.
gave her mother's name.
She's in like medical school or something now.
Louisville, maybe.
Yeah.
Does she hang out with Matt a lot?
At the gym.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't think so. I think she had a boyfriend at the time. Like I think they're either engaged or working towards it. His name's that's how they pronounce that. We always just make fun of him for it. Like,
he wasn't there.
No, I don't think. No, it may have been. It was at the house, at that pool party. That's who that was.
Okay.
Because she was thicker. She wasn't on the cross country team. She went to Lexington Catholic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was there that night because we and I were pretty close at that point.
Yeah, your mom said you had a thing for her or something. She sold you out. I don't want to tell you.
Yeah.
Some things just don't work out, man.
No.
It just is what it is.
Yeah. No, it might have been that was at the house at that night.
Okay.
Because she used to come over and swim all the time. Well, that's stupid. I got a pool, girls and chicks in bikinis. I was like, come on with it.
I got you.
I got a pool.
All right. Got a pool. Okay. Is there anything else that you can think of? Because I don't want to keep coming back down here and pestering you.
No, you're good.
Bringing up old things you don't want to remember no more. Is there anything else that you can think of, whether it was that incident that you think we need to know for the case, or a different incident that you're like, that was a little weird, or anything at all?
No, I mean, Matt, we always had like, all of us boys would always have like guy talk, but it was never anything, like I said, like that was just such an isolated incident, and it never happened before, and at least that I was involved with, and it never happened since that I was involved with. We never really spoke of it, because leaving the place we were told not to by the guy that came and picked us up or whatever.
I got you.
I don't even know who those people were. Still never figured it out. Didn't really try that hard though.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where that was a lot of shame and weight bearing for me after that, for that scenario.
You just working through it?
Yeah, I didn't talk about it with anybody. Never spoke of it. I don't think Brady and I even spoke of it. I just spent the last 7 or 8 years trying to forget that ever happened, really. Because like I said, outside of that isolated incident, Matt's been nothing but a positive role. That's why it's so hard for me to talk about, is because I know like you said, like nothing his fate or his path or whatever's already said, and not by my doing.
Right.
Yeah, it's a touchy topic, I guess.
I got you. Well, I mean, if there is something else, obviously give him a shout. Like I told you, we really, truly did not tell your mom anything. She's got her suspicions that, she thinks something's happened, but we didn't tell her.
Yeah, well, and I told Detective Wise that the other day, that was one of my big fears, because I know, especially with my cousin's case, I don't know if you all or even know what I'm talking about, but she was on Georgetown, the big rape case at Knife Point that happened at Georgetown a few years ago, 3 years ago. We just put him away this spring, his name.
It vaguely sounded familiar when you told me, but I couldn't.
Yeah, and I just remember sitting through that and having her go into detail about the sodomy and all that in front of me and my grandfather, and that's like what I told you. I don't want that, and I know if I have to, I have to, but if that'd put a hurting on me if I had to go up there and look at Matt and say these things in a courtroom full of people.
I got you. Well, I mean, that's another reason we're trying to talk to you now, is so we can hopefully avoid that. So, that's why I don't want you to leave anything out. Like, if there's something else that you're like, man, I hope they don't ask me about that.
No, I mean, I think if I can talk about that, then I think I can. Everything else will be pretty mild compared to that.
Gotcha. All right. You got any questions for us before we get out of your hair?
I mean, people talk, and I know the more, people you interview and stuff, like, I just want to, like, make sure I don't put myself or, the case or whatever in jeopardy. Like, I don't want to get in trouble for anything. I want to be as far removed from this shit as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's zero chance. As long as you don't make something up that's a 100% lie on purpose, there's zero chance you're going to get in trouble.
I mean, it's just, I'm getting ready to go to CRNA school, and that's the last thing I need to, something like that. So, worked too hard to get undone by something that happened when I was 15.
I got you.
Or 16.
No, it's nothing like that. I mean, we're not, going to come knocking on your door trying to arrest you or charge you with anything or, any of that stuff. It's just strictly, I mean, you're going to be listed as a victim on that case. So, but, I mean, we're talking to a lot of people, including, we even talked to your mom, so, we got a lot of interviews that we've done, so we're just clearing stuff up, and, some people remember stuff that other people don't, and, I'm not hating on you for not wanting to talk about that part of it on the first interview. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But, I just want to make sure that we've got everything covered. So, anything else?
Have you all talked to, I mean, you may not be able to even answer, have you all spoken with yet?
Is he on a team?
He was after me.
Tell us about him.
He's in the Army. I think he lives in Berea. His dad was a chiropractor. His mom was a counselor or something at the school at the time. I think that's their names. They used to live right down the road from me here. They were always pretty cool. He was younger than me. I was in college, I think, his junior and senior year. But, my first years of college, I was always coming back home just homesick and stuff until I finally got used to
being away.
The freedom, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going back. Would be a good person. I don't know if I haven't talked to him in quite some time. Last time I spoke with him was probably close to a year ago with Matt. We were at dinner, and we called him and see what he was doing, see if he wanted to join us. We were in Lexington for something. But he were always really close.
Okay.
I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I mean, but as far as like, I can only tell you about with certainty what happened that I was involved with in my time, at there. But after the fact, I don't,
To make some running remarks that you think he might have had something going on, or you just know that they were close?
I just know that they were super close. So if like anybody would know some
other stuff.
secret stuff, it'd be probably. But he's a straight shooter. He's in the Army. Was always like the good boy of us, which you wouldn't think about looking at him. He's like captain of the football team, quarterback. Like you'd always think he'd be the mischievous one, but he wasn't. He's married now with a child on the way. But I just didn't know if y'all had talked to him or.
Haven't yet. But
Because I was just the way my mind works, knowing what you all know already before you come and talk to me, I was like, I figure I'm probably one of the last people you've talked to.
I mean, we've talked to several people, so
yeah,
But it never hurts to talk to other people, because you never know how far or how much or who else is involved or what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I told her that I love Matt, but that aside, like right is right, wrong is wrong, and if he is, guilty of, doing things to other people like that, outside of what I was involved with, then like, I've got a sensitive spot for that, on account of what happened to my cousin. She and I were super close, and that about destroyed her.
Mm-hmm.
And so, sex crimes are no joke, I guess is the point I'm making.
Right.
So,
yeah. But as far as you knew, there was no girls on the track team that Matt was extra friendly with, or that you'd heard through the grapevine that he was hooking up with, or none of that.
No, it was, he's divorced now, so what's it matter? But, he had his extramarital affairs that I knew about, but those were always, older women around his age. And I always, from guy talking, I was 21, I was old enough for it. And so I knew about those things, but I think Rebecca was having her thing on the side too. But
it's weird.
As far as them with anybody underage or like what they had a position of authority over, as far as I'm concerned, neither of them partook in that, as far as I know, and that's the honest truth. Like I have no knowledge of any of that, and I would tell you if I did, because like you said, nothing I say I can't lie my way or lie his way out of it for him. So, and there's no use in lying. The truth's always gonna come out.
Right.
And I don't want y'all to think like I'm trying to purposely withhold stuff. It's just a sore topic for me to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things that you just move on from. And
yeah, I did. I just never spoke of it. Really, I was just like, life goes on.
Yeah. Yeah. How long do you think it took you to get over it initially?
After the initial fear that I had was having a kid on the way, all the irrational fears of your first time, like, oh, it's done. I'm a father of some bastard child, and now I've got AIDS and everything else, herpes. And then once that was about 1 or 2 weeks, and I didn't hear anything. I was like, well, then I'm probably good. No sores or doesn't burn when I pee. I think I'm good. I went to the health department, got like a Rocephin shot or something. I was like, and then after that, it was just the constant worry of, God, I hope my mother doesn't find out. Because even I'm 24 years old and still, like she just did, what in the hell is Kentucky State Police calling me for? Saying they need to interview me, and I'm like, jeez.
Yeah. Well,
she cries, she give you all the waterworks, and she's hysterical.
It isn't terrible, but there's little emotions. Moms are always emotional.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
And like I said, that's something I was fine with taking to my grave. I was fine with that. I made my peace with that. I'm over it now. Talking about it, kind of brings it all to light. But
yeah,
it's not like I've got any lasting psychological damage. I'm not in therapy. I'm okay.
Okay.
I hate my job, but that's nursing. So.
Night shift at that, right?
Yeah, I worked last night, so I got home at like 9 this morning. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll get out of your hair. Is that your deer?
Yeah, it is.
Lucky.
That's why I'm going back in the woods tonight when y'all were just waiting on y'all. So.
put it
We're
down
holding
here
him
somewhere.
up, is what he's saying.
Huh?
We're holding him up.
Hey.
Nah, you're all fine. Nah.
You just said something I quit talking a long time ago.
I mean, I really appreciate you guys. I know y'all got a job to do. It's as uncomfortable for you as it is for me. So, like I said, if there's anything I can do, you know, I think I've expressed, you know, it's just a tough spot for me to be in. So,
I got you.
Just trying to navigate all that. So. I appreciate it.
You just run right my way.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
End interview 14:02. But to be honest with you, man, I can't say for sure. You know what I mean? That's kind of left up to the.
It's just one of those things where, like, you know, obviously the delicate nature of these situations and stuff. And,
Yeah.
You know, I've not really talked about it with anybody, so like I don't want to like see my name on a headline, you know, against Matt. Like.
Yeah. No, I mean your name.
You know, Bourbon County coach with 2 boys, and you know my picture on it. Like that's just, you know.
Yeah. Your KSB will not release your name. I can promise you that. Like, I mean, Matt's name will be released, and the if there's charges brought against him, what those are. Okay. But your name is not going to be in the newspaper, or any news of that sense. With KSB, we're not going to release stuff like that. Now, that's not to say that there, you know, I can't say that your name's going to be in there somewhere. You know what I mean? In my report. You know what I mean? And I can't say for sure that if they'll ask you to testify or not. To be honest, it depends on how Matt wants to play it. If he wants to take it to trial, there's a possibility. I would be completely honest with you.
Okay. I mean, like, is it one of those things, like, because, I mean, obviously you understand, like, the horrible spot this puts me in because, you know, obviously, you know, right is right, wrong is wrong, and I want justice to be served, but I have conflicted feelings about being, you know, a tool in his undoing, so.
I got you. I mean, I'll express that, your feelings and stuff like that to the prosecutor, so that they know that and know and understand that. They can kind of talk with you a little bit more if we ever get down that road. You know what I mean?
If you're allowed to tell me, or do you mind? Can you tell me who the prosecutor is? Because I'm close family friends with some of them.
So yeah, I mean it's the Commonwealth Attorney for Bourbon County. So that's Sharon Muse.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Are you friends with her? Family with her?
Yeah, our families are close. So.
Okay. And that's not a problem. That's just something they can reassign a special prosecutor if they have to. You know what I mean? That way.
And I mean, it's just not like that. It's just, and I know like client confidentiality is just, I don't want to have to. So Sharon did. My cousin was the Georgetown, the rape on Georgetown. That was my cousin was the victim of that.
Okay.
And so but my family's known her for way long, but you know, like we got really close with her. I did personally during that time. So. Yeah.
Well, and if there's any conflict that comes up like that, we can. I mean, they can just change. They'll have a change of venue. They'll just do. You know, they'll have a different prosecutor. You know, any of that stuff.
I know Rob, her husband.
Yeah.
Pretty well. So.
Yeah. So I mean, if it comes down to something like that, they'll change the venue if they feel there's a conflict there. And if you kind of know her already.
It's just, you know, it's when it's a family friend opening up about something like that, you know.
Yeah. Listen, man, I totally understand. I mean, if there's ever anybody that you need to talk to or something, we've got people that do that kind of stuff. If that's what you're kind of hinting at.
It's just not so, like, I just want to know, like, moving forward, like, I don't want to, like, I want to know, like, I guess, like, what I have to do and saying what I don't have to. Like, you know, obviously my witness statement, that's, like, to the best of my memory, I gave it to you. And, you know, if something pops into my head or if I have a different recollection of the events, obviously, I'll let you know. Like, I don't want you to think I'm, like, lying to you or trying to, like, skirt around things. It's been a long time. It's something I've tried to really repress, you know, for a lot of different reasons.
Right.
And then also, like, my conflict of interest, you know, being very close with Matt, you know, so, like, it's just a hard spot for me to be in.
I completely understand, man.
Because, I mean, like, I get it, it's wrong, shouldn't have happened, you know, inappropriate, all that, and, like, if it was my child, you know, I understand the feelings on that other end, but at the same time, you know, that's been years ago, and nothing like that's happened since, and I've known Matt a long time, and he's done a lot for me. So it's just hard for me to like.
I understand.
Take part in that.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, it's like I said, I can't disclose all of it right now, but there are other things that he was involved in. I just can't disclose. I just don't want to disclose it with you. The same reason why I'm not going to disclose information that you've told me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I try to keep everything separate. I don't tell anybody unless I have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this is so I'm not like saying this in a way to like discredit my witness. Like, that's totally unbiased. The truth is best as my recollection allows. But like Matt and I have been in communication. Like, he has told me, like, I knew when you were here about when you showed up, because like not exactly like the whole entire situation. He just told me that there's some allegations that he was going through a rough time, and like, like we're friends. So like he's like, I can't give you any details or anything like that. He said, but just don't be, whatever. And so he said, just tell the truth as best as you remember it about whatever they ask you about. Like, he never, like, and I'll like swear to you, he never told me what. He just said that there's some allegations brought against him and that he's, going through a rough time. So like, I have spoken with Matt, but like, as far as I'm concerned, like, moving forward, do I just need to like not talk to Matt, or?
I'm not gonna say you can't talk to him, but it would be in your best interest, and I highly suggest that you not speak about anything regarding the investigation. You want to talk to him about gym stuff, that's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna tell you who you can and can't talk to, but it's in your best interest not to talk about the investigation while it's still open. All this will kind of come forth eventually. Okay. But that's what I've recommended to everyone so far. So what all has Matt told you then? He just said there was allegations. He never gave you a name of who?
He just said a girl on the team.
Okay.
And then I asked, who? I was like, well, who? And he's like, and I was asking him to rattling off names, and so like, but like, no, he never came forth and was like, hey, this person accused me of this, blah, blah, like.
Okay. Did you ever, did you come to your own conclusion?
If you take his phone records, you'll see I texted him, like, about, like, hey, like, it's just kind of like a motivational thing. So, like, if you see that, like, if you, like, take his phone records or something, like, that's what that was about. Like, and that's what I thought about, too, once he left. I was like, well, I've talked to Matt and knew that, so I didn't want you to think that, like, my witness statement has been, like, altered or something like that.
Okay.
And then I didn't want you to think I was, like, lying to you.
Okay.
Like I said, dude, I don't want to get in trouble, and like my main thing is like this is just a terrible situation for me, and I'd like, if possible, I would like to remain as far removed from it. I hope justice is served and all that good stuff, but like I just don't want my name. I understand. It's gonna be hard for me to handle being involved with it. Is what I'm getting at.
I understand. I'll express that to them. And like I said, being honest is the best way to keep yourself from getting in any other, getting in any trouble. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
if you've been honest with me
on that topic, so like the more I think about it, the more I want to say that it did stop by. The girl, she did stop by that night.
Okay.
And she was on it. She was one of those, like, the reason that she didn't immediately come to mind when you asked about teammates and stuff like that is because she was always on the team 1 week, off the team 1 week, and like in my mind, what I'm saying, in my mind, I always thought of people that were like at every practice, that kind of thing, because that's what like I thought you were hinting at, is like who was at every practice. She was kind of one of those that would stop, start, miss practice, all that good stuff. So, but I want to say that she did come by. I don't know if she was with anybody that night. For certain, like, I can't speak with certainty, but I want to say I think at some form or fashion, like I said, this has been a long time ago, and I cannot say with 100% certainty that how long she stayed, what time she showed up, or anything like that, but I want to say that at some point in the night I did see her in some fashion.
Okay. Was she just kind of,
like I said, because
she just hanging out? When you say in fashion, you saw her in fashion, you just mean she was kind of hanging out with everybody there?
Yeah, like she was there in some capacity of like in the group setting.
Okay. To your knowledge, did anybody, was there anything between the teammates and her, was there anything that happened? Or between Matt that you know of?
To the best, I did not see anything, no sir.
Okay.
like I said, to the best of my knowledge, I did not, with like in best of memory, as best as memory. Gosh, this stuff's got me so tongue-tied.
No, you're good. Take your time, man.
I'm sorry, you cut out on me.
You're good. You're good. I mean, if it's something you want to think about more, that's perfectly fine. We can always talk some other time. But yeah, I completely understand you.
That, like, I'm doing my best to be as upfront and honest with you. It's just like, for one, it's a long time ago. It's something I care to not, think about or remember. And then, I don't want you to think I'm lying to you or like trying to hide anything, because that's not right.
Yeah.
Whatever. So
I understand. I appreciate you calling me back. I will. I'll express. I get how you feel about your name and stuff like that. Like I said, I'll express that to the prosecutor, and KSB will not release your name or anything like that.
Okay, yeah, because that's the last thing I wanted is like, because my granddad's a preacher, and like this, the last thing I want to be associated with or have people know about, if I can help it, is that, because like I don't want to have to testify against Matt or like have to talk about that. If I can help it, if it's if I have a court summons and legally have to, that's one thing, but like it's just a stressful situation for me that I don't want to be.
I understand.
A part of, really.
I get it. I totally understand.
Yeah. I mean,
and I didn't
go through this, or is it just me?
Do what?
I said, does this happen to most people, or is it just me?
I'd say this is probably a normal reaction.
Okay.
So, like I said, man, if there's anybody you needed to talk to or something like that, we've got people available. If you ever feel like you just need to talk to somebody or something, I mean, we've got that option.
And if something, and like I'm a nervous Nelly. I'm a healthcare professional, and I worry about enough lawsuits from work or like legal troubles from work. I just want to make sure that like if I do think of something in a different light or something like that, and like I just don't want like to get in trouble for like you thinking I'm lying to you. Like if I told you something wrong or I remembered it incorrectly at the time and think about it, I just want to make sure that.
As long as you make me aware of it, man, there's no problem there.
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, there's no legal repercussion that can come back on you from what happened. So.
Okay.
You're good there.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just sitting here like, because when you left, I was like, well, if I was older than Braden and I knew about it, I was like, Jesus, like, you'd still be a juvenile. That's there's no legal repercussion that can be against you all. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just a hard spot for me to be in, and I know, that, and I'm trying to do the best that I can to be, honest with you, and the more I think about it, and if I think of anything different, or like I've already told you that I think I do remember her showing up at some point, but other than that, like that's about all I remember at this point as far as details go.
I got you. Okay.
But I will try to rack my brain, and if I think of anything else different, I'll definitely reach out. And if you have any questions for me, feel free to call me, text me, email me, whatever.
Okay, that sounds good, man. This wasn't on the card, but this is my business cell phone, my work phone, so you can text it or call it too, not so much that office number if you don't want to. So.
Okay, this one right here that I'm talking to you on?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can save that one too if you want. You can text it or something like that. I'm usually probably a little faster on getting back with you with this phone than I am the office phone, but either one doesn't matter.
Alright, well, so I just want to, and like I said, like if Matt calls me, and what do I just need to tell, like if he asks, or?
I wouldn't even bring it up. I mean, if he asks if the police have talked to you, I would just tell him no. That keeps him from asking more questions. You don't have to say that, they've come and talked to me or anything like that. It's kind of your discretion, but, if you're going to say, like I said, it's my opinion that you shouldn't talk to him about it, but if you want to tell him that we come and talk to him, it's just going to open up more questions that he's going to ask you. So I don't recommend it. I would just tell him no. You can talk to him about gym stuff and stuff, though. I'm not saying that you can't talk to him at all.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because it's just one of those things where like early, I guess, I don't know, however long this started, I just called him one day and he was just upset, and I asked him what was wrong, and he just said that, life's ruined, and some allegations came forward, and I was like, well, what over? And then he was just like, I can't talk about it. And he's just like, but some allegations from a ex-athlete came forward, and I was like, oh geez.
Why would he think that his life was over? Did he say why?
Do what?
Why would he think that his life is over? Did he say why?
I mean, just because I guess of the nature of the allegations, he said it's just going to ruin his life.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I just assumed, it was somewhere along the lines of what we talked about, and I was just like, crap. Then I was just, Matt and I have just been real close, and it's one of those things where I'm like, we're each other's, like, support system in a way, not, like, solely, like, I'm not his only friend, or he's not my only friend, but, we are very close, and I've known him my whole life, so. But I was just wanted to make you aware of that, so if you did find that out through whatever means that you didn't think that my statement was altered, like, or that I was lying to you or anything like that.
I got you. Okay. I appreciate it, man.
I just wanted to make you aware of that, just so that way you weren't surprised by it.
No, you're good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, you just reach out to me if you need anything, and I'll do the same, okay?
I'll do it. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye. Time is 13:08. Contacted me on my work cell phone after speaking with him with some further information that he had remembered. Recorder was started shortly after we started speaking. Today's date is October 18, 2022. End interview.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going? You got a free moment to talk, Matt? Okay, cool.
Yeah. We accidentally let your dog out of the gym.
Oh, that's okay.
We were looking for you in the gym. I thought that was part of the gym, and
that's all right. There's 3 of them back here, by the way.
Yeah, one's still in there, but we couldn't get the other two back up.
Is anybody in the gym?
Yeah, there's two people in there.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
You guys doing all right? Good.
Not bad. No complaints. Don't do any good for you, though. So.
Hey, honey. Bella. She's a sweetheart. The little one's the feisty one.
Yeah,
You want to go over here or you want to go?
Well, anywhere it's quieter, I guess.
Okay.
A little more private.
Yeah, a little more private.
We're going upstairs. We're going through a divorce, so it's going to be awkward. I live up there right now.
It's cool,
okay, I just want to let you know that. So.
Don't worry about no mess.
Okay. It's not even that. You'll see after I.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. The house is weary, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry for this.
This ain't nothing.
Well, that one will bark for a bit. This is where we do spray tanning. My wife does anyway. I don't.
Okay.
Here you go. I know it looks shady, but
hey.
it's keep it kind of private. We don't want everybody knowing we're in the public eye, and I'm always in it.
I got you.
Well,
so I don't know if I introduced myself. I'm Detective Wise with the State Police.
All right, I'm
Detective Larison with the State Police as well.
Nice to meet
you. All right. You got somewhere we can sit down?
Yeah, we can. Couches, chairs.
Anywhere, everywhere?
Yeah, anywhere. Let's
Okay.
see. Let's do this over here. Well, that's where Bella sleeps, so let's
That's
just
okay.
hop over here.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just sit on this
Yeah.
little doodad right here. Do you have any idea why we're here talking to you?
I've got a friend that was abused Friday night or Saturday night. I don't know if that's what it's about. No, okay.
So. No, it wouldn't be about that. So basically, we have. That's the way to put it. I guess we have intercepted some phone calls that you've talked with a female individual.
Yep.
So
I know who that is.
Okay.
I do.
Talk to me about it.
Well, is this something I do need a lawyer for? Because I'm a coach, buddy. I don't need this thrown in the public eye.
I understand.
And if that's something I need, if you feel like it, I mean, I've done nothing. I'm not gonna go there. She made accusations in high school, and she started calling me again, and she's very volatile. Was then. Okay. She spent many she put it this way. There was a lot in the past, okay?
Mm-hmm.
With this young lady, she's in our house a lot. She stayed there for a week, I think, while our parents were on vacation. I knew there was an attraction there, if that makes any sense, for her, to me. She made accusations to teenage boys in high school that she wanted me, that she wanted to have whatever. And I just kept it, I would keep it as platonic as possible. I was the first one she told when she was homosexual, flirting with that. And I said, you need to tell your parents about that because you're spending time with your girlfriend. And it's not fair for them not to know. She got violently mad at me, made a lot of accusations then.
Mm-hmm.
And
like,
then
were they reported to the police or?
No.
Okay.
No. None of that was reported.
I got you.
But that's kind of what I've always lived with, in a little bit of fear. And then here recently, she's been calling me again, and she said some funny things in the phone calls. And I'm like, in my mind, is she back up to? And I was trying to be nice. She said she was going to not divorce, but calling off her wedding. And I actually am going through what I'm going through. And I'm like, sharing with her, and she wants to go out to dinner, and I'm like, kept putting her off. I don't want to, but I'm trying to be as cordial as possible. And she said something squirrely on the phone too, and I didn't like it, but I didn't want to address it because all it's going to do is make it blown up. Of what accusations were kind of toward high school. Okay.
And what did she say?
She said something about us being together in high school when she was in high school. So I was like, I'm not even going to entertain this. I'm not going to say a word. And I wanted to actually ask her, what is she asking? Why is she saying this? But in my mind, I'm sitting there going, I don't know where she's going with this. I don't know where she's at mentally. Because I know back then where she was at. And this is the first time I've really talked to her in any real conversations since then. We've maybe had 2 or 3 over the years in general saying, hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm going to get back into working out. And that's what she wanted to at first. And then she started wanting to go out to dinner. And I didn't entertain. I'd go. Technically, I said, yeah, maybe. Just because where I'm at in my life. But I'm also trying to keep her, I guess, from saying something violent like she did in high school. Like she threatened to kill a kid and tie him up and do all kinds of stuff to him. And I knew that was a possibility of things she could say and do. And like on the phone calls, it was some stuff I didn't. I was like, I'm not answering any of this. I sat quiet.
Is that what you told her on the phone? Like,
as far as I remember.
That you're not answering. You're not going to answer.
I didn't say that. No, I just sat. Because I didn't want it to get escalated in anything.
Gotcha. And when did she reach out to you?
Last few weeks. Yeah.
Is she still reaching out to you, or?
I didn't respond to her last text about a week ago, and it's been quiet since then. So.
Okay. And her name's what again? Okay.
That's the only person I would even associate any of this with.
Do you know how many phone calls that you actually took from her, or text, or was it
2
all
or
by
3,
text? Or?
At least 3 probably phone calls, and probably 3 or 4 texts, like conversations. Like it's not like it was text only. Like within that moment, 3 or 4 texts. In that moment, 3 or 4 texts, like that.
What did they consist of?
Asking if I'd go out to eat. Oh, first it started off working out. Coming in and working out, all that jazz, and coming in here, and then she wanted to know if I wanted to go out to eat with her, have dinner with her.
Alright. Does anybody else know about that stuff?
No. This is the last few weeks, no one knows about that conversation.
Did you have this issue back when you and, I know this is new, so I'm trying not to bring it up too much for you, but like, did you discuss that with your wife back in the day when she was?
She knew that there was, probably not in grave detail like that, because I didn't want it to get blown up in the house, because obviously we're at where we're at. We've been going with it for a while. Our relationship has been great up until probably 8 years ago, and then it's been rocky, and we try to make it work, and then the last couple years have been pretty bad. So personally, I've been up and down all over the place. I went bankrupt almost during COVID. Here, I spent all my retirement to even keep it open. So I've had a lot of crazy stress in the last 2 years. You lose $280,000 in a year and a half. It's pretty tough on you. But and then that's it. I mean, is there anything I can help you guys with to clear this up, or to get to a point where
we're trying to be as discreet as we can, because I didn't, it is what it is, but we have to talk to you about it.
Okay.
So,
you said, Rebecca, what does she know? I really don't know what I've discussed with her that long ago. Whether I told her I don't think I told her the full detail of her making accusations, getting angry. I think maybe her getting angry about confronting about being gay and having a girlfriend over at the house and all that jazz. I'm the one she shared that crap with. And I told her if she didn't come clean with her parents, I would be telling her parents, and she got violently mad. Wrote me a nasty letter. F this, screw you, I'm going to make sure this happens to you. A lot of stuff scared the crap out of me. Hindsight, I probably should have kept it. But I was like, I didn't want to incriminate. She's a young kid. I've known her since she's a little kid. I've known her since she's in 6th grade or 7th grade. I can't remember. Heck, I was with her when she got her first set of stitches. That I remember. So, there's probably, I guess over the years, I knew there was attraction for her to me. I knew it. And I always just try to keep it at bay. Keep it at bay. I hope you all can understand that.
What made you think there was an attraction?
Just the way she would communicate and talk. Want to come give you a hug. There's a difference when you do that. And I'm a big hugger too, so I can't really say too much on that extent, but you can tell. And plus the comments she shared with the boys that came back and told me in high school.
And who were those people?
I know for sure those two.
Okay. And what kind of comments was that?
That she wanted to be with me, all that jazz.
And by be with you, what?
I don't know. I didn't try to.
That was just exactly what they said.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure where we go from here, because, it's been a reported incident to us. So, all we do is collect the facts.
Okay.
So that's just kind of what we're here to figure out.
So at this point, what should I do? What would you advise?
I'm not here to advise you of anything.
Okay.
That's your own thing,
Okay.
So, there's an incident that was given to us that your wife or ex-wife may have knowledge of. So she's already been interviewed.
Okay.
So, it just is what it is. I know it doesn't help your cause any, but we have to gather the facts.
Yeah.
So
I know an incident she's talking about too. Is when she stayed with us a few days, and she wanted me to take her home to get retainers or something. I don't remember what it was. And we came back here. She wanted to stop here, and then she said, "Well, I'm just gonna jump in the shower." And I said, "I'm not gonna tell her no, because she's already in the middle of doing this." I said no, but I didn't. I said it's probably not a good idea. She goes, "No, I'm gonna go ahead and do this here," because I forget why she wanted to come here. I don't know why. Maybe I had to stop here. I don't remember. But she went ahead and got in the shower for some weird ass reason. Okay. Rebecca was beating at the door to get in. Got mad at me because her key didn't work, and because she suspected things with her. Okay, and trying to protect me, I think. That would be my suggestion or my guess of what that happened. If you're talking about that incident, maybe. Rebecca came in within minutes, so I heard her beating on the door and went over and opened the door. So.
This Jim?
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
And what did Rebecca say when all that was going on?
She just walked in and said, "What the hell's going on?" I said, I don't know if I came to get some or what. I can't remember. I can look. I can make up a story for you. I don't remember, honestly.
Okay.
But
it's been a while.
I just remember Rebecca coming in and getting Max. Her key didn't work more than anything, and she thought. And I said, "No, it does work. It has a catch." So I showed her key did work, and she threw it at me. Trust me, we've been going through relationship issues for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think she was mad. She's like, I gave her a faulty key, and it worked though. It just had a catch.
What brings you to that incident specifically?
Because that's one thing I think Rebecca knew that there was Carly could have possibly had those thoughts or ideas. For her to jump into a shower with a man in the same building with no one else here. Because I don't think there was anybody else here. I don't remember.
And what did Rebecca bring up before that incident that you're talking about? What did she bring up as far as, like, why she thought that this girl had feelings for you or, you know, whatever?
Maybe watching what she acted like. I don't know.
What did she say to you, though? Like, what did Rebecca say to you? Like,
nothing. She just said you gotta watch out for her.
Oh, okay.
Just watch out for her. Just gotta watch out for young girls. They get feelings quick.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can recall different times she'd get angry with me all the time. All the time. Especially at the little gym downtown. Heck, her parents would have her drop off down there with me.
Okay.
So.
And do you remember what years, like, was she on a track team that you coached?
Oh, yeah.
Or?
She was on our cross country and track teams.
Okay.
The whole time.
And do you remember what year she was in
school?
The team?
Oh, from 6th grade all the way through high school, all the way through senior year.
Okay.
I think she finished her senior year.
And was she close with anybody on the team?
Not really. I remember her sister. Her sister was on the team. Golly, it's been a while. I could see the girl's face. I don't think she was close to her. I mean, it really wasn't. Well, I can go back and look at some of our school pictures and see who was. And I can give you that. Who she'd be close to then. I mean, I know she was closer with the guys all the time. I do know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying to be nasty. I'm not saying to be mean to her at all. Like my wife was closer to guys than she was girls growing up. So.
Did you ever see her do anything with the guys that was inappropriate or?
Well, we do campouts for the high school. Okay, the boys, and I went to get food, and lo and behold, guess who was there when I came back? She was. Immediately said, "You're getting in the car. I'm taking you back." And when I get back, one of them tells me, "Well, she did something with one of the boys." What? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. She's going home.
So.
I think it was, if I recall.
That she did something with.
I said, I don't need no details. No, I don't want to know unless you all want your parents crazy involved. She should not have been here. Who let her come up here? Because it was a gate locked and everything. It was back in the middle of the field.
How did she know about it?
We did it like 3 years in a row.
But how did she know it was that day? Like.
Oh, because she's part of the team.
So you just announced it like to.
The other boys that say, "Hey guys, we're gonna do our camp out and all that stuff." It was common knowledge. It wasn't like it was hidden.
Okay. All right.
Like even you may even know the details of what she said and all that stuff. He's another guy on the team that would have known.
Okay. But what you witnessed her do, did you witness her do anything?
No, I never saw anything. It's all hearsay. That's why I don't want to bring it up, speculate on it. Even now, I don't want to. But you're here in front of me, scared, and it make me like, oh shit, because I know she's made accusations in the past.
But nothing that's been reported. And what were those? Did I already ask you that? What were the accusations that she made?
She just told the boys that she wanted to be with me or be with me.
Oh, okay. She didn't make accusations like you all had already done something together.
No.
She just said she would like to, right?
I don't really know. I just know it was like whether she liked me, attracted to me, or wanted to be with me, all that. So I knew I'd always keep my antennas up. Especially, because that was even, I don't know if it was after that. I think it was after. It kept escalating. Mm-hmm. And finally she graduated. I said, thank goodness. It's one of those things where if you bring it out, I'm going to look bad no matter what happens.
Right.
You know? I mean, you think about it. I bring it out, I make a mess, she's going to say this, my word against hers. What's people going to say?
So I noticed you have a bunch of cameras downstairs. Were those cameras up back in that day, or?
I wish.
So
no, I put those in when I started losing all the money through COVID. I eliminated staff and brought that in.
Because you had people here 24 hours, or?
Yeah, now I do.
Oh, okay.
Now I do. Then I did. And that's why I eliminated staff, because it was breaking me to keep it open with staff, because you had to pay $10-12 an hour to have someone here during odd hours.
Anything else you got for me?
What was the deal with her staying the week, you said?
Her parents were out of town. Yeah. And we were good friends with family. And that was at the beginning of things, so. Like, it was before anything even really happened. I mean, it was, like, it started escalating. And I thought she was more or less, to be honest, she was still gay. So, at half the time. I said, well, she likes me, but it doesn't make any sense. Or at least that's what the boys were saying. And you'd be more than happy to call them if you need to.
Okay.
And I can give you their names, I can give you their phone numbers, and she'll talk to them.
I think at this point I got to be 100% honest with you. The phone calls that she's been making to you, we've been recording.
Okay.
So we know everything that was discussed.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here.
Okay.
You know.
That's perfectly fine, because I knew something was up. Probably when she started wanting to go out, like meet up outside of the gym. I said, this is not right. So, and then she asked, like, when she said something that made an accusation, or that we'd been together in high school, I'm sitting there going, what do you mean? I just said, no, I'm not diving into this. I'm not diving into it.
I don't think at this point there's any reason to really discuss what was said, because it's all recorded. So, I mean, you know what you said. We're not here to beat you up about it. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know, this is about the only time that we'll get to sit down and talk together. And, you know, it is what it is at this point. We just present the facts. So,
okay.
You know, I know there was discussions about a vibrator, and that wasn't ignored in the conversation, and some other things. So, you know, it is what it is. I can't tell you what to do from here, but I'm not accusing you of anything, but we wanted to get your side of the story before we presented the facts. So, you know, there's really no redos on the story, you know, unless you've got something that you want to tell us right now, then,
no.
You know, it just is what it is. So, I'm not going to sit here and yell and kick and scream, and we're not going to get anywhere like that. So, you know, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know what to tell you past that, but,
okay.
You know, I like to be a straight up kind of guy, because I'll probably see you around the community, because we work here, been here forever.
Yeah.
So, you know, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
So, you got any questions for us?
I guess we're waiting on a hearing date. Is it to go through the
we
evidence?
just present the evidence to the Commonwealth Attorney.
Okay.
So it just is what it is at this point, you know.
Yeah.
We finish up our interviews, and you know, I don't know what your conversation will be between you and the ex. We had to interview her, so couldn't really get around that. I'm sure it doesn't help your cause any, but it is what it is. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you think of something that you want to discuss or anything comes up, please call us. I will ask that you don't discuss or talk to the person that you think it's going to be.
No. Do you all have your contact information?
Yeah, he'll give you a card.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Any questions at all? We'll get out of your personal space. All right.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you.
You too. Thank you.
Dark down here. Interviews.
1654.
This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date is October 13, 2022 at 13:01 hours. We'll be speaking with Rebecca Perraut by phone call. She called me advising she had some more information in reference to the investigation against Matt Perraut. Okay, Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'll get somewhere where I can sit the phone down and take notes and stuff.
Okay, no worries. So anyways, talked with him. Like I said, he does not know I'm calling you guys. And so what I mean by that is there's no encouraging. He did not sway me on any, way, shape, or form. But it did help bring back, some things. And I was like, okay. But I can tell you, and just like I said in that meeting yesterday, when I was going through names, obviously now I know who. And when I was going through names, and I even mentioned her name, I don't know if you remember, but I was like, kind of like a bad. She was. It was one of those things that we all tiptoed around her. All the coaches, we tiptoed around her because she was an emotional. We didn't know what she was going to do, when she was going to do it. She was just very high emotional child, and you could talk to a lot of her peers if to find that out. You won't have to go very far, but I look back at my reaction yesterday, and it was like sheer devastation, and I'm like, if I had known that it was, I think my reaction would have been different, because I'm sitting here thinking, people that I'm like, who, how, what, when, where, and so in my mind, I was just, I don't know, but as soon as I found out, 100% sure, it was that kind of, I was like, okay, wait a second. But I remember Courtney, the mother, in particularly, always putting us in a situation of, she's just really down. If you all can kind of build her up, she listens to you all, just help her out as much as possible. And when I described Courtney as a teenager, borderline suicidal. So we did feel like we had to kind of, and this is my words, I haven't even had this conversation with him and this, but this is what I remember about, and this is why I had to told him specifically to be careful around her. Of course, with Courtney in his ear, and this is just me assuming, Courtney in his ear, just kind of pleading anything that you can help out, please help out. That situation, that's kind of where it led into what I'm sure her feelings or whatever. And I remember when, you all were talking about this whole gym thing and me knocking on the door, hitting the door and all that fun stuff. I remember, and I did talk to Matt about this, and I said, you have to help me. I was like, don't sway my memory. I'm just asking you, what, I vaguely remember, not being able to get in, and, it was, nobody else was in the gym, and it was you and me, and I said, what, you're going to kind of have to help me here. And he was like, well, you had a key, and he was like, but your key was not working. He was like, you had to jostle it. So it was before we had codes. And I remember that. In fact, after that, I don't remember necessarily right then and there that my key didn't work, but I remembered that I had to get a new key because I was still having trouble getting into the gym. So when he came out to let me in, I go inside, and he was in a towel, and he was soaking wet, dripping. And at that point, and she was just walking out, okay? When I looked at him, and this is why I truly didn't think any more about it, because he was bone dry, bone dry, not wet hair, not wet body, not in shorts. He was fully clothed, bone dry. So, at that point, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm pretty daggone sure I was like, guys, this is, can't be here, Matt, come on, and that was kind of it. Now, at that point, again, I didn't really think anything about it. I will say that
know, just like, I don't know, she's a loose cannon, like, I don't know. And, you know, he started to kind of pull away. I remember when she came out to say that she was a lesbian, and because he had mentioned this the other day, or last night, and he said, I remember, he was like, you remember when she came to me saying that she was a lesbian, and I made her tell her parents, and then she wrote me that letter that she was going to kill me. And I was like, yes. And I do. I remember that. Like, he was so shook by it, and he was like, and I didn't turn it in because he was like, I didn't want to get her in trouble. And so, you know, obviously, you know, all this stuff was just kind of coming to mind. But, anyways, I remember, you know, I can, you know, if it had been anyone else, like, I really don't think, you know, I would even, if it had been anyone else, like, I would have been like, holy crap. Like, all the other athletes that we've worked with, I mean, are just amazing kids. I mean, amazing kids. And if any of them had come up and said anything, like, that would be devastating to me, because they were like our kiddos, like our personal kiddos. So, like, I guess that's why I'm, like, I was so shook yesterday, because I was thinking, oh my goodness, like, who's claiming this? But my other thing was that I started thinking about last night is, why all of a sudden? Like, why now? And the only thing I can think of is, maybe she thought that if Matt and I have been separated for almost a year, like, it's a small town, she probably got wind of it. Maybe she thought that he was going to go, like, he was going to contact her, he was going to pursue her. And maybe when he didn't, she was just, like, got angry about it. I don't know, but I'm just sitting here, like, trying to put all the pieces together, like you guys, and I'm sitting here thinking, I just hope that there's, like, a wide investigation on every single kid that we've had contact with, and every single parent, and every single coach. Because if it wasn't her, I'd probably just lay down and be like, alright, yeah, do your worst. Like, but with this one, I don't know. I really, my gut with this one, my gut with his affairs was strong. My gut with this one is,
So who was it that told you? So are you saying Matt talked to you about it?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Matt and I, you know, we chatted last night, and, you know, when I, like, throughout the day, I'm like, who? And I'm like, you know, and when he said, when I talked to him, and he just basically said that, you know, about he was like, well, he said, I had a feeling something was up with his, you know, he was like, I just felt like I was being dated. He was like, you know, he was like, it was just so weird. And he was like, when she was saying things, I didn't want her to lose her marbles and get mad at me for saying, well, that didn't happen, or this didn't happen. He was like, literally, I was just trying to keep her at bay. He was like, I don't know if she's the same as she was. And he was like, who knows? He was like, if I had, like, argued with her that things didn't happen, he was like, she literally could have just gone and killed herself. He was like, I don't know what she's capable of. I don't know her. You know, I just know her what she was all those years ago. And I was like, and I 100% agree. There are things that I would say just to build up, just to be like, oh my gosh, girl, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that. Just to, like, try to make her feel like she was not worthless. And I guess that's what kept me up all night, is like, golly, if I'd known this was, like, I would have been ironclad yesterday. Like, it would have not hit me like that. I was just thinking the absolute worst. Like, I was thinking it was, like, someone, and that's why I couldn't think of any other names, because I'm like, why? You know, like, it was you know, the sounds like all these kids, and I'm like, I couldn't name one of them that would say that.
What? So did Did he ever stay over at your all's house at any time?
When she, I want to say yes, but when she did, she was with our children. She was never alone with him at our house. And that was only in the beginning. And so you have to remember, we are coaches, but we also own a gym, and we also had, kiddos. Her sister, we were all on the swim team together. Her parents and I, all of us used to do triathlons together. This is an interconnected thing. But it was clear, I just knew, it was just different, as far as I can remember, it was everything that we did, especially, he just started getting, when Matt picks up on vibes, because Matt can be a little slower on the vibes, you really can be, but when he was trying to, tiptoe through the situation, and this is me speaking, this is not him saying anything about this, I just remember him getting to the point where he was starting to get a little okay, and again, he didn't say this, but I'm sitting here thinking just now, if he had told anybody at that point, I'm just wondering if he thought that she would say something, and so he was just trying to keep, as in say something that wasn't true, and so he was just trying to keep her from, being oh, he did this, or oh, he did that, which is what she's doing now. And I'm not, and here's the thing, I'm a girl's girl all the way. If I felt truly, if this was any other female, this would be a whole different conversation. I'd be hey, yeah, so taking now.
Did he ever explain why he was at the gym with her then and she was in the shower?
Yeah, they literally, and he was right on this. Maddie and he wanted us to go. I think it was early. I don't know. He was hey, needs help getting to her house to get to work. Her mom and dad couldn't help out or whatever. And I remember he was trying to get me to go with him, and I was exhausted. The teenager was, not getting out of bed. And so he was okay, I'm gonna run her, to the house or whatever. And at that point, I don't know if I don't know the whole story. I just know that I think she was gonna try to work out before work or whatever. And he was okay, whatever. And then she was taking a shower. I think she had to go to work. I can't tell you 100% on that story, but I can tell you that what I do remember is it wasn't enough. There are things that, with infidelity that I remember, specifically, but with the women that, the married people. But anyways, I remember that. But with this, it was not significant enough for me to be holy crap, my husband is messing around with teenagers. It was not that significant. And if I really thought that, there's no going back from that. I would have been divorced years ago.
So what got you to go to the gym after that?
I work out in the mornings anyways, so, that's primarily my time to work out. I think I just seen that car, I don't know what triggered me to, knock on it, hit the door or whatever. I don't know. I can't tell you. If it was the case that, he asked me to go with him and I didn't, and then maybe I got a weird feeling man, I better, I can't tell you that. I really don't know.
Okay. So it was in the morning, is that what you're saying?
I cannot tell you. I really, I for whatever reason, I want to think it was dark. It's just so I don't know if it was in the morning. I'm just saying if I went, it would typically have been in the morning. Typically. And
Sure,
especially if she had to be at work, it would have had to been in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And with there not being people there, it would have had to probably been in the morning.
Do you think that was the weekend then?
I don't know. You guys have to remember, this is what, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
I can't help you out on that. I really can't.
Did Matt say anything else?
You know, when I really sat down and talked to Matt is, I can almost, like, I've been with this man, I have known this man since I was a child. I've been this man's wife for 20 years. When he was not honest with me with, you know, the infidelity, obviously the age appropriate, whatever, I didn't believe him when I would ask him questions. I didn't. My gut was screaming. But when I looked at that man last night, and I just flat out said, did you have intercourse with her? I was like, my thing is, I said, the only reason why I'm asking this question is because, you know, the way that you all made it seem, that's where it went, and I said, that is why I'm asking you this question. I was like, now that I know who it is, I don't even really know why I'm asking this question, but I'm just going to ask you. And he was like, Rebecca, he was like, I'm telling you now, no. Did she try multiple times? Yes. I was like, kissing, touching. He was like, I'm telling you, no. And
So are you kind of solely basing your opinion off of just her mental health at the time? Is the reason why you're saying that?
I think anybody that you talk to that knew me at that time, I don't know what mental health, where she's at now, I really don't. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you talk to any of the other athletes and the coaches, they will say that the day that girl graduated, they felt like a flight risk had been off their hands.
What are some names of the kids that you kind of refer to?
So, would be one.
Oh, let's see. You know how to spell. Okay. Okay.
And when I say, like, they were always with us. Like, always with us, pretty much. So, like, there were very few times that they weren't with us, that was with us. Like, I mean, it's just, you know, with owning a gym, taking kids back and forth, you know, parents asking us to help out with this, parents asking us to help out with that, kids not getting fed, we're feeding them, like, that's just, these guys were, I mean, that's just how it was. So, at that point, those are the guys that if you want to know that saw way more than I saw, those are your guys.
Okay.
Be another one, and if I remember correctly, she came on very, very strong to me, and it made me very, very uncomfortable.
What about some of the coaches?
So coaches at the time would have been Brian Watkins. It's B-R-I, I want to say it goes with an I, Watkins. And Drew Perraut, which, you know, is Matt's brother, and, you know, whatever. And then, who else? Shelley Simpson hadn't started at that point, but
What was her name? Sorry, Chili?
Shelly Simpson. You know what's crazy is I can see every one of the faces of these coaches when somebody says name. I really can. I mean, it's just all of us are just like, I wish you was a ticking time bomb.
So Matt said that the reason why he just kind of agreed with her on the phone is because he was afraid of threats?
Yeah, like outlash.
Okay.
You know, like, basically, you know how, like, you're kind of screwed if you do and you're screwed if you don't?
Yeah.
Like, the way I was understanding it is, if he said that never happened, then she could literally get on the phone with someone and be like, he raped me. You know? And unfortunately, that's how it can be, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I mean, I still struggle with what he said on the phone. I mean,
right.
what was said on the...
That's why we're in the investigation, and I totally understand.
Yeah, I struggle with that because if that was his mindset, that it's just not a normal mindset. I mean, if somebody's going to threaten to say some stuff because you deny it on the phone, then that's when he could call the police because she's made threats. I mean,
but he wouldn't do that.
And I
I'm
get,
going to tell you, he would never do that because he wouldn't want her to hurt herself. I promise you. Like, that's what her parents instilled in us to help their child be able to thrive, like, in life. Like, really. I can 100% tell you he wasn't going to, I mean, you know,
well, I mean,
he wasn't going to turn her in with that letter. Like, he didn't, he literally ripped up the letter and was like, I'm not, you know, I was like, that's a threat. That's a death threat. She literally just threatened your life. And he was like, you know, he's like, what's it going to do? She's going to, what, go to juvie and then end up, like, hurting herself afterwards? And he was like, what's that going to do? One of the boys, and this is what Matt had said, and I don't know, but it would be one of those boys that I named. But he said one of them had said that they were aware that she was very infatuated with him.
with Matt.
Yeah.
One of the boys you gave me, one of the names.
Yeah, it would have to be one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, honestly, this is just the stuff that kept me up at night last night, and I was just like, okay. I mean, I'm telling you, if it had been anybody else, I would not even. I wouldn't even have. There wouldn't have been another part of the conversation. There wouldn't have needed to be. But I'm on lunch, so I've got another patient here. But I hope that helps. I know what you all heard on the phone. I get it. Like, and I appreciate people like you guys to look into it because, you know, it's a horrific thing, and you know, if it was something that my daughter ever went through, I mean, holy crap. But and just like any of those girls, like if any of them, I mean, I'd be on the opposite side, like, okay, you know, like let's really battle this out here. But
Okay. But if you think of anything else, like you said, you got my number. Just shoot me a text or a call or something like that, and I'll get back with you.
all right, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's end interview at 13:27 hours.
I don't know. That's why it caught me off guard because I'm like, I don't know.
Okay. Not to get too personal with you, but your relationship with him, how was that? Like what?
You mean like marriage-wise?
Yeah.
I mean, we got married young, so as in abusive, anything like that, no. It's just one of those things that, you know, we kind of finally said, hey, you know, this is where we're at. So relationship wise, we're still, you know, chill with each other. We're not like angry. We're not, you know, volatile toward each other. We're co-parenting fine. But there were just some things that, you know, had happened in a lot of marriages that I just, you know, I just kind of said, hey, you know, it's time. So.
What kind of things was that?
Just some infidelity years ago. So. Yeah.
From him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, I mean, it was several years ago, and it was with, you know, a friend of mine, you know, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just something that happened once and you found out about, or is it happened?
No, he told me finally, you know, like it was one of those things that, you know, I just felt like there was something, and so he told me about that. So, yeah.
Ever any other people or anything like that? Just
not that, you know, that I know of. I mean, what he's told me, you know, and he's been like really, you know, upfront with that. You know, it was all situational and things like that. So it wasn't anything. You know, I mean, I hear now that I'm like on the other side of it, I hear these stories all the time. So it wasn't anything that was like shocking in the sense of like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that happened. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now when you say you're on the other side of it, I guess now that you are separated, you've heard more, or?
No, like from other females, like so, like now it's kind of like.
Oh, you're realizing it happens more often.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was kind of in like a little bubble shell, and like now all the friends that I have like that are divorced, that like their stories, I'm like, oh well, mine wasn't that bad, you know. I was like, that's pretty bad, but.
Yeah. I didn't catch your name.
Rebecca.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is his case, so he asked me to come with him, but I didn't catch your name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how long were you all married?
20 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And how many kids do you have in common?
2.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have any that you don't have with him, or vice versa?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, we grew up together, so I've known him since I was a baby. Yeah. Knew his family all my life, so yeah.
Are there any incidents where you think you might have caught him cheating in the past or recently or anything like that, where like you walked in on him or saw messages on his phone or?
No. But I mean, none of that would, I mean, I guess I'm kind of confused like why that would bring me in here. I mean, because even if he had or I had seen any of that, which I had in the past, you know, but we've been separated for I guess since December, you know, and so for me, we haven't lived together, so, you know, now that really doesn't like pertain to anything that involves me, you know?
Obviously you seem like a nice lady. You're not on the side of the law that we normally talk to.
Okay.
Right? So
I was like, how many times have I jaywalked? Like, how many times? Like, I don't even speed. I wear my seatbelt. Yeah.
So, I'm a detective with the state police. He's a detective with the state police.
Okay.
So, detectives with the state police, we don't investigate like small petty crimes. Okay.
Okay.
So, what we're here to talk about today is a very serious event.
Gosh.
So, I'm not trying to dig into your personal life because we want to know, and we're not here to judge you at all, okay?
Yeah.
But we do need you to be 100% honest with you because you're in no way a suspect at all.
Yeah.
But we know that you know some information or we wouldn't be sitting here talking.
Okay.
So we just need you to be 100% honest with us, and, you know, we'll kind of discuss some of the rest of that stuff later as we go. But, you know, some of this stuff didn't just happen like last week or last month or last year, okay? So it could be a long time ago incident that you might remember, okay? So we investigate a lot of different kind of crimes.
but they're all serious in nature. Okay.
Yeah.
Or detective-wise wouldn't be assigned the case.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps you or not, but we're in no way, in any shape, form, or fashion here to judge you about your marriage, previous marriage, you know, any of that stuff. So, unfortunately, more people than you'll ever know have ex-fiancés, wives, husbands, you know. I've been there too. So, you know, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
But
Get comfy.
you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want you to be 100% honest with us. Because we're in no way trying to back you into a corner or anything like that, because it really doesn't involve you personally.
Yeah.
Obviously, it involves him. So, do you remember any incidents maybe a few years ago that are questionable?
I mean, I guess I guess what you're all insinuating is it obviously has to be something illegal participating in what he was doing. What I know is this was all like adults. Okay. Like these were other married women, is what I know. Okay. And that is what he has been forthcoming on my end. So, but that for me was enough to just, even though it was, you know, several years ago, you know, I just felt like, I don't know, like for me, I was just like, that's enough. I didn't want to stay in that. But it wasn't that he didn't love me. Like, I know he loves me. It's just, for whatever reason, you know? So I just, like, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna stay with someone that, you know. And at the time when those things happened, I was, you know, working full time in Lexington. I was gone a lot. Like, I was back in school for, you know, what I do now, and so I was really busy. And then I started building a business, and I got super busy, and then so I wasn't as home as often. And so then the last like 7-8 years, I have been like, I typically work from home. I just started like working, you know, back in an office just recently, just to, you know, because of every divorce and everything that I was going through. I needed something. I needed to be around people. But yeah, so like the last 7-8 years, I've pretty much been around a lot more. So like, if there's something that's happened in the last 7-8 years, like,
Okay.
You know, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I was blown away when I found out what I found out, because,
yeah,
I mean, he was perfect in every other way. Like, I still probably won't ever find anybody like him, you know? So.
Like I said, I've been there. Okay, I know I'm not.
It's fresh.
Yeah, I've been there, and it's not easy. It doesn't matter if it's a mutual thing or not. It's just not easy. Okay.
Yeah.
We're not talking about somebody that's of age. Okay.
Okay. Well, I figured not,
Yeah.
But I don't.
So, do you remember an incident where maybe you were trying to get into the gym at night, and there was somebody in the gym with him? And you confronted him?
The only person would be, she was like 21.
No.
I confronted them. Oh gosh, like, I'm sitting here thinking, that sounds kind of vaguely familiar. I'm like really like trying to think.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to so much be at night. It just
in general.
In general.
And I think that at that point you kind of suspected that. I think the question was asked, like, what are you doing with this person in here? Because I think it's my understanding the gym was locked, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's always like, it has a keypad.
Yeah.
I really am sitting here thinking that must have been a while ago. Like a while ago. But I don't remember who.
What about it sounds familiar to you? You said it vaguely sounds familiar. What about it sounds familiar?
Just I remember. I don't even know if I remember. I don't know. I don't remember anybody else right now besides. Because that was the same situation. That was a situation that I was like, she was coming in like 3 times a day, you know, and I was like, this is weird. Like, why is she coming in 3 times a day?
Sure.
And at the time, I didn't know how. I knew she was 18, you know, but then later I found out she was 21.
And this was
You
back
have to
when
give me
your gym was in town. It's not.
Oh, downtown.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a long time ago. I'll go ahead and tell you, I wouldn't remember. I barely remembered yesterday. But I don't remember. I was thinking the new one. Downtown, guys, that was.
Was there a shower in that one?
No, there were 2 bathrooms, no showers. That was a problem because everybody wanted showers after that, you know. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking, that was probably the busiest time in my life. Like, that was when I was telling you, like, I was slammed.
And when did you all move to the new location? Or was there a location in between?
5 years ago, maybe. Maybe 5 years ago.
Okay.
Only reason why I say that is because, like, it typically takes, you know, 5 years for things to build, you know, like, from the expansion that he did, and I think we're right close to that 5 years. 2022, it would have had to have been, I don't know, maybe 17. Maybe 17. But, yeah, so, I mean, it would have had to have happened before then. But as for the person, I have no idea. And now that makes sense if you're all saying that it was locked and stuff, because that one it was locked. Like it didn't have a keypad.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had to have a key to get in.
It wasn't 24/7 or anything like that, or
No, not the one downtown.
Yeah.
No, it was set hours or like when he had training sessions.
Okay.
Yeah, I really can't help you all with that. I mean, unless you all, of course, I know you've got to protect whoever. I mean, if you said a name, I'd be like, it might, but like I can't be like, oh yeah, that was clearly that moment. You know, everything that like I know of and that I've witnessed they were all, like I said, I did not witness the 2 that he had an affair with. Like, I didn't know. Like, I was completely blindsided, and I just found out in April. But I only knew because I was just starting, I kind of like, you know, it was easier for me to kind of keep because I was home, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I just started putting 2 and 2 together, like, which nothing ever really transpired there because that was the only one that I remember kind of confronting, like, you know, her and, you know, just like, hey, what's.
And how did that go?
Fine. She basically had said that, you know, she was, you know, super flirtatious with him and things like that. And, you know, he came back and was like, you know, yeah, like, okay, you know. But as for any minors, like, I mean, we're around minors all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all the time. And, I've never had any of them come to me or say or do, and none of them never like quit coming around either. You know what I'm saying? I mean, half of them were like still like second children to me. You know.
Have you ever had people on the track and field team like come and stay at your house or have field parties with them?
Not field parties, but we often there's a lot of kids that, you know, didn't have homes or didn't have, you know, But I will say this, like outside of the track and field, they were just, you know, they were friends with our kids. And, you know, so outside of coaching, you know, it was just like, hey, you know, but, you know, I never supplied, I mean, as for like drinking, we didn't do like parties like that. Like I did not, you know.
I promise you we're not the beer police.
No, but I really didn't.
We're not here for any of that.
Yeah, but like, you know, and the thing is if I had even sensed that or thought that that was the case, you better believe, like, I mean, I'd like hang you up myself, you know. And I would have never like had anyone come, you know, if I thought that that was ever a situation. So
I'll help you out a little bit, okay? Detective Wise has made some controlled phone calls with him and this victim. You know, obviously we've gotten quite a bit of information or we wouldn't be sitting here talking, but those went, I wouldn't say well, but enough detail that, you know, this is not a maybe or a allegation or, you know what I'm saying? So, and this went on for some time. And I think that
the affair went on for some time.
I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, approximately 3 to 4 years.
So,
over a period of 3 to 4 years.
And we're not here to make your day worse. Obviously our concern is, you know, he's still the coach. You know what I'm saying? So, we need you to think real hard and
you guys, like, if I even thought he wouldn't be in that position.
I'm not saying that you let it go. I think that, you know, I just don't think you knew about it.
Can you recall some that you said that you had several kids around it? Can you recall names of some?
Yeah, like she pretty much lived with us. I mean, I was close to like all the girls. Like they would have, I feel like they would have come to me.
Were they on a team? Or
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like
was the only one that was a frequent?
No, I mean.
Do you know any names other?
Yeah, like. I mean, they're all like our daughter's friends. You know, like. I mean, we've been coaching for years. Like, I can't, I mean, there's so many. Like, I mean, at one point we had like 200 kids on a team. Like, I don't. Yeah. And I can't sit here and think like that long ago who was on the team that I would have, like, that even would even have been around us like alone like that.
So were you pretty involved with the track and field kind of thing?
Yeah, I was up until about 2 years ago. But there was a time that so I went when our daughter just graduated, and so like when I started getting really involved when she was in 7th grade. I've been an elementary coach for a while, but like I guess the ages that you're all talking about. When my more involvement was when she was in 7th grade. So like she's 19 now, and 7th grade I think that's like 13. So she's 19. So 6 years ago. 6 years ago would have been when I started getting really involved, and that would have like as in for the middle and high school. Because I'm assuming that's the age group you're talking about. Okay. So the team was not really that developed at that point. It was more developed like throughout the years. Like so basically the last like 5 years is when the team has gotten really like what it is now. So as for like a female that stands out, I mean I'd have to go through my phone and look at pictures of like cross country kids. Nobody like right now it's not that anybody's like pinpointing it, you know.
You don't ever remember trying to get into the gym at some point and your key doesn't work or whatever and you're beating on the door and there's just him and one other person in there, and you're like, what's going on?
I vaguely do, but I really can't. But I can't tell you a face. I really would have to look through my phone and just be like, guys, there's been like on and off stuff like throughout the years that like I don't know, like I just believe, like I am so trusting apparently, like I just believe, so like I guess whatever answer I got, then I just like forgot about it.
When you say there's on and off stuff, what do you mean?
Well, like on and off, like just like
questionable stuff?
Yeah, like I'd just be like, you know. But here's the thing, like I am very personable and like energetic and all these things, and so is he, and he's super motivating, and with what he does, you know, like he's very positive and he wants to encourage people, but a lot of times from a woman that's coming in and she's just kind of like down in the dumps or whatever, they kind of cling on to that, you know, whereas like I'm a woman that's like, oh, they're just being nice, you know. Anyway, so there were just times that like I'm not a jealous person, but like I would walk in and I'd be like, she's a little bit more flirtatious than probably, you know, like maybe, and I would just say like, hey, you might watch that one. I think that maybe there might be, you know, I think she might, you know, start kind of, you know, filling stuff for you or whatever. And so those were kind of the questionable things that I'm talking about, you know.
And was that with like just normal people, or was that with people on the team?
No, nobody with the team, and that's what I'm sitting here thinking, like.
Did you all ever like take the team out, just the team, to like I would say a field trip, or just in the county somewhere, just to kind of?
Yeah, I mean there were various different things, like, you know, we'd go out to eat after meets. You know, he would always try to make sure that like, you know, there were events and fun things for the kids to go do. Like in a celebration type thing, or just to even build like team morale. I mean, like any coach would, you know. There's nothing that stands out that's just like that's not okay, you know.
Nothing in the sense of like camping or just hanging around a bonfire on a family farm, or.
Yeah, but I thought mostly that was like the, you know, the boys, like, so, you know, out at his brother's, they would, you know, they had like a camping thing, but typically there were other coaches there, you know. I didn't go there because it wasn't, as far as I knew, it wasn't a girl thing. Like it wasn't, you know.
Where was that usually at? You said brothers?
Yeah, it's like Landworks in Paris, like off of Hugh Bedford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that called the farm?
Mm-hmm.
The farm at Landworks? I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And how long has that been going on, like these bonfire parties?
We
won't say parties because.
Yeah, they haven't done them. They haven't done them since really like a big group of them graduated together, which was they haven't really done those. So.
Ballpark though would be what, 5 years ago?
A ballpark?
Yeah, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, ballpark.
Yeah, sorry. Like ballpark time.
I don't think we've ever done one at a ballpark. Yeah, I think they all graduated in 2018, 17. Maybe 2019.
Around about the last time you did one?
I think so. I really had, I mean, at least I didn't really participate in that because it was always freezing and I can't do cold. So I didn't really go to those. And every other overnight thing, there's other parents there, there's coaches, there's, you know.
You said it was cold, so was it like fall or winter?
Like after cross country season.
Which
like
is usually when?
Mid-November. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it just me telling you like this incident that we keep asking you about, that like, do you think that you remember it, or is it just like me telling you it and you don't remember it?
I don't want to be like, oh yeah. Have you ever look back at something and you feel like you kind of dreamed it, but you didn't, but you kind of remember, but you don't remember? Like, I can't be like, oh guys, I remember that, and oh my gosh, this is what did it down. I truly am sitting here thinking it almost seems like it happened, but I can't remember like, oh yeah, like this is what went down and this is the conversation, or even a face. Like, I can't picture it. Like, the only thing I can picture right now is the door and lights being on outside, but the outside is dark. But that could be any situation. Like, I wish I could be like, oh yeah.
Let me ask you this, like, I know it's super fresh, but I know you still have feelings for him, so is it that maybe you're afraid you're gonna get him in more trouble?
No.
Because I understand that,
yeah,
if you are. I mean,
no, it's not, really and truly. If I could literally go through my phone right now at old cross-country photos and just try to, like, who would that have been, you know? But that's what I would have to do right now. Like, to be able to get a pinpoint of, like, who did to put all that story together. You know what I'm saying?
but if we told you a name, would that,
It may.
is that gonna help your memory? I'm not trying to be smart, I'm just
No,
asking,
I
like-
know, and I hope to goodness that you all I'm one of these that I can watch a movie and not remember the movie the next day. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I just don't focus in on it, or like I said, he told me a story about it, and then I just like, okay, yeah, I'll go on about my life. A name may do it. It may bring back, like, there were times, you know, but as of right now, like.
Well, let me ask you this, has there ever been any girl that you can remember on one of the teams that he seemed more close with, or that you heard him talking to, or that he spent more time with, that you were like, that's weird, but he wouldn't do that, or anything like that?
Not in those years.
What about now?
Matt, our daughter, you know, we all became super close with the last class. Like, I mean, it was just, they were like rock stars. They were, you know, nationally ranked. They were state, you know, all this stuff. So we collectively, like, really, like, poured into these girls and, like, built them up and things like that. But in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, when you're asking me this, is like, we had so many, like, parent involvement, and like the years that you're all talking about, it was like pretty much us and like a few others running the show of the team. Like, so there wasn't a lot of involvement. There wasn't a lot of people around. The years that I'm like looking at, like, you know, the closeness that he had with these girls, like, and guys, like, it was both, like, you know, just he treated the girls just like he did the guys. I'm like, I don't feel like there's any question, because there was always other girls around, or there were always other parents around. He wasn't ever like alone with them, as far as I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they came into the gym to work out, they were all together at the gym to work out. If they were working out late, there were like 3 or 4 of them. So it wasn't like a secluded thing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, as far as closeness, like, our daughter was with them a lot, you know? I'm just trying to play things in my head, guys. Like, I don't know. You have, like, thrown me for a loop. So.
I will say, in some of the incidences that were brought up, there were other people around. It just was not seen.
Really?
There were family around. Just, it was not seen. So it's not so much that he was just alone.
Yeah.
With this one person and no one else.
I don't know. The thing is like, I can believe the other, like, women and all this stuff. Like, I just never thought.
Like I told you, we get a lot of cases where there's allegations that are made up.
Right.
And we have to look into them all like they're real until we figure out that they're not.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, with the phone calls with Matt, I mean,
no denying it.
It is what it is, you know, at this point. But there is an incident that she remembers specifically where they felt like they almost got caught by you in the gym.
I mean, can you all give me the name or no?
That's completely up to him.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess up anything he's got going on, but
Yeah, I mean,
if we give you a name, it cannot be discussed in any way because we don't want to bring you into this case besides you being a witness.
I mean, literally, I could probably look at photos and maybe have something trigger. I mean, that was so long ago. I can like.
Yeah.
I mean, we opened up a cross-country page years ago.
And just to be clear, the time frame that I'm looking at is 2014, 15, 16.
2014, 15, and 16. Like my dad, my dad coached with us, like in elementary, I mean, I just felt like, when I go to what I needed to go to. There we go. It's asking me to update everything because I haven't been on it. Photos, 2014. It's 2018.
And it can be in that time frame as well. 2014, 15, 16.
2015.
Yeah. Basically 2014, 2017.
That would have been the middle school team. They were in high school, right?
Correct.
Gosh, I have so much of the middle school team because the middle school team were the ones that were really killing it. High school. I had a ton of the boys because the boys were doing good. There's like, that doesn't ring a bell. The only thing about like, she was just an emotional train wreck.
What's the last name? Why do you say she was a...
Well, just because like she leaned on both, like I just told him I was like, she needs to work with her parents. Like she was going through a lot. She was kind of like, like kids that had a little bit more of an emotional, I was just really cautious of, because they could whatever, like I was just like, oh, I don't know, like she's a little bit too emotional for like us to kind of help her out, you know what I'm saying? But he involved her mom a lot too, like, and just kind of telling her, because I think she was a little suicidal. But I don't remember that being a person that there was a alone time or anything like that. And this was when I was super busy these years.
So during those years, is there any guys that he was super close to? Like closer than the rest of them?
It was, these guys are with him like all the time. Like, all the time.
And what makes, closer? What makes, what do you?
Well, didn't have a dad. His mom pretty much left him. So Matt just, you know, I mean, we just took him under his wing, you know. I mean, he was like another kiddo to us. I mean.
And did they stay at your house?
Yeah.
At night or?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, outside of the teen things or whatever, yeah. I mean, they would be good ones to talk to. I mean, they would have witnessed anything. If anybody witnessed anything, these guys would have witnessed stuff. Like 100%. Because they were with him at this point way more than I was with him. So, I'm just trying to find like a group photo of the high schoolers.
I mean, if you don't remember, you don't remember. I mean, I'm not trying to make stuff up in your head.
No, I know, but I'm thinking if I just see a face, like it'll be like, because clearly it's been somebody I haven't seen in a long time, I would think. Like, this is 2015. Clearly our girls team was not that good for high school, because I do not have a lot of girls, but I hate to say that.
So the new gym where there are spots at now that you guys moved to from town, does it have showers and all that
Yes,
stuff?
the new one does.
Okay.
Yeah, the new one does. Yeah, it does.
So when the boys would stay over at your house, is it multiple, or is there times when there's just one, or?
No, and they were always in like the living room. Like they didn't go. I mean, it was like all of them are just piled up in the living room.
Okay.
So it wasn't like anybody was like secluded off to one room. Matt's always like early rising in the morning, so they weren't like home alone without like me being there. And like I said, our kids were always there.
And what about the girls? Do you ever have?
We hardly ever had, yeah, unless it was like for birthday parties or our daughter, like her birthday parties or like a party in that. But the time frame that you're all talking about, we didn't have girls spend the night. Like it just wasn't a thing. Like, you know.
Right.
Who would be the girls that would come over for her birthday parties?
All of the girls.
Are they more her age?
Yeah, these are all like her age. Yeah. There wasn't anybody, would have been the only one that was older. And she didn't run cross country, she ran track. And she's still, I mean, she'd be a good one to ask stuff, you know, because she was around a lot. She's been alone with both of us, you know, a lot still. I mean.
So I'll be 100% honest with you. That's my biggest concern, or our biggest concern, is this still going on?
Right. Yeah.
Because what we're talking about is something that happened a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
Or several years ago. But the question is that still taking place? That's the question.
Yeah.
That's why I ask you to be 100% honest as far as, are there questionable people now that you think they spend way too much time together, that's not normal? Or, you know, it's been going on for so long, maybe it is the new normal, to be 100% honest.
Yeah.
Because maybe you think he's done this for this long.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like I mean, there's not anybody that stands out that I'm like, You know, the last person that was young, which was 21, was young, and that was back in 2019, you know.
And how long had known him?
She started working out at the gym in 2018 in November, and I started picking up on things in like late December, and then it kind of confirmed that, like, you know, and I talked to other people in the gym, like, what's up with her, you know, like, and they would just say, well, she's like super flirtatious, and you know,
Sure.
that, and he was, you know, reciprocating and things like that. So, you know, that was the last thing that I was like.
Was she on the track team at all?
No.
So how did they get to know each other?
She just
showed
came.
up at the gym?
She just came out and started working out.
Is she a local?
Mhm.
Is she from Paris?
I think so. But she didn't go to Bourbon, I don't think. Like, I think she went to Paris, maybe. I'm not sure, like, where she came from. I just knew I had never met her, and she, you know, came in just like to work out and stuff.
Okay.
You know.
And did he just openly admit when you confronted him about it, about the relationship?
Not at that point. Like, Matt's definitely, like, over the last year, I don't know, since we've been separated, like, he's been way more, like, forthcoming, like, yes, that was wrong, you know, like, you know, he had gone to, like, to some therapy or whatever, really because of us, like marital stuff, counseling and stuff, and, you know, he was just ready at that point to be honest, you know, and what he was honest about, and so, you know, he obviously was like, I don't even know. He's like, I don't even know. He was like, you know, he didn't really have much to say about it. Like, he just was like, you know.
It happened? Like, what did he say?
Yeah, like, he didn't deny it, but nothing in the sense of it went past, like, not a sexual thing, is what he said. It was, you know, very flirtatious, like, goofing off, you know, like, that type of thing. Like, things that if I saw him do with a particular runner, I would have been like,
well, I don't think you actually saw him do this.
What is it?
I don't think you actually saw him.
Clearly not.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, or I would have been divorced a long time ago. Like, and there would have been no interaction. Like, yeah, no. If I'd even had an inkling. No.
Okay. Did you ever hear any rumors that you thought going through, like?
So, back in the day, he was a commissioner. Okay, he was a commissioner for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
There was ugly things happening, like, in the city. Like, sure. Ugly. So, I would get random text messages, untraceable, like, didn't know who they were coming from. And they would just basically say, you know, you need to look at your husband or whatever. I honestly, and I still can't say that it was anything to do with this or anything to do with other stuff. All I know is I just thought, these people are ruthless, because they were ruthless. They were, like, throwing stuff out our window, you know, because basically he was on a side that, you know, the other commissioners and mayor was on, but it wasn't the popular opinion for some of the police officers and things that were going down. So it was a very ugly time. Mm-hmm. And you know, a lot of police officers were losing their job, and they were having to make the decision of firing these police officers. And so I honestly, up until now, thought that it was just like, oh, people are just trying to wreck us because they're unhappy. Can I say that was associated with that? I don't know. I don't know if people.
What kind of text did you get? What did they say?
Just like when it was like, you're, you know, so beautiful on the inside and out, and I just felt like you need to know that your husband's not who you think he is.
I think that's a fair statement at this point.
Well, it is, but at that time I just thought, dang, people are ruthless. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of like, you know, like, I don't know. Like, I just thought, like, the best. Oh my gosh.
Well, like I told you, if you don't remember, you don't remember. But I don't want to run into something where you think about it and you're like, I'm just scared to tell them.
No.
And, you know, because truly, I don't want to cause you any problems. I don't think
Yeah.
Detective Wise wants to cause you any problems.
If I knew guys, like, I would be like, oh my gosh, yes. But without, like, saying 100, like, there's nothing that, and I guess that's probably a testament to, like, questionable things that I have felt like, or, you know, like, when you just feel like it in your heart, and it wasn't, like, a minor, like, it was just, like, I just felt something, you know, like, my gut was telling me something that I didn't know, you know, but, like, never once, like...
So, I gotta ask you this just because it's the case, and you can tell me to shut up, I don't care, you're not gonna offend me, okay? Has there ever been incidents, because we gotta have to go talk to Matt, so has there ever been incidents that involved you and track kids, or Matt and you and track kids, or anything like that?
Inappropriate on my side?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, I mean, other than burping and farting, I did that, and, you know, goofing off, but, like, no inappropriate touching. I don't even, you know, like, I'm really good about even distancing myself of hugging. Like, it has to be, like, a exciting, like, holy crap, to even, like, get that. My personality is super goofy, and I goof off all the time, and it is equal as much, like, obviously more female, I'll be like, yeah, you know, and just, like, pumped up, but, like, the male side of it, you know, I just made sure, and of course the guys will always make comments because they're guys, you know, I mean, but, like, I didn't even entertain that, you know, I'd just be like, guys, like, come on, like, focus, you know, but, no.
Okay.
No. Like, you can, yeah.
Okay. So, obviously, like I've told you 100 times, we didn't get you here to try to set you up or back you into a corner.
Yeah.
Please, please, please don't do that to yourself by reaching out to him and confronting him about it before we talk to him, calling kids that he knows from back in the day to try to find out information. Just leave that stuff to us.
Yeah, I won't do that, but
okay?
I'd say he'll know, like, if he's been talking to that person, like, he's gonna know who.
I mean, he doesn't know yet. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna know. And then at that point, you know, I do ask that if he does call you or whatever, and once, you know, we talk to him, if he does tell you stuff that you think we need to know, then we need to know, okay? Because I don't want it to be a case where, you know, you get a subpoena later for court or whatever, and it comes out on the stand and we didn't know anything about it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we don't want you to have to testify against your ex-husband. You
Yeah.
know? So.
I think that's probably the scariest thing, though, guys. It's like, it is hard for me to remember things. Like, and it's not just like I'm, like, what if it is something that I was, like, I know I didn't do that kind of stuff, but, like, what if, you know, like, this knocking on the door thing, like, I don't, you know, that's scary, because I don't know exactly story by story, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I know what I did and didn't do, or whatever.
Right.
But I can't say, I don't know, that kind of just freaks me out, because...
Does it freak you out because there was so many incidents, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but where there's so many questionable incidents that it just came the norm, and it was like, whatever he tells me is, I believe him, and
not with minor stuff, like, it was adult stuff, like, that's the stuff that, like, you know, I didn't have a reason, 100% a reason until recently when he told me that he had the affairs to really question it, you know, and the reason, and that may sound so stupid to you all, but, like, he's the type of guy that, like, pitches in, like, you know, does the laundry, does the dishes, writes sweet notes, you know, does my laundry the way it needs to be done, or I want it to be done, you know, like, literally perfect, like, role model as a husband. Like, you couldn't ask for anything better. So, like, for me, like, even all my girlfriends would be like, oh my gosh, like, Matt is, like, amazing, because everything. Like, even to this day, like, you know, if I need that, yeah, okay, we got it, let's go, you know. So in my mind, when somebody, and I have thought about this, like even throughout the affairs, I'm like, he did so good kind of distracting me and how great he was that I didn't look into anything. But you also have to remember, like, my parents are amazing and my dad would never do this, you know? So I come from a background that, like, you get married once, that's it. You know, God first, like, you know, my dad never did anything, like, questionable with any other woman, you know? And my mom is tough. But, like, so I don't want to sound like I'm stupid and I'm naive. I just didn't. And it's not that I didn't want to believe that or whatever. I guess I just thought, like, he wouldn't do that to me.
Well, I mean, at some point, if there is an incident that pops in your head that you're like, I do remember this.
Yeah.
Please let Detective Wise know. You've got his number.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to just go through pictures, but so basically you all don't want me, you just don't want me to contact him to tell him about any of this. And then,
I mean, obviously you have kids in common, so,
yeah.
you know, you got to communicate, but do not discuss any of this, okay?
Right. But once you all have that conversation with him.
I can't tell you what's going to happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I guess, like, okay, so you have that conversation with him, and at that point, are you saying, like, I shouldn't ask him any questions after you had that conversation with him? Or can I? Because I'm going to tell you, like, if I can have that conversation with him, and he explained things to me after you all talk to him, then I can start putting pieces together. But right now, like, without, like, having, like, it lined out for me, like, oh, okay, like, it coming back, like, I don't know. And if that's the case, then if I can, once you all had that conversation and he knows what's up, and I think of things, then yeah, I can be like, hey, you know, I got the pieces, you know. That's something I can tell you. But I don't know, is that allowed after the fact that you will talk to him?
I'm not saying it's not. I would like for it to be a more controlled environment, but I'm not going to ask you to let us record your phone call with your ex-husband. I know that puts you in a very weird spot.
Yeah.
You know, even though it's a very serious event.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you volunteer for that, then I'm 100% all about it, but I wouldn't ask you to do that. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I don't know what your feelings are on that, but, you know, I know it's all a big shock at this point, so. But just know that it's definitely serious enough that you don't want to be involved in, like, you know, tipping them off or anything like that. And definitely, you know, there's more people involved than just, you know, one victim. So I don't want you to think that, oh, I can call the guys and figure this out.
There's multiple?
I mean, we can't answer that right now, but just don't think that you can call the guys and figure it out because they're going to remember, because just let us do the investigating part, okay? So, you know, if you don't remember the incident, I don't know that us telling you the name's going to help you a lot, you know? So, to be honest, I was hoping that you would remember the incident because I felt like it would stick out in your head.
I mean, you would think so.
But if you don't remember it, you don't remember it. So. Do you care if we step out and talk real quick? We won't keep you here freezing to death too much longer, I promise. I know it's cold in here.
So Rebecca, I know we talked about the old gym and this incident, but at the new gym, is there anything that you can recall that might have happened there?
Kate, I mean, there's all sorts of cameras. I mean, I had access to the cameras, like, I checked them. I mean, the only person, you know.
Where are all places where the cameras be? I wouldn't think they would be in the bathrooms, though.
No, but the cameras show, like, who's in and out of the bathrooms.
Was that gym always a 24/7 when you all first opened it, or was it kind of a...
No, it wasn't. I don't know, maybe it was. I just know that the keypads, for a while, I think we just had keys.
Like an actual physical
Yeah.
key? So members would have keys, or you would have...
I don't know, I think it was ours for a little bit until he could get the system set up. I don't know.
Okay. So there were actual hard keys you all would have to unlock and lock the doors at night?
Yeah, I mean, but he would get there early because he has early clients, you know? And he would stay late because he had late clients.
But you don't remember even in the new gym, like an incident where you're beating on the door because you don't work and you go in and somebody's in the shower and you fling the shower door open and you're like, what are you doing?
No. In the shower? No, I mean, that would have been the new gym. And the other one didn't have a shower. And besides, like, if I saw that, I would have remembered that. 100%. Like, if I saw, like, physically saw, the thing is I think that's the problem, is, like, whatever instant this was, I clearly didn't catch him in some sort of act, or I would have remembered.
No, you did not.
You know? Like, that you wouldn't forget. But this, like, I mean, I saw him along with people all the time, you know? Like, so it just didn't, I don't know, like.
But you don't remember even at the new gym that he was alone with any of the...
Kate would have been it. Like, and wasn't on the team. She wasn't. That's the one that I knew and was aware of by cameras. Anybody else, if I questioned it, I would have been on those cameras. 100% I would have been on those cameras.
And when did those cameras get installed?
He's had those cameras in for a long time. Like, we're talking 2017 maybe? Because in 2018, gosh, guys, I'm sick. The end of 2018 was when I got into the camera system to check the whole Kate thing out.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to keep you here any longer unless Josh has more questions for you. Just please don't.
I won't.
Reach out to anybody. I mean,
but how soon will you all talk to him? Because.
I mean, what's his schedule like usually? I mean, is he easy to find or?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of launched a new business. It's a window washing business, and so he typically does that throughout the day, and then in the mornings, you know, he's training until about 8. But he typically has a window, you know, between like 8 and 10:30 in the morning, typically. Sometimes he'll have some clients, or sometimes he's already headed to a job, but on windows. Most of the time in the evening.
Do you think he'll talk to us?
I don't think he has a choice, right?
Everybody.
I mean, obviously, he's probably gonna need a lawyer, you know. But.
You all don't live together? Where does he stay?
Right now, there's a house being like finished that he's gonna be moving into, but right now he's at the gym.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, there's a top part that he's, you know, kind of turned into like an apartment.
Gotcha. Okay.
And is he there around this time, or you said he'd be doing windows?
He will get there, what's today? Wednesday. Yeah, he'll be there by like 5:30 or 6 tonight.
and then he'll be there. I think he's got like Dungeon and Dragon thing tonight with friends, like on a phone call, but he typically does it at the gym. So like obviously, if you all were there, like that's what he'd be doing, not D&D.
Do you have any questions for us? I know we've dumped a bunch on you in like a short period of time. But...
Yeah, because I'm just kind of getting over the other stuff. I didn't really think that this would ever be the case. So that's gonna take me a minute.
If you think of stuff, if you have questions, whatever, just give him a call. You've got his phone number.
Yeah. This is my business card as well.
Okay.
So the number you have is my cell phone.
Okay.
So you can call that anytime as well. I just may not answer it unless it's like business hours, but that's also the office number there. So you can call that 24/7. They can leave me a message and I'll get back with you that way too as well. But
okay.
And you don't have to tell them what it's about. You just give them your name.
Yeah, just tell them you're trying to get in touch with me and that's it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. All right.
All right. But I do appreciate you coming and talking to us. I know it's not the most favorite thing. You want to come to the police station and.
Yeah, I mean, I literally.
Yeah, there was no,
maybe you'll find my gun.
Yeah, there was no intent to freak you out there.
Yeah, like my car was broken into and they stole my gun, my wallet, my everything. I was like, maybe I'll find my gun. But I would molest him not to leave my gun in my car.
I would rather give you that kind of news.
I know. Like, I thought, ooh, that'd be nice.
And interview at 15:18. Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, August 24th, 2022 at 16:33 hours. We'll be interviewing at her residence at Georgetown, Kentucky, reference to her time at Bourbon County High School. Hello. Hi.
Sorry.
Oh,
Come on, Gilbert. Sorry. Hi, come on in. Sorry, my dogs are a little crazy.
It's okay. Was it? I thought so. Okay.
Yeah. We can sit on the couch or we can sit right here. It does
Okay.
not matter to me.
It's wherever you're most comfortable.
We can just unless he peed on the freaking. Of course, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Ozzy, come on. Come on, big boy. So sorry.
No, it's okay.
They're not used to having visitors. You can sit over here.
Okay.
Dog hair is everywhere, so just be aware.
It's alright.
I can put him up if you need me to.
I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
He'll get used to me.
He's usually pretty good. He's our good one.
Yeah, he'll get used to me.
Yeah, hi.
So what I usually do, I usually use a recorder for the most part.
Mhm.
I don't take a lot of notes.
Yeah.
And that way I don't miss anything, okay?
Yeah.
Alright. There. So you work with Scott County?
Yeah.
Socials?
DCBS.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
Since December. So 8 months? I don't know. 8, 9 months, I think.
Okay. Sorry, I got 2 phones.
Nope. I'm right there with you.
8 or 9 months, okay. So did you go to any college or anything?
Yeah, I graduated from the University of Kentucky with a bachelor's in social work, and I'm currently in school for my master's.
Okay. What's the correct spelling for your first name? Okay. Okay. What's your social? Okay. Have you lived in Scott County very long?
Since December.
Since December? Okay. And then you went to Bourbon County High School then?
Mhm.
Okay. Is it just are you the only one that lives here?
No, me and my fiance live here together.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So let's see. So I guess this all kind of come about. I guess you have a therapist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it kind of just something? Is it not to get too personal, but is that the reason why you have the therapist, or is it just a series of everything?
Yeah, kind of everything.
Okay. Okay. So tell me about your time at Bourbon County then. Let's just kind of start there. I understand. I guess is it track and field you were in?
I was in cross country.
Cross country. Any other sports or anything like that?
I did soccer and swim.
Soccer and swimming. Okay. You had a full plate then.
Yeah, how to stay busy.
Yeah. All right. So who was the coach there for your cross country?
Matt Perraut.
Matt Perraut?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have his name, but just to make sure.
Yeah.
Do you know the spelling of it?
Perraut, I believe.
Okay. When did you start cross country in high school?
I started in 7th grade, which was 2012, but I don't believe he was the coach until 2013, my 8th grade year.
Okay. Is he like a head coach, assistant coach?
Yes, he's a head coach.
So to start out, how was your all's relationship starting out? Like when you...
When I first started, I remember it being like what felt like normal. He was a very positive person. I was very close with his family as well. I don't know, just average. I don't know, normal, I guess. I mean, it was definitely very like a coaching relationship.
Okay. How are you close with his family?
He has a daughter that's a couple years younger than me, and him and my parents were family friends.
Okay. So you kind of knew him through his daughters then?
Yeah, and he owns a business in Paris,
Okay.
With a local gym, and so my parents went there and worked out as well.
Okay. So what kind of got it started to where it was more than just a regular coaching relationship?
So my freshman year of high school, there was a camp out. I think I have the date written on here. I can't remember off the top of my head, or maybe I thought I did. It was in October. I remember because it was the night before the
It's okay.
The night before the Michael Jackson Thriller Parade in downtown Lexington.
Okay.
I don't know why I remember that, but there was a camp out. It was me and I believe 3 other girls. Me and 3 other girls. My parents were there for a little bit, along with my little brother, and I believe his wife, and then his son was also there for a little bit. But the only people who stayed the night were me, the other girls, including his daughter, and him, and I believe his son might have as well. And his son is way younger than me. And so my parents were, they had brought beer, and so him and my dad were just kind of drinking and just, my dad is a very casual drinker, so he was just doing that. And my parents then left, and so it was me and the other girls and him, and we went to a corn maze, and we were all holding hands. This was at, it's called The Farm at Landworks in Paris, Kentucky. And so we were all holding hands and going through this corn maze, and I was standing beside Matt, and I was holding his hand just because it was dark. We were going through a corn maze. I didn't think anything of it. Someone suggested, like, let's split up into teams, and so it was all the girls and then me and the coach. And so it was me and the coach going through the corn maze, and so we had gotten out, and he was like, let's wait a minute, let's scare the girls. And so he had me sit on his lap and kind of like keep warm. And I was like, okay, whatever, like, this is kind of weird, but, you know, whatever. And then, whatever, we scare the girls, and we wanted to watch, like, a movie or something because they had brought, like, a DVD, like, portable thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were all laying in one of the tents, and Matt was laying beside me, and he was kind of, like, rubbing my leg, and I, like, kind of felt weird, but I was just like, whatever, like, I don't, you know, I was young, I didn't really know what was going on, and I was just like, okay, whatever. And so then, like, the movie player dies, and so we get out and we sit around the fire, and I think he starts, like, telling us scary stories or whatever, and someone suggests we go back in the tent and, like, he just read them to us as we fall asleep. And so I'm sitting on the edge of the tent, or I'm laying in the edge of the tent, and he's laying beside me, reading the stories, and he's kind of propped up on his side almost.
Okay.
I kind of, like, I remember his hand was, like, rubbing my leg again, and then he went inside my pants and was, like, rubbing my vagina, and I was like, oh my god, like, what the fuck, and I just kind of, like, internalized that. I didn't really say anything, and that went on for a few minutes, and so I guess, I don't know, it's like he woke up or something, and he was like, come here, and I'm like frozen, and so he, like, pulls me outside of the tent, and he was like, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't know. And he was trying to talk to me, and he's like, I'm so sorry, like, I didn't mean to do that. You know, I found you attractive for a really long time, like, I'm sorry. and he was like, don't tell anyone, don't tell your dad, like, he's gonna kill me, I'll run away, I'll leave, like, and, you know, we don't want that, and so, like, let's just keep it between you and me, like, don't tell your friends, and I didn't listen, because I told my friends, like, I was a teenage girl, but, and so then after that, I started, like, calming down more and just getting, like, more comfortable, and so then we're talking a little bit more, and he's like, I've always found you so attractive, like, blah, 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 just like, complimenting me, and so then eventually, like, we start, like, making out, like, and I was, like, a willing participant,
That at the tent? In the tent?
so that was outside of the tent.
Okay.
We had stepped outside, and, like, gone to the two tents are right here, the fire's right here, we were on the other side.
Okay.
And so we started, like, making out, and that was going on for a little bit, and then we were just doing that, and I think he had his fingers in my vagina, and then he, like, carries me over to this picnic table, and he, like, pulls my pants down and, like, performs oral sex on me. He had asked if I wanted to have sex, and I didn't, and so we didn't do it, and then it was kind of like almost the morning, and that had gone on for quite a while, and so he just, like, reiterated, like, don't tell anyone, you know, let's just keep this between us, like, blah, 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 and so then, like, the next day, like, I pretended like nothing happened in the morning, and that's kind of the first initial incident.
Okay. That was, let's see, so your freshman year, which that would have made you how old?
I was 14.
You said he was a kid, but there was was it Michael, you said Michael Jackson
Michael
Thriller?
Jackson Thriller Parade.
Okay. So it was that same night?
That was the day after.
Okay. The camp out was the day after, or was it?
The Michael Jackson Parade was the day after.
Okay. Usually, I would assume it's a weekend.
Yeah, I think the parade was on a Sunday.
Okay. So what happened? Camp out was on a Saturday then.
Yeah.
Who was the other three girls there?
I have a picture from it. His daughter, whose name is here's the picture. Her name is, and then a girl named.
Do you know any of this? How like they spell them? Like.
I believe so.
Okay. And who else was it?
Her name's.
Okay. How close of friends were you with them?
I wasn't very close with them. They were just girls on the team. They were also a couple years younger than me. I was the oldest one there. I believe they were probably in 7th grade. 6th or 7th, I believe.
So, which friends did you tell about?
So I told a girl, I told her what happened the day after it happened. Yeah.
Do you know where he lives or anything?
I don't know where she lives. I do have her phone number.
Okay.
If you want that.
Yeah, that'll work. Is she the only one?
No.
Okay.
A girl named, and I have her phone number as well.
Okay. They same age as you?
Yeah.
Okay. And see. So what happened after you said you were on the picnic table, you didn't have sex, what happened?
He performed oral sex on me.
Okay. And then keep it,
So I guess we did that. He, after that had happened, he told me, like, make sure you don't tell anyone, I'll get in a lot of trouble, and that was pretty much it for that night, but it kind of continued on.
Okay. You never had to perform oral on him that night?
Not that night, no.
Okay. Just him perform oral on you, and then you were kissing?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever take any kind of clothing off?
Not that I can remember. I remember him, I was like, had my legs like wrapped around his back, like him holding me, and he had slipped his penis like through his shorts and was like, do you want to do this? And I was like, no.
Okay. Can you remember what he was wearing? Colors, t-shirts? What type of shorts?
I believe they were athletic shorts.
Okay. So did he pull his penis out through like the waistband or something?
Through the waistband, yeah.
Okay. Can you remember what kind of shirt he had on?
No, but I could probably find a picture of it. So my mom was there and she took pictures of what was going on that night.
Okay. It's no big deal. I was just asking.
Okay, no, you're good. I just don't know.
Yeah, that's no problem. So what was, I guess, when was the next time you saw him after that then? And how was that, like, how that went, I guess?
I would see him at cross country practice, and I also worked out at the business he owned, which is a gym. And so for the most part, it was okay. I think he just kind of tried to forget about it, and obviously you can't. And so there were times where sometimes one of us was in the bathroom, and then the other one would come in, and we would make out real quick, and then leave.
Okay.
I don't remember specific dates on those, but I do remember that happening.
More than 10 times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was one time, I don't remember specifically the date, but I remember it was in that same school year. He was doing a triathlon at Falling Springs, which is in Versailles.
Mm-hmm. So freshman year? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
I can't remember if it was spring or fall or what that situation was.
Okay. Triathlon, Falling Springs?
Yeah, where he was doing it, and I was staying the night with his daughter.
Versailles. Okay.
And I had stayed the night with them, and his daughter wanted me and her to go and sleep in his bed and watch a movie. And so, while that was going on, he was also like touching me, and I believe she fell asleep, and so he started having sex with me, and I think she was still beside us, because then she had like stormed off, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, did she catch us? But he went and talked to her, and he was like, no, she's upset about something else. And I was like, okay, whatever. And I remember that, and sorry, and it's like been a while, so it's kind of like, it's hard.
How did you start having sex?
So the first time was right before Christmas of my freshman year. It was like, I want to say like the 21st, like literally like the couple days before it. I was working out at the gym, and he had worked something out with my mom where he would take me home afterwards. During my freshman year, I had gotten in trouble at school. And so I didn't have a phone, and I went to an alternative school for a little bit, and so I was very isolated, and so I was at the gym, and he was going to take me home, but he decided to stop at his house, and do something, and while we were there, we did have sex. It was on his bed. He no longer lives in that house anymore. It's off the bypass in Paris. I don't know if you need a location, but we did have sex there. He penetrated me like with his penis vaginally.
Do you remember what road he would be on in Paris?
It was off the bypass in Paris. I can look at a map and figure it out. Sorry, believe the street was
Or so that's around December 21st of your freshman year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were leaving the gym. He stopped by his house to get something.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Okay. So how did that go? Did he ask you to come inside, or did you just kind of follow him in?
I think I just kind of followed him in.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
We went in the house, and I think we were just kind of talking in the kitchen, and then he was like, let me show you something, and like showed me his bedroom, and we proceeded to like kiss, like make out, and he had like taken my clothes off, taken my shoes off. I remember I was wearing my socks when we had sex, and we went on the bed, and it was like missionary. And I remember it happening like fairly quickly and then being over with. And then we went back, like put our clothes back on and went back into the kitchen, and he gave me an Oreo, and then we went to my house.
Okay. Describe, if you can, the layout of his house. Like, what did it look like? When you walked in the door, what'd you see?
It's been he's moved houses, so it's been years since I've been in that one. There was like the kitchen, and I think there was like a bedroom and a bathroom off there, and then it was kind of like more open with like a countertop separating it.
Okay.
And there was like a living room, and I think their room was like on that side, and then his daughter's bedroom was right here.
All one story?
Yes. Okay. Or if there was a second story, I never went up there.
Okay. So his bedroom was more in the back?
It was more like on the side. Like the bedrooms were on the side, I think.
Okay. Did you have to walk through the kitchen to get to it, or the living room to get to it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then, so is this the triathlon? Is this after that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the next time you all had sex was the triathlon?
That's the next time I remember.
Okay.
It might not have been the next time it happened.
Okay.
But that kind of stuff happened on and off throughout my freshman year of high school. I had ended it in like May, because school was out and I was no longer going to the gym anymore.
Of your freshman year?
Yeah.
Or the end of your freshman year?
Yeah, like May 2015. Yeah.
Okay.
That had ended. I gave him a letter saying that I couldn't do it anymore, and I gave him a Reese cup to go with it. Just because I couldn't hold relationships with people my own age.
Because you were seeing him?
Yeah. And so then it stopped over the summer. I did still see him occasionally, just because me and his daughter were on the swim team together. And so I saw him in public, and like it was cordial, it was fine, it wasn't anything inappropriate. And then it kind of started back up my sophomore year of high school. And I was, I guess, 15 at the time. And so I can't remember any like specific incidents except for another camp bonfire. It was all the boys on the cross country team. I don't think I have any of their phone numbers, but I can give you names.
Okay. Camp bonfires.
And this is probably around the same time as the last one as well.
Oh, the camp was?
Yeah, it was like probably around like October, sometime.
Okay, that's what I had marked October. I think it was the
boys cross country team.
Oh, boys cross. Okay.
Sorry.
I thought for some reason I thought all cross. I don't know.
No, you're good.
Boys cross country. Okay. I guess it was boys and girls.
No, it was only boys.
Okay.
I was the only girl there.
Okay. He didn't bring his daughter or anything?
No. No, I was only invited because I was very promiscuous at the time, and they knew that.
Who knew that?
Like the boys cross country team.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Sorry. I guess I was like engaging in a lot of sexual activity at that time.
Okay.
With a decent amount of people.
Okay. All right. And then what happened there?
Basically I was invited there because they knew I was down for a good time. All the boys, including the coach, had been drinking. And so I did make out with some of them at the bonfire. And then Matt and two of the other guys, they left for a little bit. And so it was just me and like everyone else. And so I had I didn't have sex with anyone there except for Matt, but that was later. I had like made out with a couple of the guys and just done like I think someone like penetrated me like vaginally with their fingers. But those boys left, and what I heard later was that they had a threesome with some woman, and there's two of the cross country boys there. They came back. I had asked Matt to take me home. He was drunk, and I didn't know at the time, like I didn't recognize at the time that he was drunk driving. Like I thought I was fine. And so this was at the farm at Landworks, at the same place.
Same place.
And so we go up like the gravel driveway, and we stop at the very end, and we're in his truck, and so he like climbed over on top of me, and like we're making out, and he like has pulled my pants down, and he's penetrating me vaginally, in his truck, and he was doing that, and then he stopped because he heard a police siren go by.
Mm-hmm.
And so he stopped, got back in his seat, and then he drove me home.
Okay. Where'd you live at the time?
I lived in Paris. And my parents don't know that I'm doing this, or I haven't told them yet.
Okay.
So
Is that where they still live now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they don't know any of these accusations and stuff?
No, they don't know anything.
I got you. Okay. Were you drinking there?
No, I was not.
So that was sophomore year, so you're 15.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Any other incidences that you could think of your sophomore year?
No, not that I can recall at this time.
Okay. Can you remember what vehicle he was driving that night?
I just remember that it was a truck, I believe a white truck. But I'm not 100% sure.
Who's you said you could remember some of the names of the guys over there?
One guy's name is, I believe. A guy named, I don't remember what his last name is. Yeah. And I believe that's all I can remember.
That's okay. Do you think any of these individuals would have saw anything that happened between you and Matt?
Yeah. I don't know if they saw anything that night, but I definitely know that they knew something was going on between me and Matt.
Okay. You say you can't remember anything else sophomore year.
Mm-mm.
Did anything happen over the summer? Anything with Matt between sophomore and junior?
Nothing comes to mind specifically during that time.
Okay. Bring you back. Do you remember which one of these you made out? Which one of these boys you made out with there?
Can I look at the list?
Yeah.
Sorry. And I believe, and maybe.
Okay. How long were y'all there? Like these camps, like when do y'all usually get there at the farm?
So they had been there for a couple hours before I had gotten there. I had gotten there probably around 10 or 11 o'clock at night and left at like 3 a.m.
How'd you get there?
My sister was babysitting me that weekend, like babysitting me and my siblings, and so she had dropped me off.
Is it the same as the first time too? Is that roundabout when you got there?
No, the first time I was probably there before sunset, because that one was for the girls. And so it would probably, like 7 or 8, maybe 6. And stayed there until the next morning.
Okay, got there at 7 or 8. So nothing over the summer between sophomore and junior year?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, and then rolling into your junior year.
Junior year, I had gotten involved with soccer, so I wasn't in cross country as much. And I was kind of like out of shape a little bit. And so my mom suggested that I start going back to Matt's, or that's what we called it, Matt's. But the business name is called Extreme Fitness.
Okay.
And so I started going back, and they like run like a nutrition program, and so I was doing that as well. And so my brother, he swims like competitively, and so him and my parents went to Iowa for the week, and so I needed someone to stay with. And so because I wanted to eat healthy, and my sister was staying with my grandparents who didn't want that, I stayed with Matt and his family. And so for the first couple nights, like nothing happened, everything was fine. And then one day, we were playing like the board game Life. Me, him, his wife, his daughter, and his son. and so we were like playing like footsie under the table, and I remember his daughter getting like really upset about that because I guess she noticed. And then within that same week, everyone went bowling except for me. I just wanted to stay at the house, and so everyone had come in and had gone to bed, and I was laying on their couch, and I was laying on my stomach with like my butt up in the air, and he had come and like was like touching me on my legs and on my butt, and so he like pulled my pants down, and was like penetrating me vaginally, and that was going on for a little bit. He told me that was his favorite position, and then he went to bed and I slept on the couch. I believe that his family, they were in their rooms. There was another time during the day where we were in his wife's like office doing it kind of like the same way, except I was bent over a chair when he was like penetrating me. That was within the same week. I don't remember any specific dates.
But you were there for a week though? You stayed the entire week there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what time of year that might have been?
March.
Junior year, March. Okay. So that would have been...
It was like the beginning, like probably the first week of March is what I believe it is.
Okay. What is your junior year? What year would that have been?
That would have been 2016.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. You would have been 16.
Yeah.
By March would you have been 16?
Yes. I guess that year would have been 2017.
This is 17?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. You would have been 16. This would have been 2016 then. Your sophomore year at the bonfires at 2016 then?
That would have been, crap, now I gotta think about my years now.
Well, you graduated when?
2018.
Okay, so you're...
This math is hard.
Eighth grade was 2013. 2014 would be your freshman year. 2015 would be your sophomore year.
Yeah.
And then so would this be 2016 then? Or no, because it's rolled over. So yeah, okay, that's right. 2015 would be your sophomore year.
Yeah.
This technically your junior year is probably 2017 or 2016, but it's rolled around.
Yeah.
You've come around to the next year there.
Yeah.
So, okay, and then your sophomore year or your senior year would have started in 2017, but you graduated in 2018.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, we've got it right there. 2017 and you were 16.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think his wife or anything suspected anything?
Yeah.
Okay. What made you think that?
Because the last time that it happened was May of 2017.
The last time you all ever had sex?
Yes.
Okay.
May of 2017. I was with him for something. I can't remember what, but I remember I was staying at his house, and I didn't bring an extra pair of contacts or glasses with me, and my contact had messed up in my eye, and so I wasn't able to drive home and go get my glasses or contacts and then drive. And so he drove me to my house to get the contact, and then he was like, do you want to make a stop at the gym? And I was like, yeah, sure. And so we stopped there, and so we're making out, whatever. He is performing oral sex on me laying on like a workout bench. When like all of a sudden like we hear like bang, 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 like on a window. And the windows you can only see out of, you can't see in. And so Matt, he's like, run, go to the shower. And so that's what I do. I run. I don't have any pants on. And I think I had to like take my shirt off and like go and run in the shower. And so his wife like storms in. I'm in the shower, and she comes into where like the dressing room shower area is, and she like opens the curtain. She's like, what's going on? And I'm like, what do you like? And I'm trying to play dumb, and I'm like, what do you mean? And she was like, why are you taking a shower here? And I was like, well, I just didn't want to use your all's water at your house. And I was just like, well, what's going on? And so she shut the curtain, and then she goes back out to talk to him, and I really couldn't hear anything, and I was just trying to pretend like this was a normal shower, and so she comes back and she apologizes to me, and then she leaves. And then whenever I get out of the shower, I'm talking to Matt, and I'm like, what happened? And he was like, well, she checked his dick to make sure it wasn't wet, like from, I guess, my vagina. And so then he yelled at her for being like, why would you think that? Now you've traumatized this poor girl. Like, look what you've done. You've ruined her life. She'll probably never want to see us ever again. And so he like yelled at her and like said all those things, and then I guess that's when she came back and apologized to me and then left. And then after that, I was too scared for it to ever happen ever again.
Okay. At the time, was Matt still driving a white truck?
I believe so. I know he drives a Jeep now.
You still have contact with him or anything?
I did. I did used to work out at his place like about a year ago, but I stopped that once I started school back up. But I think I might have texted him about working out again, but not since then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's kind of complicated.
So you have a phone number for him?
Yeah.
Did he ever text you back or anything? Like when you asked about going back to his gym, did he reply? Okay.
Mhm. Give me just a second. Sorry. I guess I deleted his number.
Would you say the last time you heard from him, or you kind of talked to him?
It was probably earlier this year. I wanted to get like back in the gym and was gonna ask him for like workout plans.
Okay.
But I know the last four of his, I think it's like, I think is what the phone number for him is. And I could be totally wrong in making you call like a random person, but I believe that's it.
You said last time you talked to him was early.
Probably like January of this year.
Where was the gym at? Like, where was it located?
It's in Paris. I don't know the street name, but it's behind where the Goodies is. Where the Goodies is in Paris, it's across the street from Wendy's and a fire station.
Is it still there? Does he still own it?
Yeah. Mhm.
Across the street from Wendy's and a fire station?
Yeah, like Wendy's is kind of beside it, and then the fire station is like fire station, main road, Goodies, and then it's his place.
Okay. Is this still called Extreme Fitness?
Yeah.
Okay. Google that.
Yeah, I don't know what that name is, but I know how to get there.
Oh, okay. It's off of Cypress by Tractor Supply and stuff.
Yeah, and that's where his new house is office as well. I don't know what the street name is or what the address, the number is, but I believe he still lives on site.
Have you ever been in that house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that, well, I guess, was this the last time you had sex? Was that the house you were staying in?
No,
you said you were staying at Matt's house in May of 2017?
Yeah, and then we went to the gym and had sex.
Okay. But that wasn't the house.
No, the house on was it was whenever I don't know, remember, but whenever I told you like where I was like bent over on the couch, that was at his house on
Oh, okay. So when you were staying there for a week, staying at Matt's for a week.
Yes.
Your parents were out of town for I guess a swim meet.
Yeah.
Okay. What does the house look like on the outside?
On the outside, I believe it's gray. They have like a 3-car driveway with no garage. It's like on a hill. I believe it has some like stonework on it. I don't really remember what the outside looked like.
Okay. What about the inside?
Inside,
when you first walk in.
Yeah, you walk through the front door. It's like the living room area. And her office is off, the wife's office is off to like the side in a room. And I believe their bedroom was also on that floor, and their kitchen. And their daughter's bedroom was downstairs in the basement with their son's bedroom and their laundry room.
Okay. So it's technically two-story, but it had a basement.
Yeah.
Okay. So walking into the living room, where's the kitchen?
I believe so. It's the living room, then they have like a dining room, and then the kitchen.
Okay. And then were there, let's see, you said the wife's office is to the right of all that then? Okay. Is there anything else? Is it towards the front of the house when you're walking in?
So yeah, the living room is right when you walk in their front door. They have their kitchen has a back door to like the back patio.
Okay. So they're all, and her office is probably more to the front. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or is it kind of in the middle or in the back?
It's kind of, I want to say it's more towards the back.
Okay. Is there anything towards the front of the house on the right side?
Maybe their bedroom, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay. Then on the left side of their house, what's on that side?
I believe that wall is just, I don't think there's anything on that side.
Okay. Where would be, and then where would be the stairs to go downstairs for the basement? Is that in the kitchen area?
I
living room area?
believe so. There's like, sorry, it's been a while
It's okay.
since I've thought
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Usually I try to just talk it through it because sometimes it'll come back to you.
Yeah. I think, so there's the living room, and I believe that there's like a hallway that goes downstairs, or like a hallway with stairs that go downstairs, yeah. Because it was like, I think that the dining room was kind of like divided, like they had doors that you could open to go in the hallway, I think.
Okay.
I really don't remember.
Okay. Do you think if you called Matt, he would talk to you on the phone?
Yeah.
Does he have any scars or tattoos in areas that the only way you would know is because he was naked?
He does have.
Or freckles. It don't even have to be.
He has a tattoo that's like right here. But he also I've also seen him shirtless. I don't know. I can't remember if that's because of the sexual stuff or because like I think I've been to like a pool and his family's been there swimming.
Okay. So it's more on his like lower abdomen. You can see it if he's shirtless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember anything detailed about his lower half.
Okay. I don't know if you had noticed a scar on like his upper legs or
nothing that
anything.
I can think of.
Okay. In just estimating, then I know you can't remember all of them, but how many times total do you think you had sex? So I think you got
like sex or like sexual encounters or
let's start with sex.
Sex, I would probably say 10, maybe more.
You stopped at, okay, so from 2000 and, so your freshman year to 2017 is when May of 2017 was in between there then?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot one of the instances.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
We were, this was in my freshman year. It was in the winter. I don't know if it was before or after New Year's. Where we had like a swim meet or something, and my family and his family all went out to lunch at Perico's. And it was on a Saturday, and he was telling me that his daughter's church group was going tubing, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, can I go? And we worked it out, and I was able to go tubing with them. Nothing happened that night because his wife was at the house. And so we went tubing, his daughter and the church group went tubing on, I guess, Sunday after church. And then he picked us up at the church. And then Matt, took me home, but before we got home, he pulled into the school parking lot of the Bourbon County High School. So it was at the time where the CLC building was on the school property. He pulled in there, and we had sex. He had climbed over the seat and had gotten on top of me in the passenger seat, and like leaned the seat down, and penetrated me with his penis vaginally, and then he took me, after that, got dressed, and then he took me home.
Okay.
Sorry, I'd forgotten about that one.
you said you estimated about 10 times, you think?
Yeah.
How old would you have been in May of 2017?
I would have been 16.
What about, like, just, like, touching, I guess? So, like, would be more like just sexual contact, I guess you could say. Excluding kissing, just sexual contact other than that.
What do you mean? Like...
So, not having sex and not kissing, but anything else other than that.
Probably about 10, 15 times.
Okay. At any time, did you all ever send like photographs of each other to one another, or?
No, he was very smart about that kind of stuff, so nothing was ever like texted or phone calls really. But he would show me like naked pictures of himself and his wife on his phone, and showed me like he had like a calculator app that like you type in like the secret code and it would show like all your like secret photos, and there were ones of him and his wife and his wife like separate and together.
Okay.
And I would show him mine as well.
Okay. What did your friends think when you told them about, like, did they know about all the other incidences, or did they just know about a few, or?
My friend Dee probably knew the most. I don't know if she remembers specific incidences or what, but I know that she probably does remember me talking about him like consistently during that time.
Would you talk about that you had sex with him, or
Yeah.
and all these other things? Okay.
Yeah. She pretty much only knows because she was the first friend that I saw after it had happened, because she took me to the Michael Jackson Thriller parade, and we went to Olive Garden before, and we both went to the bathroom, and I was like, girl, let me tell you something. And so I kind of told her what happened that first night.
Okay.
But I never really, like, I just told her, like, keep it a secret, and I don't remember ever telling her anything else.
Okay. Do you remember telling them about any of the other incidences that we've got here?
No, it was about, like...
Sorry.
No, you're good. About, like, the bonfire. I know she definitely knows about that. I don't think she could recall, like, specific events or anything other than that, other than me telling her about the first one and then the bonfire one.
Okay. And then, so what exactly do you have wrote down? Is it kind of the same thing?
It's kind of the same thing. There may be stuff that's on here that I didn't say just because I didn't remember.
Is it kind of something you did with your therapist? Kind of just
yeah,
putting
just
your
kind
thoughts
of
onto paper kind of
yeah. Just kind of me, just, yeah.
Just kind of talking it out, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm trying to think. He also bought me a dildo. I don't have it. I threw it away. I think everything I said is in here.
Okay. What do you think he would say if I went and talked with her?
I don't know.
think he would try to say like you were just lying about it all, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not saying that it'll actually happen, but I sometimes ask, would you be willing to make a phone call, a recorded phone call to him, and see if you could just talk to him? Basically, you talk to him like you would, like normal, but you would bring up all these things like, hey, you know, for example, you'd be like, hey, you know, I've kind of seen a therapist, and I've been talking to people. I just kind of wanted to go back, you know, that all this kind of happened. Like, you know, you can just, you know, ask why you think it happened, or, you know, does he ever still think about you, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
know he does, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, that kind of, if would that be something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I don't think he'd say anything on the phone, but I would definitely be willing to do that.
Okay. If that's not, we'll just keep that on the table then.
Yeah,
I'll ask you to do it right now. It may be one of those things we do before I ever go and talk with him. Obviously, there's no point in me going and talk to him first, and then you having trying to afterwards. It kind of does.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Defeats the purpose, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I'll try to confirm this phone number somehow. I'm sure. Is he still a cross country coach? At Bourbon County?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I'm sure I can get his number somehow, or confirmed to make sure that's the same number for his. Yeah. So wife never actually saw you have anything?
I don't believe so.
But suspected it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would think she'd probably be able to at least talk about the whole gym incident too, so.
Do you need her name?
I do.
Her name's Rebecca Perraut. Let's see. I don't have her phone number.
Okay, that's fine. Is there anything I didn't ask you about you think I should know?
Not that I can remember. He was involved in local politics. He was like a city commissioner. He's really good friends with like the police department in Paris. But I mean, other than that, I don't think so.
Okay. Alright, I think that may be. Well, let me ask you this, okay? Because sometimes prosecutors ask me this, and I always like, they're gonna wonder why bring it up now? Which there's no right or wrong answer for that.
Yeah.
Okay? So.
For a long time, I thought it was a good thing that this older man was interested in me. I thought I was special. And then kind of working with DCBS and being a child abuse investigator and seeing girls in similar positions saying like, no, like this is like a bad thing that happened to me. It kind of made me realize like, oh my God, like I was abused. And someone took advantage of me, and so that's kind of why I'm doing it.
Okay. What would you like to see the outcome of this be?
I don't know that this is no longer happening to other girls. I don't know if it's ever happened after me, or before me, but I just don't want anyone to have to go through this.
Okay. So would you like to see him in jail? Arrested?
I mean, if that's where this leads, I mean, I'd like to see him just not be involved with girls.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answer to any of those. That number you have is to this phone here, so it's my state phone, so if you think of anything, I'll take that from you.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get to put it in. Oh yeah. If you have any questions or anything like that, I'll be in touch with you soon.
Okay.
I'm sure. I'll talk with the county attorney and stuff over there.
Yeah.
And go from there. All right.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Thank you for making
I live in Scott County, so it's nothing. No
you've
problem
been,
at all. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Actually, let me. I'll give you at least a business card too. Always forget to do that. The number on here is technically to our office.
Okay.
But it's our dispatch, so it's 24/7 too. So
Okay.
for some reason you hadn't heard from me from this phone, just give that number a call. They'll leave me a message or something like that. All right.
Okay. When should be the next time that I hear from you? Or,
I would say within the next 2 weeks. I'll give you that.
Okay.
That's probably on the high side, but
Okay.
should know something by then. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
This is Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. Today's date, August 29th, 2022 at 1400 hours. The phone call with a
Hello?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, this is Detective Wise.
Okay. Hey.
So I got your number from, has she talked to you about me calling you?
She just kind of let me know. She was like, somebody may be calling you over the stuff that happened in high school, and, I'm talking about it in therapy and all that good stuff, so.
Okay. Yep, that's why I'm calling. So what I was doing was just trying to kind of get, I guess, what all do you know happened in high school, I guess, with and a Matt Perraut?
Well, I think ever since, our sophomore year, he, looking back now, it's really messed up, but in the moment as a teenager, we didn't feel like was victimized, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But looking back, she definitely was groomed and victimized. So, she was on the cross-country team and everything, and he was the coach, and they'd stay after in the gym, and he'd, get her to have sex with him while his wife was not at the gym and stuff, and she'd go on family camping trips with them, and he'd be sneaking out of the tent, getting her to sneak out of the tent. Oh gosh, there's so much. When she had her senior banquet, her gift from him, and she was given this to her at the school, at a senior banquet for cross country, gave her a sex toy.
Okay.
He would have these big cross country parties out on his farm, and lots of crazy stuff would happen there too, stuff would happen with Lee, but then there's this other thing that I don't want to bring a whole bunch of people into, but I will talk about it briefly. It involves my boyfriend and some other boys that were there. He says, okay, I'm leaving to go get my pickle sucked or whatever, and then comes back and he's like, okay, she says I can bring 2 of you guys with me, and takes 2 underage boys, they were probably 15 at the time, to this woman's house, and they all 3 had sex with this woman, and apparently the husband was videotaping the whole thing, so there's a video of this somewhere.
Okay. Do you know the name of the 2 boys?
Yeah, but I wasn't really wanting to tell you that. Are you going to reach out to them?
It's a possibility, yeah.
I doubt either of them would say anything, even if you did, but there's a... And...
Okay. And we don't know the name of this woman?
No, I mean, I know whose mom it is. I don't know her name, though.
Okay, whose mom is it?
We went to school with this kid named was her. I mean, it was his mom, whatever.
Do you know the name? How to spell his last name?
Let me look on Facebook or something real quick. I can find it. I can't actually find him. I'm not for sure on the spelling of the last name.
Okay. What was it, and what was it?
Yeah, I have no idea how to spell that. I don't know.
Okay. And you said this was during like a...
2015, 2016.
Okay. And this at his house on his farm? Or was this at like a...
The party was out on the farm, but then they left and went to this woman's house. And I have no idea where this woman's house is.
Okay. Now when you say the farm, is that referring to his place or is that another...
It's his family farm. I'm not for sure if he owns it or his brother owns it, but it's their family farm, yeah.
Okay.
The Pruitts.
Somewhere in Bourbon County, I assume, is where the farm is.
Yeah.
You've been there, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you...
I haven't been to one of his crazy parties, but I've been out there to like set up inflatables for the kids and stuff.
Okay. Where about would it be?
I think it's out Bethlehem Road. I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly whereabouts on Bethlehem Road, but it's out there somewhere.
Okay. So how do you know a lot of this stuff about what happened to...
Me and we've been best friends for years, and she's always told me everything.
Okay, so it's something she's confided in you and told you about?
Yes.
Is there anything that you ever witnessed between them?
I was on the cross country team for like 2 weeks while he had all the other kids running, he had me and playing in the water hose. And it was really pervy feeling looking back.
Okay.
But no, I've never actually seen them do the deed or anything crazy like that, but apparently he wanted to do the deed with me and her both.
Okay. Has he made any... Did he make any advancements towards you?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see. I think that's just about all I had. What's the spelling on your name? Is it...
Yeah.
And then...
Yes.
Okay. And can I get your date of birth? Okay. Are you still currently in Bourbon County?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Is there anything you can think of that I didn't ask you about?
Not really. I think that about sums up of it at least.
Okay. Is that the only occasion with the is that the only other occasion that you know about?
Yeah, that was a one-time thing, I'm pretty sure, with the boys or whatever. But him and that was ongoing for years.
Okay. Were you there the night that with that whole?
No, I was not.
Okay. How'd you hear about it?
I is my boyfriend.
Okay. Would you have a phone number?
Oh, he's gonna hate me. Oh, I gave you his phone number, okay?
Okay. Okay. I may not call him, but I'm not gonna say that's out of the question. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm glad something's finally, we're finally thinking about doing something.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's some big allegations, so we're gonna have to turn over every rock, every stone. I just ask that you don't talk to it about people, other, just kind of keep it to yourselves.
Oh yeah, I work in a dental office.
Okay. So if I have any more questions, is this the best number to reach out to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you have my office number there if you run into any questions or think of anything else. All right. Just feel free to give that number a call. Just leave me a message. All right.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye. And interview 1411. Detective Wise with the Kentucky State Police. With me is Detective Larison. Today's date, October 18, 2022, 14:46 hours. Speaking with Rebecca Branca at Carlisle Police Department.
And what's your full name, Rebecca?
Rebecca Jean Branca.
Okay. And can you give us your date of birth just so that it'll be on the record? Okay. And I told you before that we're just talking to you today as a witness. Okay. So we brought you up here to Carlisle PD. And of course, we didn't force you to come up here or anything, but we told you that we want to talk to you as a witness about a case that had happened a few years ago. Okay. Did you used to live in Paris?
I did.
Okay. 2015, 2016, how many addresses, I guess, did you live in Paris?
In the entire time I lived in Paris?
Were you there for an extended period of time?
Yeah, I think I moved out that way. Let's see, my daughter was born in 2007, so we're around 2009, I guess.
Okay.
I may have moved out that way. I had a clinic for a short period of time. Then moved over to the for a while, and then walked.
Okay. So, were you married?
I was.
When you lived there?
Married? I wasn't married.
Okay.
Technically, I was married to my first husband, Jim Thoyer, which moved back to Ohio, but it took us quite a few years to get divorced. But I was with my youngest child's father.
Who is that?
Ben Arguello.
Arguello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you spell it?
Arguello.
Does he live close still, or do you know?
He's got custody of my kids right now.
Okay. So is he close, like Paris, or?
Yeah, he should be around here.
Okay. So I know you don't know me well, but I'm kind of a straight shooter. Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush and tell you something that's not true. And I'm sure you're wondering, like, why you're here. So, do you know somebody named Matt Perraut?
I do.
Okay. How do you know Matt?
I used to clean at the YMCA, and then I started working for him, cleaning in his gym.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever notice anything weird about Matt?
Matt is very friendly.
Mm-hmm. So remember I told you I want you to be a witness, right?
Yeah.
So you starting to figure out why we're here? Yeah. So, super uncomfortable to talk about. That's why I wanted to bring you up here, so you had a little bit of privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, obviously we've talked to a lot of people. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I couldn't come talk to you is because I didn't know that who you were. Like, we've had the address, but you don't live there anymore. So we were running around trying to figure out where you were, and we ended up talking to your youngest son, and he told me, like, he gets a hold of you through your husband's Facebook. And he told me your husband's name, and I was like, oh, so now I know how to get a hold of you.
Yeah. My younger son.
Yeah. So, so tell me about Matt.
I mean, started off innocent.
Sure.
I worked at the Y. He'd come through there. We'd talk every once in a while. He asked me if I wanted, make some more money cleaning for him. I don't even remember how it all began, but I used to drink a lot back then.
Okay.
A lot. And, stuff progressed from there. But what exactly do you need to know?
So, did he ever pay you for sexual favors?
I don't think that that's how it was exactly laid out. No.
Okay.
I mean,
did you feel like you were being paid for sexual favors? Or let me just ask you this: were you in a sexual relationship with him of somewhat?
Of a sort, yes.
Okay. And was that something that was just consensual between the two of you? Like, you were attracted to him, he was attracted to you, and you all had your own thing going? Or was it something different?
I suppose it was like that. Yeah. In the beginning.
Okay. And then what?
I need to survive.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, so did it come to a point where you were having to do stuff for him to continue working for him, or?
No, I mean, he was always really polite with me. I mean, I never had he never forced himself on me or anything like that.
Okay.
I just, bunch of kids. Didn't get paid a lot.
Sure. So did you make more money for doing the stuff with him?
There were times that I needed money, and doing stuff with him.
Look, you got a bunch of kids, right? You do what you got to do, right? So there's many reasons, but I told you that you're here for a witness statement, right? So what kind of stuff are we talking about?
Basically, I knew having sex with him was going to get the money I needed, so.
Okay. So where did this take place at?
There are different places in the house.
His house?
Gym.
Okay. Alright. Did you ever let him come over to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And was your boyfriend, was it boyfriend?
Yeah.
Father of your youngest.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he aware of this relationship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so tell me about how that was. Like, he was aware that you were having sex with Matt?
He was aware of, anything I did. I mean, we had, I guess, what you would call an open relationship.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
And it's a wonder why it didn't work out, right?
Yeah, things happen. So there's one in particular that I think that you probably are hoping we don't want to talk about, but there's one in particular that we really need to talk about that involves Matt and a couple other people.
Yeah.
So I need you to be 100% honest with us about that one, okay?
Okay.
I just need you to be straight up and from the start, who talked to you, how it got worked out, how you knew what was gonna go, what you thought was going down, and what actually happened. Okay.
Okay.
Did your boyfriend arrange it, or did you arrange it, or did Matt call you?
I got a phone call.
Okay.
Late one night after I was already drinking.
Okay. And who called you?
Matt.
Okay. What did he say?
Just wanted to say he was out camping. Wanted to know if he could come by. And of course I was like, sure, you know.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, I'm probably going to have a couple people with me. I said, okay. It all progressed very strangely.
Okay. So, did he tell you how old the people were going to be with him?
No.
Okay. And who all was there when they showed up? How did they get there?
I believe my boyfriend went and picked them up.
And your boyfriend is, what's his name?
Ben.
The one that you told us?
Yeah.
Julio?
Yeah.
Okay. So, he goes and picks them up from where?
I don't know.
Wherever they're having
Yeah, wherever they were having.
Okay.
Whatever they were doing.
Okay.
He was even more oblivious to the situation than I was, because he was actually sleeping.
Who was, Ben?
Yeah, when I got the phone call.
Okay.
And I went in and woke him up.
Okay.
But no, I was not aware of, I wasn't aware of any of that information until after the fact.
Okay. So, tell me how everything took place. Like, you get the phone call. What does Matt say?
I don't remember exactly. I mean, like I said, I drank a lot.
Okay.
And it was a long time ago. But it was basically, you know, can we come over and hang out for a little bit?
But did you know what that meant? Like, had you been...
I mean, I knew what he had on his mind, but I didn't know
I got you. Okay.
everything. Yeah.
Okay. So, your boyfriend goes and picks him up. Is he in his car, your car? Do you remember what you all had back then?
I don't remember what they were driving.
Okay.
I can't remember.
So, when they get back to your house, where were you living at then?
We were living on...
In Paris?
Mm.
Okay. And when they get back, where are you at in the house?
I don't even know. I may have been sitting in the bedroom watching TV. I may have been in the kitchen. I just really don't tell them.
Okay. So you don't know?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, everything from the phone call till the next day is kind of like hit and miss for me. I drank a lot.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't nothing for me, and I asked to kill a half gallon together in one night. It was bad.
Okay. Well, for this interview, I really need you to try to remember as much as you can. Okay. Remember, I wanted you to give me a witness.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. So, when they come in the house, who all comes? How many people are there?
Including my ex, there were 4 of them.
Okay. All guys, girls, what?
All guys.
Okay. So, where did? Okay, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Okay. Who had sex first?
I kind of guess.
You still good?
You're good.
Okay. So, what do you remember about you and Matt having sex? Where were you at in the house?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Were you all on the bed or something else?
I remember things taking place on the bed.
Okay. And then, so when he says he's going to come over and bring some people, at what point do you figure out that his intentions are that everybody is going to have sex?
Not really sure. I guess when everybody was still in the room.
And he started having sex?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. And when you say everybody, was your boyfriend still in the room?
He was.
Okay. And tell me kind of how your bedroom was laid out.
You walk in the door. Bed was to the left.
Okay.
There was a chair in there. And then TV was mounted on the wall to the right.
Mm-hmm.
There was like a DVD stand and a few pieces of furniture.
Okay.
It was a mess. Honestly, it was a mess.
Okay. So, did your boyfriend participate in the sex, or was he just in the room?
I believe he and I had sex at some point, but.
Was this before or after?
No, I mean like in the midst, yeah. I mean he was there.
Okay. So once you and Matt have sex, do you remember the other guys' names that were there?
I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know him to trip over him, honestly.
Okay. Do you remember if the lights were on or off in your room?
I don't know. I
Was it dark outside?
It was dark. It was like late at night, like early morning time. Like I just remember it being really late.
Okay.
Like I should have been in bed and not answering my phone kind of late.
Mm-hmm. So Matt has sex with you, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then who do you have sex with next?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I mean, I remember vaguely at one point everybody kind of just.
It was a group thing?
Yeah.
Or? Okay.
Not one of my finer moments.
We're not here to judge you, okay? That's not what we're here for. We just kind of gotta get this behind us, okay? So, obviously there's some other stuff that's came up that is a lot more serious, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, that's why we've started this investigation, okay?
What did you do?
It's kind of down the same road. Okay? So, but it's an investigation, so I can't really say he did anything.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
But, so, you didn't know their names, right?
Mm-mm.
Did Matt tell you if he worked with them, if they're colleagues of his, or anything when he said he had some people coming over?
He did tell me that they were students.
Okay.
But I was of the understanding that they were of age students.
Sure. Okay.
I mean, like I said, it wasn't till way after the fact that I found out otherwise.
Okay. So, how long do you think you and Matt had sex? Do you remember? Okay.
I don't. Yeah. No.
Okay.
It's the whole thing was just a big cloudy mess.
So, do you know, like, obviously, you don't want to tell us any more detail than you have to, but we kind of have to know the details just for the case, okay? Or I wouldn't keep asking you the same kind of questions. But, so, you and Matt have sex. All 4 people are in the room. 5 people?
5, including
Okay.
myself, yes.
So, when Matt gets done, what does Matt do?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then does somebody else take Matt's place?
I mean, I guess I can't remember. I remember things getting weird.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point there was contact between him and one of the people he brought with him, and that's when me and my ex kind of got weirded out by the whole thing.
And what do you mean contact? Like sexual contact?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of sexual contact? I need you to be 100% honest. We investigate these all the time.
Yeah,
Okay.
he had some kid stick in his mouth. I mean, it's got a kid.
Okay.
It's not. How I understand my Tuesday afternoon.
And how did you, like, did you look over and see this happen, or how did you?
Yeah, kind of just, I don't know how it.
Was Matt on the bed?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the boy?
Standing next to it. I believe me and Matt were actually in. We were having sex at the time.
Okay.
And I don't know, like I said, things got weird and I got uncomfortable.
So.
And if I was uncomfortable, I was drunk. It's saying something,
Okay. So, did you have sex with all the people in the room?
I don't know. I know at least one of the people who brought with him that I did, yes.
And when I say sex, I mean like vaginal penis sex, right?
Yeah, I think.
And what about oral sex? Did you have oral sex with anybody?
Yeah, maybe. I know one of the people he brought with him seemed to be struggling with the situation, and I believe I was asked to try to help him out.
Okay. And by struggling, was he having like a hard time getting an erection?
Yes.
Okay. We're all adults here, okay? So, I mean, it's nothing we haven't heard before, I promise. All right? So, anyway. So, you give one of the boys oral sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then does he get an erection?
No.
Okay. So, did you have sex with that boy?
I don't know if I had at any point. I don't know.
Okay. Did you have sex with the other boy?
I believe yes.
Okay. Did you have sex with the other boy after Matt or before Matt?
I don't remember that either. I was thinking it may have been in between. I mean, I really don't.
Okay. But you remember a time during that whole experience that it was kind of everybody was involved, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was that including your boyfriend?
Not sure exactly how much involvement he had other than being in the room.
Okay. And what positions were you and Matt in when Matt started giving the guy oral sex?
I believe I was on top.
Okay. So how did Matt, like, what position was the boy in to be able for Matt to do that?
He was either standing next to the bed or kneeling on the bed next to us. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you're for certain that Matt gave one of the boys oral sex?
That is right around the time my ex and I got uncomfortable with the whole thing.
And when you say uncomfortable, does that mean you all stopped, or did you all just talk about it afterwards and it was like, that shit was weird?
Yeah, we talked about it afterwards.
Okay. And do you think that your ex would remember this incident?
I don't know. He was, like I said, we drank a lot back then.
Now,
he's got like, I don't know, almost a year of sobriety in, so I'm not sure.
Sure.
What all he remembers.
So, were there any other incidents where Matt would bring people over that were questionable in age?
He called every year after that, and I would just politely decline. Sorry. Got things to do. Sorry. Not tonight.
And it was every year during
right
this
around the same time.
field party thing?
Whatever they were doing. Yeah,
Okay.
it was right around the same time.
And
Like-
you declined why?
Well, because I wasn't gonna be that girl. And because the situation the first time around was just
So when did you find out the boys weren't of age?
it was really my ex, I think, investigated that because he was questioning exactly what I had gotten us into, really. But it was at least days after the fact, before we knew. I mean, I thought they were.
And what did he find out?
I don't really think I was ever given like an exact age. I was just told that they were not as old as I thought they were.
Okay.
And he and I agreed to never speak about it again, and unless it was absolutely necessary, which I guess that time has come.
And here we are, right?
Yeah.
So, do you remember like a year, month when this happened?
I don't remember what year it was. I know it was quite a while back. But I remember it being cold. It was like the end of the summer, you know?
Like now?
Yeah, kind of like now.
Okay. And what makes you remember that part?
I don't know. I guess just that it was cold. Because I remember thinking, who the hell is going to camp in this? It's too freaking cold to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping outside.
So, let me ask you this: Did Matt? I guess your boyfriend at the time was comfortable with Matt coming over, and you knew what Matt was kind of wanting.
Mm.
So, did you and your boyfriend and Matt participate in sexual stuff before that?
Yeah. I mean, it was mostly just me and Matt, but there were occasions where the three of us would get together.
Okay. But you said that Matt never forced you to have sex, is that correct?
Yeah. And he never. No.
Okay. Did he honestly ever pay you to have sex?
There were times when money was exchanged after the fact.
Okay. And were there those times because you were cleaning, or was it because you knew that you were going to make some money if you had sex with him?
I didn't clean anything that day.
Fair enough. Okay. So how many times do you think that happened?
I honestly couldn't count.
Would you say 10, 5, 1,
It was
20?
More than 5, probably less than 20.
Okay. And how much would he pay you?
It varied, just whatever I guess I was needing at the time.
Okay. And was it $10 or was it $150 or?
I mean, there was a time it was, you know, almost $100. There was a time it was 50. There was, I mean, it just varied.
Did it vary on what actions you performed for Matt, or did it just vary on what you asked for?
Just basically whatever I was needing at the time.
Okay. Did Matt ever bring any girls over?
No.
Did he ever bring his wife over?
Nope.
Did his wife ever know about it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Do you know his wife? Were you
I've
talked to
met
friends
her
with?
once before, but no, I didn't really know her.
Does Matt have any tattoos that you know about?
He's got a couple.
Where are they?
The one that's most memorable is the one on his lower abdomen area.
Okay. And what is that?
I don't know exactly what they're supposed to be. Lightning bolts, maybe? I'm not sure.
Can you see those with his pants on, or do you have to take his pants off?
You can see them with his pants on, the tops of them.
Okay.
I remember there being a time when he used to run around town. He was out jogging or whatever. A friend of mine and I would laugh about where they led to and make.
Where do they lead to?
Horrible jokes. I mean, basically, not quite all the way down to his penis.
Yeah. Okay. So I told you that I needed to be really honest, okay? So I want you to leave this interview and don't leave anything on the table, okay? Because I don't want you to have to come back and we have to talk about it and pull that Band-Aid off again and do all that, okay? So if there's stuff that you remember, please tell us now, because I told you when we picked you up to talk to us, I just needed you to talk to us and be a witness.
Right.
Okay?
I mean, that's about.
I guess the real question is do you remember having sex with both of the younger boys or not?
Don't remember having sex with both of them, no.
But you remember having sex with one of them, and you remember having sex with Matt?
Yes.
Right? And then you remember performing oral sex on the one that you're not sure about. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you remember 100% sure that Matt put one of the boys' penises in his mouth.
Yes.
What did the boy look like that he put the penis in the mouth?
Like I said, I wouldn't even know to triple them.
Would he be taller than the other one, or shorter, or skinnier? Or?
I believe one of the boys was biracial.
Okay.
It was not him.
Okay.
I don't think.
So that was the boy that you performed oral sex for? The biracial boy?
No. It was the one that it was the same boy.
That was having trouble?
Yeah.
You're saying he was white?
Yes.
Okay. So the boy that was white was the one that was having trouble that you performed oral on?
From what I remember, yes.
And then Matt performed oral on him?
Right. Which is probably, in hindsight, what his issues were.
When you say you don't remember if you had sex with both of them? Is it the possibility that you could have? It's just because you just don't remember.
It's possible. I just honestly don't remember.
Could have had sex, just don't remember with both of them. But it's a possibility.
Yeah, it's just the whole night is just a fog, really, other than like bits and pieces that I've told you about.
Were you being touched by the boys?
I'm sure at some point.
Do you remember anything specifically?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Because I know you said at one point it was like everybody was involved kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay. And were there any other incidents like this one? Besides your and Matt's thing, were there any other incidents where there were younger boys involved, or did you ever hear Matt say anything about...
No.
Did you ever confront him about the younger guys?
No. I mean, no. I just, like I said, at the time I was invited to join their little party, I just declined.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just...
Did he call you every other year wanting to know if he could come over, or trying to get you to come to the party?
It varied. There were a time or two where he wanted me to come there, and you know, but I just, you know, sorry, got kids, can't do that. Yeah, whatever excuse I could come up with.
Sure.
Because it was just,
Okay.
It's not for me.
Okay. Do you happen to have a phone number for your son's dad?
Ben.
I don't. Anytime I speak to him, it's usually over Facebook.
Does he have Facebook?
Mm.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
They were living up on Crooked Creek.
Okay, is that the address you used to have?
Yeah. I will tell you, he probably freak out when he sees you.
Okay.
Especially with you guys being state police.
Why?
He's got a history.
But he's clean now, right? He's cleaned up.
I mean, yeah. He's not been in any trouble since he's come here.
Sure.
So,
History with our agency or just law enforcement in general?
just law enforcement.
I got you. Okay. Is there anything else that you think about that incident that we need to know? Because I don't want to have to come back and ask you some more questions.
I mean, other than I feel like I was wildly misled as to what exactly was going on. It was just a really messed up night. I just figured me and everybody else involved just tried to forget.
Did Matt at any point tell you how old the boys were?
No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you or your boyfriend ever ask how old they were?
No, I guess I didn't. I mean, I was, like I said, I was in the conversation that was had, the context that it was had, I was of the belief that they were at least of consent age, you know.
Sure. Okay.
But students, that was the word you used?
Yeah,
wasn't
I
it?
mean, I knew they were students of some sort. I didn't have any clue until after that.
And
because I feel like I remember there being a conversation when we were on the phone about, you know, well, how old are we talking here? Because I was drinking and I assumed that everybody else was going to be drinking too, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about that." So that was kind of.
Is that what you remember, or is that fact?
That's what I vaguely recall.
Okay.
But that was basically the gist of why I just assumed everybody was at least adults.
So at that point, did you know that they were all coming over there to have like a kind of a group sex kind of thing?
No, At that point, I still didn't know what everybody's intentions were.
Okay.
I knew what Matt wanted. I knew what his intentions were.
The usual.
The usual.
How often would Matt ask for sex from you when you worked for him? I mean, it doesn't have to be exact.
He would text me a couple of times a month, I guess.
Okay.
In the beginning, and then it got a little further, fewer in between. I started working at McDonald's and started a whole other part of my life. Quit drinking and.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there anything else that you need to ask her?
You never did give a roundabout time, did you? You said it was a while ago.
No, it was.
Any specific year that sticks out to you?
Do you remember what years you lived?
We moved in over there after my youngest son was born in 2012, and we were there until we moved to Carlisle in, I guess it's been 4 years ago now.
2019.
Something like that, yeah.
18, 19?
18, 19, something like that.
Okay. So what was the address on Walker? I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like,
I used to know it. I can't. It is 7 something.
Okay.
It might be.
What did the house look like?
It was a white house. Like when you're coming up 8th Street, there's 2 sides of Walker.
Yep.
It's if you're coming like from the post office, it's the side on the right.
Okay.
And when you turn up, it'll be a house on the left. It's about 4 or 5 houses up.
Is it still occupied?
They just remodeled it. I think they just remodeled and sold it. It was owned by Paul Peck, the vet.
Is that who you rented it from?
Yeah.
When you walked in the front door, describe the layout.
Front door is where we had our living room. It took up the whole front part of the house. It was like couch and everything over there, and we had like a bookshelf and a chair and stuff back this way.
The couch was on. You're raising up your right hand, so the couch was on your right.
Left. You walked in the front door. Couch
Left. Sorry.
to the
Yeah.
left, with the TV and everything.
Okay. Where was the kitchen?
Kitchen, you had to go through the hallway, past the stairs and the downstairs bedroom, through the dining room, and then through another doorway to the kitchen.
Was there a bathroom on that floor?
There was, out on the other side of the kitchen. Like you had to go through all that, through the kitchen, and then there was a bathroom.
And there was a bedroom on that floor as well?
Yeah.
Where was it?
There's actually 2 rooms that we used as bedrooms. Ours, which was the one in the hallway by the stairs, and then when you got into the dining room, if you went to the left instead of the right, it took you to another bedroom.
Okay. Were there bedrooms upstairs too?
Yes. 3 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs.
Was there anyone else in the home the night that Matt brought?
My kids may have been there sleeping. I had to sleep. I don't think my boys were there. I believe they were with my parents at the time.
Did y'all ever have like a babysitter or anything, or did y'all's work schedule work out where you didn't need one?
We usually worked opposite shifts, so we didn't really do a whole lot.
Okay.
I mean, my oldest son was old enough to watch the kids by the time we started going anywhere. Had time to go anywhere.
Okay.
Anything else you think we need to know?
No, other than I was hoping that I was never gonna have to have this conversation. No.
15:29. Stop the recording.
Yep. Main recording 15:29.